Chapter 1. Emmitt woke up tangled in sheets and a hell of a tequila headache. He normally would have ignored the sound of his phone ringing, especially in Cabo with international rates being so absurdly high. But the ringtone was the one he'd set for his agent, and that was one call Emmitt wanted to take. Emmitt grabbed his phone from where it rested on top of his clothes pile and pulled on his boxer briefs. He walked to the balcony door, slipping quietly outside. The second he left the air-conditioned coolness of the room, the heat hit him in an oppressive, suffocating wave. Jesus, it was hot here. He blinked against the bright sun, moving quickly to the shaded area of the balcony as he pressed the Call Accept button. "Hey, Scott." "Emmitt, how's Cabo treating you?" Scott's smooth voice came across the line. Emmitt doubted his agent was wincing in the sunlight, fighting off a tequila hangover and sticky from salt and lime-encrusted body shots. He was probably in an office somewhere, in the air conditioning, wearing a tie. Emmitt grinned and collapsed in the deck lounge chair. Hangover and stickiness aside, he was in a goddamn great mood, and if this call went the way he hoped it would, that mood was only going to get better. "Can't complain. What's up?" He knew his agent hated small talk. "I have some news." Emmitt's smile faded a bit, and his stomach churned gently with nerves. He told himself to ignore it, that it was just the remnants of tequila, beer, and a long night, but he couldn't help it. His instincts were the one thing he trusted, and they were telling him to beware some incoming bullshit. Scott never said some news if it was good. "Oh yeah?" Emmitt bent one knee, running a hand over his head. He kept his hair short during the season, but it had grown out a bit since the final. He'd shaved the playoff beard the morning after the epic party following their win, and didn't miss it for a second. "This might come as a bit of a shock," Scott said. God damn it. That was the last thing you wanted to hear from your agent. Emmitt wished he'd grabbed a bottle of water from the hotel fridge before coming outside. It was so humid that a light sheen of moisture was beading on his skin. "What is it?" "You've been traded." "What the fuck?" Emmitt swung his feet over the lounger and braced them on the tile of the balcony. The sharp tang of sea air and the roar of the waves faded into the background as he tried to wrap his brain around what he was hearing. "The Raiders fucking traded me. I won them a goddamn Calder Cup." Emmitt wasn't exaggerating either. His team had played well, but he'd led the AHL the previous season in shutouts. His stellar season in net had been the primary factor in the Raiders winning the championship. "Yes, and you proved yourself a valuable asset. Sometimes teams need to trade their valuable assets." Scott kept talking, but Emmitt was barely listening. Instead, he braced his elbows on his knees and stared down at the patterned tile. He'd been so sure that after the season he'd had, the shutouts, the cup win, the Marauders would want him up on their roster full-time. He'd worked his ass off to impress them, and apparently he'd done it. He'd impressed them so much they'd traded his ass somewhere else. Here he thought the worst thing that could happen would be spending another season with the Raiders, the Marauders' AHL team. It had never occurred to him the Marauders would think he was more valuable on the trade market than between the pipes. "Good deal from Atlanta, it really is." Blinking, Emmitt snapped his head up, which was a mistake thanks to his hangover and the heat, but... "What? What? Atlanta?" "The Venom," Scott repeated. He sounded amused. "In the National Hockey League. That's your new team." "Are you fucking with me?" Emmitt didn't even know how to process this, because he'd been dreaming about this moment since he'd first given serious thought to playing hockey professionally. He was dizzy, and the sun was too bright, and the headache throbbed, and he didn't even care. "If you're fucking with me, dude..." "I'm totally not," Scott said, chuckling. "And I'm allowed to tell you that you'll most likely have a spot on the Venom's roster." "What happened to Norrell?" Emmitt asked, referring to the Venom's starting goalie. "Traded," said Scott, "to the Admirals, for a couple of draft picks. It was an interesting deal." "So they're going with Mori?" Emmitt stood up, staring off at the bright turquoise gleam of the sea beyond the glittering pale blue of the infinity pool. The swim-up bar was deserted. a far cry from the raucous party it had been the night before. Everyone was probably sleeping it off like sensible vacationers. Was it too early for a celebratory cocktail? No, his enthusiasm assured him. Yes, his dehydrated and tequila-soaked veins protested. It seems like it, Scott agreed. But you're both young enough, you know. If you put up a good showing in camp... Emmitt knew Scott was trying to imply, without promising, he might have a shot at the starting spot on the Venom if he brought his A-game to practice. Which, of course, he would. Emmitt didn't have any other game. He grinned. I did it. I made it to the fucking NHL, man. His head throbbed, protesting his sudden shout. But Emmitt didn't care. He was going to be playing the entire season against the best the league had to offer, under the lights and in stadiums full of excited and loud fans. The Venom were a good, solid team, and Atlanta was a cool town. Emmitt couldn't wait to call his mom. Of course, that also meant he had to get dressed, go downstairs, and tell his teammates he'd been traded. A little bittersweet, given he was here to celebrate the team's Calder Cup victory. But this was a part of hockey, and they all knew it. Besides, they'd be happy for him. They were good guys, and they, too, were hoping for the day they got that phone call. I still can't believe it, Ami. I mean, it's awesome, but I'm going to miss you next season. It was 3:30, and Emmitt and his teammate Seth were back by the pool, drinks in hand. Seth, who played forward, was one of Emmitt's closest friends on the Raiders. Yeah, that part is hard. You know I love playing with you guys. Emmitt leaned back in his chair, sunglasses shielding him from the bright midday sun. He turned his head and regarded Seth. Seth was a redhead, and after 3 days his skin was starting to match his hair. Your white boy skin isn't looking so good, dude. Yeah, I'm made for more northern European climates, Seth winced, glancing down at himself. Then he grabbed his spray sunscreen and liberally applied it, though Emmitt wondered if it would do any good at this point. What he needed to do was put on a t-shirt, but he was probably hoping his six-pack abs and tats would get him some attention from the ladies. It had worked the last few days, but that was before Seth burned the tip of his nose and his skin turned lobster red. Still, there were a couple of ladies at the bar who seemed to be checking Seth out, though it could be they were concerned he was going to burn into a pile of ashes on his chair. Still, I can't believe the Marauders didn't call you up. Especially since Brisbois hasn't been playing that great, Seth said, sipping his margarita. He was referring to the Marauders' goalie, whose play the last 2 seasons had drawn some considerable criticism. Seth moved his arms, making elaborate creaking sounds. He looked like a reincarnated mummy monster at the end of the season. Hey, quit it. It's bad luck to make fun of goalies, even if they're not me. You don't have to be superstitious anymore, Seth pointed out. We won. We did. Emmitt took a drink of his beer. It was some kind of light beer, and it had already warmed in the sunlight. He shook his head. Crazy that I'm going to play for the Marauders' arch-rivals, though. You think they'll try and jump me when I walk in the locker room because I was with the Raiders? Nah, if they had that kind of spirit, they might have beat the Marauders in the playoffs. Seth grinned, resting his hands over his stomach. I'll miss you, though, Ami. Especially your save percentage. Emmitt snorted. They all knew trades were part of hockey, and no one really had expected Emmitt to spend another season in the AHL. But he'd miss Seth, who was one of the few people on his team who knew Emmitt was bisexual. Hopefully I haven't ruined the celebratory trip by announcing my imminent departure. I won't miss your ego, Seth said dryly. More room for yours. Emmitt picked up his phone and angled it to take a selfie, tipping his sunglasses down and peering at the camera. He made sure the picture included his own defined abs, his smooth brown skin glistening with sweat. No sense in working out to keep the body he needed to be at the top of his game and not show it off. He snapped the picture and hashtagged it with #RaidersPride, #Cabo, and #Calder Cup Champs, then posted it on Instagram. They were joined a few minutes later by their other teammates, Colton White and Blake Appleby, with some girls they'd apparently met while body surfing. Two of them immediately began cooing in distress over Seth's sunburn, so maybe he had some kind of sneaky plan in place to woo women with sun poisoning or something. Not that he'd be able to do anything later. "Hey, so Amber and Jen here want to know if we want to go on a snorkeling trip." Colton tossed his long, dark brown hair out of his eyes. He grinned. "We made some friends, and they say it's a party boat with great views." Emmitt wasn't sure he wanted to do anything more adventurous than sit in his chair and drink a few beers, soak up the sun, and maybe take a nap. Unlike Seth, Emmitt was smart enough to actually reapply his sunscreen at regular intervals. But the girls were cute, and hey, who knew what sort of interesting people he'd meet on a party boat? He'd worked hard and just had the best season of his career, and he was going to the fucking NHL. Hell yeah. "Party boat sounds right up my alley," Emmitt said, getting to his feet. "Let's go." Chapter 2. One of Ryu's favorite things about his friend Tristan was he never felt the need to yammer away to fill the quiet. Silence didn't make Tristan nervous, and he understood Ryu's dislike of pointless small talk better than anyone else. When all Ryu wanted was the simple comfort of sharing the same space with someone he cared about, it was Tristan he called. Except today, Ryu's brain wouldn't stop buzzing. Not even the Atlanta Braves game, or more accurately, the sight of fit men in tight baseball uniforms, could distract him from the persistent, nagging drone in his skull. It was always the first symptom of his worsening anxiety. That, and a stomachache. His teammates might consider Ryu impervious to stress, but really, he was just better at hiding his nerves. Most of the time. Ryu scraped and tore at the label on his tea bottle with his thumbnail, which finally made Tristan lift his head from the international business textbook he'd been bent over for the past hour. Tristan looked at Ryu with his fair eyebrows arched. "What's up? You're fidgeting." And fidgeting was something Ryu almost never did. He sighed. "Thinking about tomorrow." Tristan shut the textbook and tossed it onto the coffee table in front of the sectional they'd taken up residence on for the bulk of the afternoon. It was comfortable and stylish, much like the rest of the industrial loft Tristan had shared with his boyfriend Sebastian for the past couple of months. "Worried about Armstrong?" Ryu's mouth turned down at the name. "Not worried. He's an unknown quantity." "You haven't Googled him?" Ryu had considered it, but it always made him feel vaguely stalkerish to nose around on people's social media accounts, even if the updates were put out there for public consumption. He shook his head. Tristan grabbed his MacBook and flipped it open. "Let's look him up." Within seconds, he was typing Emmitt Armstrong hockey into the search box. Despite himself, Ryu scooted closer to see the screen. The first link to pop up was a Wikipedia entry detailing a brief history of Armstrong's playing career. The second was a link to a Yahoo Sports article calling him the Shutout King for breaking the AHL record for the most shutouts in one season. "Nice," Tristan said, his blue eyes moving as he scanned the text. "Check out his goals against average last season." Ryu leaned back. Admittedly, it was an impressive number. Armstrong might have been playing in the league a level below the NHL, but he was clearly at the top of his game. If Ryu was going to have a backup, and by the rules, of course he had to, he couldn't complain about having one with such a great save percentage. "Looks like he has a temper on him." The amusement in Tristan's voice drew Ryu's attention back to the screen. He'd moved onto YouTube and was watching footage of Armstrong throwing his water bottle at a player from the opposing team before breaking his stick on the net frame after allowing a sloppy goal. It was the first of an entire playlist of videos showing similar incidents. Ryu bit back a sigh. Every goalie got angry when they let in goals that should have been easy saves. Frustration came with the territory. But the last thing the Venom needed was a hothead whose temper tantrums led to more players landing in the sin bin. Not even an awesome save percentage excused such bratty, entitled behavior. Tristan moved on to Armstrong's Instagram profile. A quick scroll showed the man in question with one beautiful woman after another, and judging by the abundance of bare-chested selfies, he had an allergy to shirts. There was also an absurd amount of pictures featuring low-slung basketball shorts. Enough to make Ryu wonder if Armstrong had an endorsement deal with the company, or if he really just loved showcasing his sizable bulge from every possible angle. Probably the latter. No denying, the guy had a delectable body, and from the cocky tilt to his lush mouth in every photo, he lived for showing off all those tight muscles and nearly every inch of his smooth, rich brown skin. Temperamental and arrogant, then. Perfect. Ryu scoffed under his breath. Armstrong had nothing on Tristan, who somehow managed to be gorgeous, humble, and nice all at once. The league needed more players like Tristan, not Armstrong. Big dick and enviable pecs aside. Ryu hated him already. That didn't mean he stopped looking as Tristan scrutinized the pictures and commented on the players he recognized from his brief stint in the AHL with the Macon Rattlers. In the middle of their snooping, the front door opened and Sebastian, the professor Tristan had met while taking summer classes at Georgia State last year, entered the loft they now shared. Tristan raised his head, shooting Sebastian a grin. "Hey." Sebastian returned the greeting as he set down his messenger bag. He walked over to stand behind the couch and rested his hands on Tristan's broad shoulders. When he noticed the half-naked pictures on the computer screen, Sebastian arched a brow. "So I come home from teaching all day to find you two drooling over some model?" "Huh." Tristan tipped his head back to look up at his boyfriend. "He's Ryu's new backup." But Sebastian wasn't paying attention to the laptop anymore. His dark eyes were focused on Tristan's, and a fond, intimate smile curved his lips. He leaned down as Tristan turned his face, and their mouths met in a kiss that started chaste and quickly flared into something more passionate. Sebastian didn't draw back right away, and Tristan made a soft, erotic sound Ryu knew he hadn't intended for anyone but Sebastian to hear. Ryu shifted in place, trying to ignore the rush of heat to his groin. He couldn't help it, though. Tristan might be his best friend, but he was also ridiculously hot, and so was his sexy professor boyfriend. Finally, Sebastian broke the kiss. Tristan blinked dazedly up at him. Ryu cleared his throat. He was already half-hard in his briefs. Tristan's bee-stung mouth wasn't helping. Sebastian smiled, as if he knew exactly what watching them had done to Ryu. "Are you guys ready to go out? I'm starving." Tristan licked his lips like he was chasing Sebastian's taste. "Uh-huh." Sebastian's self-satisfied expression made Ryu chuckle. This time last year, Tristan had been so firmly in the closet it had almost cost him his relationship with Sebastian. He'd hidden his sexuality from everyone, including Ryu and his family. Tristan had come a long way since then. Ryu was glad for him. More than that, he was happy Tristan trusted him so much and felt comfortable enough around Ryu he didn't hesitate to show affection to his boyfriend. "Thai food?" Ryu suggested. "Sounds good." Tristan shut the laptop, and for the time being, Ryu put the Venom's new backup goalie out of his mind. When Emmitt Armstrong walked into the locker room of the Venom's practice facility, he was exactly what Ryu expected. Tall and ripped, with a cocky grin and a heavy dose of swagger in his step. He sauntered around the room, introducing himself to everyone in a loud, booming voice. When he got to Ryu, he thrust out a hand, which Ryu accepted. Armstrong's grin flashed, as blinding white and attractive as it was in all his pictures online. His grip was firm, but not crushing like Ryu expected. He wasn't at all shy about sizing Ryu up, though. "I watched some of your playoff games," he said. "You had a good run. Too bad the Marauders seem to be your Achilles heel. Maybe that'll change now that I'm here." Ryu released Armstrong's hand and let his smirk speak for itself. They'd see how Armstrong did now that he was up in the majors. Armstrong might be an all-star in the AHL, but the NHL was a whole different animal. Literally a league above. With Norrell traded, Ryu was the natural choice to fill his slot as the Venom starter. Armstrong would have to put in the time and pay his dues, just like everybody else. Daniel Bellamy, a.k.a. Bellsy, the team's captain, arrived, and the volume in the locker room increased. Ryu went back to dressing for practice. He didn't have the patience for trash-talking or stare-downs. He hadn't worked his ass off all summer to be intimidated by some bratty minor leaguer with an overinflated ego. Diet changes, hours of exercise, foregoing any type of a social life. Ryu had done it all. He'd even dropped a fat wad of cash on a trip to Minnesota for vision training to improve his reaction time, focus, and hand-eye coordination. Judging by his Instagram account, Armstrong had spent the off-season getting drunk and taking selfies. And if that was the case, Ryu didn't have a damn thing to worry about. Practice lasted for a grueling 2 hours. Coach Marsh briefly spoke to Armstrong before she led them through a series of drills focused on hand positioning, edge work, butterfly slides, and recovery pushes. And of course, blocking the dozens of shots the forwards and defensemen shot their way. Ryu liked Dawn Marsh. Not only was she a gold medal-winning Olympian with innate hockey sense, she was also the sole female goaltending coach in the league, which was something that made Ryu proud to be part of the Venom organization. The NHL needed all the diversity it could get. By the time practice was over, Ryu felt swampy in his gear. He slogged his way to the locker room, stripped as fast as his many layers allowed, scrubbed himself down with generous handfuls of body wash, and stood under the pulsing spray in the showers until he felt like he'd gotten rid of the stench. No one could deny it. Hockey equipment smelled fucking rank, and the players themselves weren't exactly lemony fresh when they removed it. He just pulled his briefs up when Coach Marsh poked her head into the locker room. "Hey, Mori, Armstrong, come see me in the office before you leave, okay?" Ryu nodded and reached for the distressed slate-gray t-shirt he tossed over the bench. His black jeans were slim cut with stylish rips and tears from upper thigh to just below the knee, but they carried a price tag almost as hefty as the black leather biker boots he'd paired them with. Dark hair fell over his forehead, still damp, so he caught it up in an elastic to get it out of his eyes. Tristan sometimes joked that Ryu looked like a J-rock star, but really, he didn't keep his hair long as any kind of fashion statement. He'd gladly trim it down and spare himself the maintenance if he hadn't been convinced his razor-blade cheekbones made his face look too stark when he wore it short. And okay, maybe he did have a weakness for trendy, expensive clothing, but that didn't mean he was trying to imitate Hyde. Although, to be fair, the Japanese vocalist had great style, and even pushing 50, he was still sexy as hell. It wasn't a comparison Ryu could ever be insulted by. Ryu stepped into the office the assistant coaches shared, Armstrong hot on his heels. The guy only had a few inches on him, unlike Tristan, whose 6'4" frame made Ryu's 5'10" feel short in comparison. But Ryu got the impression Armstrong was trying to exploit the height difference by looming. Ryu smothered a sigh. How very uninspired. He nearly told Armstrong not to bother. Those sorts of childish intimidation techniques hadn't worked on him when he was in juniors. They weren't about to start now. But Armstrong could figure that out for himself. Coach Marsh sat at the desk in the center of the room, her eyes focused on a tablet. She switched it off and waved them over when they walked in. "Take a seat, gentlemen." She folded her slim hands over the darkened screen. Her light blonde hair was in a high, preppy ponytail that swayed as she moved. She was pretty in a girl-next-door way, but after 2.5 seasons of working with her, Ryu knew she could be one hell of a taskmaster. "I won't keep you long," she said, "but I wanted to make a couple of things clear as we move forward. As you're both aware, Norrell was traded at the start of the summer. Clancy and I have had several discussions over the last few months as to how we want to address what we perceive as weaknesses in the Venom's goaltending up to this point. As such, we haven't yet decided on a starting goalie." Ryu's mouth fell open. Hadn't yet decided? He thought he had the position wrapped up already, that Armstrong had been signed to back him up, not as a possible contender for the role Ryu had been working toward for years. He'd been so certain, even if neither the team's head coach, Clancy Adams, nor Coach Marsh had ever outright said as much. Coach Marsh held out a palm before Ryu could speak. "Ryu, I'm aware this isn't news you wanted or expected, But for the good of the team, we've decided to utilize you both in tandem, which will best allow us to evaluate your strengths and weaknesses. Once that's done, we'll reassess. But until that point, gentlemen, I urge you to put your very best foot forward." "You got it, Coach." Ryu looked sideways just in time to catch the smug grin Armstrong probably thought was charming. It took biting the inside of his cheek for Ryu to stop himself from saying something snarky. He might be sharp-tongued with his teammates sometimes, but never with his coaches, and he didn't want to give Armstrong the satisfaction of seeing him flustered. Not yet, anyway. It would happen sooner or later if Armstrong continued with his smarmy attitude. Ryu focused on keeping his voice level. "Understood." When they were back in the hallway, Armstrong clapped him on the back. "May the best man win." He swaggered off, humming a jaunty tune under his breath while Ryu stood there turning into a pillar of salt and silently seething. Fuck. The day had not gone as Ryu imagined it would. Disappointment clawed at his stomach, and his heart thudded heavily in his chest. Well, it looked like instead of joining Tristan and their friend Morley for lunch, he'd be heading to his loft to swim laps in the building's basement swimming pool. He needed something to clear his head, to reorient his brain and acclimate himself to the way things were, instead of the way he'd thought they would be. Immersing himself in water always helped. The weight of his worry seemed less ponderous when he could rest on his back and simply let his body float. He'd swim until his muscles ached and his lungs burned. Then he'd drift, allowing the motion of the water to rock his thoughts away. Ryu couldn't imagine a better way to work out the frustration flowing lava-hot through his veins. Or, well, he could. Sex distracted him on a basic, visceral level, and he'd welcome that kind of oblivion. But fucking meant he'd have to deal with another human being, and right now, Ryu wanted to punch the face of the universe at large. He'd be shitty company. Beyond shitty. Ryu growled under his breath. Swimming it was, then. Chapter 3. Emmitt walked up the stairs to his loft, juggling 2 bags of groceries in his arms and his gear bag slung over his shoulder. He was careful not to trip, thinking it would make Mori way too happy if he injured himself this early and let Mori have that starting spot. Yeah, no way. Mori was good, sure, and the practices in the NHL were way more intense than Emmitt was used to. Not that he'd ever admit that to anyone. But Emmitt was holding his own. He'd worked too hard to get here to be intimidated, either by the high-intensity workouts, the frighteningly capable Coach Marsh, or Ryu Mori's cold-eyed goalie stare. "You can stare at me from the bench, motherfucker." Grinning to himself, Emmitt managed to get his door open without dropping anything. He shrugged off the bag with some careful maneuvering and dropped it by the door, then went into the kitchen and deposited the bags on the counter. He'd rented the loft for a couple of reasons. One, it was a price he could afford in downtown Atlanta. Even professional athletes had budgets, or they did when they played hockey in the South. And 2, it was legit on Lucky Street. It also had a killer outdoor rooftop space with a city view, and while the bathroom was the ugliest color of tan he'd ever seen, well, they made paint. He'd done enough of that with his mom since her boyfriend of forever and a day remodeled houses. Speaking of his mom, Emmitt put the groceries away, fixed himself a protein smoothie, and went outside to call her. It was September, which might be fall in other places, but in Atlanta it still felt like summer. There was a nice breeze on his little rooftop hideaway, and he collapsed in a comfortable chair and stretched his feet out while he waited for her to answer. "Hi, sweetie," she said, her voice warm. "I was just about to call you. Are you settling in all right?" "You know me, Mama. Never settling." Emmitt drank some of his protein smoothie. He'd long since become accustomed to the chalky, powdery taste that no amount of fruit or yogurt could hide. "But yeah, I'm cool." "Well, that's good," she said dryly. "You're cool. I'm glad to hear it. And the team, your practices, also cool?" "As ice," he agreed. As cold as my soon-to-be backup goalie's dark eyes. I know it's been a while since you've had to get used to a new team, his mom continued, as if Emmitt had switched schools instead of jobs. I hope you like it there. His mom would, of course, worry more about if he would like it there than if he'd be good. But that was the thing about her. Andrea Johnson had never once pressured her son to be the best goaltender in the world, only to do what made him happy. Which was why he was going to be the best goaltender in the world. It was the only way he knew how to say thank you. Yeah, of course. Usual new guy hazing, but nothing I can't handle. Did you check your schedule to see if you could come to any of the games? They didn't know exactly how this tandem goalie thing was going to work, but Coach Marsh had at least passed along that they'd each get to start during the first few games. His mom could hopefully come to see him play when it was his turn. I did. Carlos thinks he can get us a deal with some frequent flyer miles, so I haven't booked anything yet. She paused. You don't mind if he comes, right? Emmitt rolled his eyes. His mom had been with Carlos, a soft-spoken Mexican contractor she'd met when they'd had the kitchen of their old house remodeled, since about a year or so after her divorce from Emmitt's dad had been finalized. Carlos had also been previously married, and they were apparently perfectly happy to be together without needing a ceremony or certificate to make it official. He was a good guy. Emmitt had hated him at first, of course, angry about his parents' divorce even though he knew now that it had been for the best. But he'd long since apologized to Carlos for being such a brat. He'd been 14 and mad at the world, and Carlos had understood. At least, Emmitt thought he did. Carlos wasn't much of a talker, and his response to Emmitt's stammered apology was to take him to one of his house remodels and teach him how to lay ceramic tile. Of course not, Ma. Jeez, it's been like 11 years. I know, but I just want to make sure that's okay with the team and everything. She hesitated. Have you spoken to your father? Immediately, Emmitt's good mood soured. Growing up, once Emmitt had gotten over his anger about his parents' divorce, he and his father had always had a great relationship. They'd spent time together every weekend. Summers road-tripping to Texas to live for a couple of months with his father's mother, Emmitt's beloved granny, Hazel, before she'd started getting sick, and Daryl moved back there permanently to help her after Emmitt left for college. But there was one big thing he and his father disagreed about: hockey. Emmitt's choice to play this sport instead of football had been a major point of contention between them since Emmitt's early teens. Usually, Emmitt simply avoided the subject, but it would be impossible to avoid it when his hockey career was the topic of discussion. Daryl Armstrong's pro football career as a running back for the Dallas Cowboys had ended when Emmitt was only 3, but the man was still holding out the hope that Emmitt would one day follow in his footsteps. He even coached high school football to this day because the sport dominated his life, which had been the main reason for his and Andrea's divorce. Daryl's anger at the loss of his career to a tragic knee injury had consumed him for years, even after they'd moved to Chicago for a fresh start. He just couldn't let it go. And eventually, Emmitt's mother had reached the limit of her tolerance for a man who couldn't put the past behind him. And it wasn't that Emmitt didn't understand his father's feelings. He knew exactly what it was like to have a sport rule your life, and how devastated he'd be to give up hockey. But that didn't mean he'd allow his father to vicariously live out his glory days through Emmitt, not at the expense of his own happiness. No, I haven't talked to him, Emmitt finally answered. I'm not ready for that conversation just yet. Let Carlos know if he tries to waste those frequent flyer miles on your tickets. I'll tell him where to shove that miter saw. I'm getting a big raise now. I'll pay for you guys to come down. His mom sighed. Emmitt. What? Emmitt finished his protein shake, which was beginning to grow a little too warm in the sun. I know. I didn't mean that about Carlos. He'll be proud you remembered what kind of saw to use for the tile, she said, and he had to smile. It lasted for the 2 seconds it took his mom to say, Have you even told your father you've made an NHL team? Why? Emmitt stared off at the skyline. You know how that's going to go. I'll tell him, and he'll make that noise he makes. Emmitt scowled. You know the one. Oh, you're still doing that hockey thing, son, are you? One. He's going to be proud of you, his mom said. I know he doesn't think much of hockey, but honey, he thinks the world of you. He'd be proud if I made an NFL team, Emmitt said. You know he's never forgiven me for choosing hockey over football. That was the thing. Emmitt was sure his dad was proud, and that Daryl had always encouraged his son to do his best at whatever he did. And sometimes, Emmitt thought maybe it would have been easier if he'd chosen something non-sports to do with his life. If he'd been, say, an architect or a teacher or a doctor. His dad wouldn't have had the same reaction. It was some weird point of contention that Emmitt had chosen sports, just not the sport he should have. All Daryl Armstrong ever wanted was for his son to follow in his footsteps and have the career that was taken from him. All Emmitt Armstrong wanted was to play hockey, which his father could neither understand nor forgive. Daryl saw it as a betrayal, and playing professionally, hell, leading the league in shutouts, wasn't enough to change his mind. Emmitt never forgot the look on his dad's face when he saw the Grant Fur poster in his son's bedroom. He'd looked so sad, like Emmitt had disappointed him utterly. And Emmitt hated disappointing his dad. But he also knew he couldn't make himself stop wanting to play hockey. Emmitt wasn't playing sports for his dad, but he knew how much it bothered his mom that they couldn't talk about Emmitt's career choice without the discussion devolving into an argument. Daryl would get quiet, and Emmitt would get defensive, and Emmitt didn't want to deal with it. I don't think it's a matter of him forgiving you. I think he just wanted what he wanted, and your father is about as stubborn as you are. Her voice warmed. You must get it from him. Yeah, I get it from you both, and you know it, Emmitt teased. But you're right. Guess I could call him and let him know. Emmitt knew she disliked that this was the one area where he and his father had never agreed, the one subject that continued to cause them strife. But Emmitt just didn't see the need to belabor the point. He and his dad had a near-perfect relationship, aside from this one thing. They didn't need to agree on everything just because they were blood. I think you should, his mom said, her voice gentle. You should be excited, and your dad should understand that maybe he doesn't love your career choice, but it's important to be proud his son got to the big leagues. I'll call him, Mama, okay? I promise. But for now, can you just tell me about all the ideas Carlos has to fix my ugly as fuck bathroom? Honestly, his mom was right. He should be proud, and he wanted his dad to know. You're not in a locker room, Em, his mother admonished. Oh, please. Like you didn't swear up a blue streak when you dropped that tile on your foot, remember? She laughed. Whatever happened with his father in the future, his mom would always have his back. It was more than enough. Emmitt went into his crouch on the ice, tapping his stick to show that he was ready for the next drill. Down the ice, he could see Mori doing the same. They were practicing one-on-one shooter drills, and Emmitt knew he wasn't stopping as many pucks as he should. He was certain Mori probably made a few more saves, but Mori had been here longer and knew the players and their quirks. Tristan Holt fired a stick-side shot at him, and Emmitt gloved it down with attitude. He liked Holtzy. It was literally impossible not to. But he was a defenseman. Hell no is Emmitt letting a D-man score in his net. The captain, Daniel Bellamy, on the other hand, yeah, no attitude in the world would have stopped that top-shelf bomber of his. Emmitt was a second too late, which was, of course, an eternity in hockey time. He groaned as he felt the air of the puck whizzing by him and angrily kicked at it to get the offending thing out of his net. Daniel's got a tough shot to stop, Coach Marsh said, from where she was standing next to him. Emmitt wished she'd been at Maury's end of the ice when he'd missed that save. Good reaction time, but you might want to shift your stance in those circumstances. Emmitt nodded, getting up and taking a long drink from his water bottle. Down at the other end, he watched Mori make a save on literally the same shot from Belzy. He's been stopping those in practice a lot longer, Coach Marsh said. She patted him on the shoulder. You're doing great, Emmitt, really. Couple of things I'm noticing we can work on, and it's all stuff that comes in time, okay? He nodded, squirting his overheated face with the water. Sure thing, Coach. He tried not to let his annoyance with himself for not stopping that shot show in his expression. It was just practice, sure, but he had to be perfect if he wanted that starting spot. He knew everyone expected Mori to earn it without any real trouble, since this was Emmitt's first year in the NHL. That just made him more determined to prove them wrong. You'll get that shot the next time, Daniel said, when they were in the locker room after practice. Oh, I know I will. Emmitt gave him a cocky grin. I only make mistakes once. Guess we'll see about that, Army. Belzy said it with a smile, but Emmitt wasn't joking. I still score on Mori with it every so often, just not today. Well, I'm not Mori. Emmitt glanced over to where his fellow goalie was changing, quietly, like he did everything, always, and wondered if Mori heard him. Probably. But what did it matter? It was obvious the guy didn't like him. Emmitt had been on good terms with his backup in Chattanooga, but they'd never really been friends. Goalies, in his experience, were more likely to be friends with the guy on the other end of the ice than the one wearing the ball cap on the bench. The guy on the other end? Hey, he was just doing his job, same as you. The guy on the bench with the ball cap? That guy wanted your job. No goalie worth his pads wanted to watch when he could play. As if he could feel his gaze on him, Mori glanced up and their eyes met. Something about the way Mori was always so self-possessed, rigid, whatever, pissed Emmitt off. They'd exchanged maybe 3 or 4 words since that meeting with Coach Marsh, and Emmitt could tell right away that Mori didn't like him. That was fine. Mori didn't have to like him. But Emmitt wanted to shake that unshakable confidence up a little. He wanted Mori to think he was a threat. Yo, Army, you up for some lunch? Trevor Morley, defenseman and owner of the most obnoxiously red Hummer Emmitt had ever seen, ambled over to him. Post-workout, Morley's 6'7" frame was clad in a t-shirt and running pants. It was the only thing Emmitt ever saw him wear besides his gear. He grinned down at Emmitt and held his fist out for a bump. Emmitt had realized early on that Morley didn't really need a reason to bestow one, so he bumped him back. Yeah, sure. I'm game. Emmitt caught a ride with Morley in his ridiculous vehicle, and he noticed Mori was climbing into Holtzy's Jeep Cherokee. Great. It looked like they'd have company. Emmitt held back a smirk as he thought about how displeased Mori was going to be at that. Oh well, he'd just have to get over it. The place they went to for lunch was clearly a regular favorite. Morley ordered some sort of giant burger with a side of fries, which made Emmitt's eyes widen. So, you can eat like shit if you're 6'1", is that it? No, Tristan said, shaking his head at his D-man partner. You really shouldn't. Your cholesterol, man. Holtzy, I'm 26 and all I do is work out, Morley pointed out. If I can't eat like shit now, when can I? Across the table, Mori, who was doing his level best to ignore Emmitt completely, frowned at him and shook his head. Didn't you learn anything from that article I forwarded you about nutrition? Like I read that, Morley huffed. He gave Mori a grin. Come on, bro. You gotta put some porn or something in that email to get my attention. Do you even remember what your email password is? Tristan asked. He was eating a wrap with a side of vegetables. Emmitt realized he and Mori had ordered the same thing, salad with lean grilled salmon. Both Emmitt and Mori were a lot leaner than Morley, but so were some buildings. Emmitt occasionally felt Mori's eyes on him as he ate, and every now and then his own gaze would flick over to his goalie partner. But every time, Mori was focusing on something else. It was almost like a game, and Emmitt would have smiled, maybe, if he liked the guy, but Mori had the same personality as the baby spinach in Emmitt's salad, so that seemed impossible. I should take an Instagram picture of this milkshake, Morley said, once the waitress had delivered a double chocolate milkshake piled high with whipped cream and a cherry. She'd brought 4 spoons, as if Morley was going to share. Emmitt couldn't remember the last time he drank a milkshake. He watched with something like awe as Morley attacked it as if he'd not eaten the burger and cheese fries. "Do they call you tripod because you have a third leg?" Across the table, Tristan choked on his ice water. Mori sighed and pounded him on the back, shaking his head. "Yeah," Morley grinned widely. "That's totally why." Emmitt wasn't an idiot, so he had a pretty good idea of why Morley had that nickname. He'd been in the locker room for a few practices, but couldn't say he'd checked out Morley's package or anything. Still, the guy was 6'7". The hands wrapped around that milkshake glass were huge. "Surprised you haven't put that on Instagram," Emmitt said with a sly smile. "Seems like it might bring more girls to the yard than that milkshake." Tristan gave a bright laugh, and Morley snorted and shook his head, looking entirely unrepentant. "I think they'd kick me off Instagram for that." Morley took a long, noisy sip of the milkshake through the thick straw. "They'll have to settle for pictures of my dogs." "Man, that's not what you should be posting." Emmitt shook his head. "Yeah? No dick pics and no dogs? What should I be posting?" He was about to make a joke about Morley's Hummer when Mori spoke. "You half naked, if Armstrong's Instagram is any indication." Blinking, Emmitt turned his attention to Mori. He was watching them with that cool, dark gaze, his black hair tied up in a knot on his head. Emmitt let himself take a good, long look at Mori and didn't bother hiding it. "I must have missed when you started following me, Mori." Mori's mouth tightened, emphasizing the sharp cut of his admittedly amazing cheekbones. "I don't waste time on social media." "He's tweeted like 2 times and that's it," said Morley. "So what? You just check out my Instagram?" Emmitt winked, grinning with triumph. "I'm flattered." He'd looked up Mori's social media, but other than the mostly defunct Twitter account Morley'd mentioned, there'd been nothing there. Mori's stare remained unimpressed. "I looked it up," said Tristan, bringing Emmitt's attention to the defenseman. "When we heard you join the team, I recognized your name. I don't know if you remember, but I was with the Rattlers, so I knew who you were." Tristan had looked him up and showed Mori? Emmitt gave a little shrug and picked up his mostly empty glass of water for something to do. "It's out there. I don't care who looks at it." "Obviously," Mori muttered. Emmitt's gaze snapped across the table. He half expected Mori to be looking elsewhere, but he wasn't. His sharp gaze was locked on Emmitt's, and the two stared each other down across the table for what was only a fraction of a second, but felt like a lot longer. In that moment, it wasn't dislike that Emmitt read in Mori's expression. It was contempt. Emmitt's smile felt tight, and, weirdly enough, his dick hardened under the table. "Hey, I'm not ashamed of what I've got. I work hard enough for it. Why not show it off?" Mori didn't even bother answering. Instead, he pulled out his phone and made a point of ignoring Emmitt. The tension was thick enough that Morley shot Tristan a speculative look, then glanced between Emmitt and Mori like maybe it just occurred to him that they didn't get along. "Hey, do you guys—" "I think it's time we get going," Tristan said, standing up. "You ready, Ryu?" Mori nodded, stood gracefully, and shoved his phone into the back pocket of his jeans. His jeans, which were trendy and fit him well, showcasing his lean legs and the muscled curve of his ass. Emmitt leaned back in his chair and made himself give Tristan a wave goodbye. He and Mori didn't say a word to each other. When they were gone, Morley turned to him with a question written all over his expressive face. Before he could say anything, Emmitt said, "You up for showing me the best places to get laid in this town later?" Morley grinned and slapped a hand on his shoulder. "Is the sky blue? Hell yeah! I'll pick you up at 7. Chapter 4. Despite the fact that he'd grown up in Bel Air, something about rich neighborhoods still made Ryu's skin crawl. He couldn't look at the elegant, expensive houses and their meticulously maintained lawns without an accompanying slither of unease in his stomach. He couldn't see a woman greeting her husband at the door without thinking about Stepford wives, unattainable ideals, and exacting demands for perfection. Everything needed to be just so. Appearances must be maintained. Crass displays of emotion should be discouraged at all costs. Only Belzy, the Venom's captain and all-around amazing human, could lure Ryu to a house party in an affluent area like Brookhaven for a season kickoff party. As the GPS guided him from the historic loft he'd recently purchased in Old Fourth Ward to Belzy's new, unfamiliar address, Ryu pictured a cheerful realtor extolling Brookhaven's virtues. "A great place to raise a family," she'd gush. "Ideal location. Wonderful schools." Ryu couldn't imagine anything worse. Children everywhere. Nosy-ass neighbors who'd complain if you let your grass grow an inch too long. Obsessive PTA moms. Luxury SUVs as far as the eye could see. The very idea of settling down in an affluent, family-oriented community had hives threatening to break out on Ryu's face and chest. Nope. Never going to happen. He'd sooner quit playing hockey. Well, maybe. He'd at least strongly consider it. Unsurprisingly, Belzy's house turned out to be the least ostentatious in the bunch. It was nice, of course, because the entire subdivision was upscale, but it looked like a normal family home. An ordinary, if sprawling, ranch among a sea of fancy McMansions. The house sat on a generous plot of land and had a sunroom off one side and a fenced-in backyard for Belzy's kids and ever-growing pack of rescued dogs. Ryu parked his pride and joy, a.k.a. the Audi TT RS Coupe in Era Blue he bought over the summer, behind Belzy's hybrid SUV and followed the strains of laughter, music, and the occasional bark around the back gate. He called out a greeting, his hands too full of beer and soda to manage the latch. Belzy appeared almost instantly, his brown curls a wild halo, blue eyes crinkled and mouth curved wide in a warm, welcoming smile. "Hey, man, come on in." Belzy opened the gate and clapped Ryu on the back. He withdrew just as quickly, relieving Ryu of a case of soda, conscientious, as always, of Ryu's personal boundaries. While on the ice, Ryu accepted hugs and helmet taps because they were tradition, and in hockey, no one observed traditions more staunchly than goalies. But outside of post-game celebrations, Ryu wasn't often physically affectionate. In part because he struggled with what he now recognized as touch aversion, but also because he came from a family that wasn't particularly demonstrative. It simply wasn't their way. Sometimes that made him an oddity among his more unrestrained teammates, although many of the Europeans also tended toward being more reserved off the ice. The only exception among Ryu's relatives was his Auntie June, who'd moved to the States with his parents when they emigrated from Japan before Ryu was born. She'd acted as a housekeeper and nanny of sorts, and played a huge part in raising him. She'd always been, and still was, the warmest, most doting, enthusiastic woman in his extended family, and Ryu adored her. Despite that, even her openly affectionate nature hadn't quite rubbed off on him. As Ryu trailed Belzy to the coolers, he spotted Tristan and his boyfriend Sebastian near the pool. They were sitting with their pinkies linked together in the foot-wide gap separating their lounge chairs, and they were staring at each other too, in a disgustingly cute display of fondness. Clearly, they felt safe being open here among friends. By now, everyone on the Venom knew about their relationship. Some of the guys skittered their gazes away when they noticed the two of them being affectionate, but there were just as many who appeared completely unconcerned about the loved-up gay couple in their midst. And some, like Morley, would give them shit when he arrived simply because he gave literally everyone shit. "Pick your poison," Belzy gestured into one of the open coolers. Ice, bottles, and cans filled it to the brim. Ryu grabbed a pale ale and used the opener Belzy handed him to pop off the top. He glanced around, catching sight of Tabby, Belzy's ex-wife, amid a group of women seated at a table on the patio. They were chatting happily over what looked like a pitcher of mojitos. Nearby, Belzy's motley crew of dogs lay sprawled out on the grass, save for the skittish-looking toy poodle perched on Tabby's lap, and a chocolate lab that was offering Karts, one of the Venom's left-wingers, a slobbery tennis ball in an attempt to lure him into playing fetch. Ryu turned back to Belzy. "Where are the kids?" "With Tabby's folks." "Is it weird having her here when you bought this house so you guys can finally live apart?" Belzy smiled fondly. "Nah, Tabby's my best friend. That's not going to change because we're divorced now." Ryu took a swig of his beer. "I have to say, you guys are definitely having the healthiest divorce I've ever witnessed. I had a close friend in juniors, and when his parents split up, it was like a remake of the War of the Roses." Belzy laughed, noticeably startled. "We don't hate each other. We weren't having any problems living together as friends, either. It was just time, you know. The divorce was finalized back in March. Tabby wants to fall in love again. It'd be awkward to do that with her ex-husband sleeping in a bedroom down the hall." Ryu raised a brow. "And you? Do you want to fall in love again?" "Oh," Belzy shrugged. "I'm open to the possibility, but I'm not looking for it, if that makes sense." Ryu nodded. "I would have been happy to stay married. I still love her. We make a great parenting team." "Ah." Ryu knocked back some more beer, the bottle cold and perspiring against his palm. It was hot for late September in Atlanta, the temperature pushing the mid-80s. "But she doesn't want a teammate, and you don't love her the way she needs." For the first time, Belzy's bright smile dimmed. "There it is," he sighed. "You fell out of love. It happens." Ryu smirked. "Or so I hear. I've still managed to avoid getting bitten by that particular bug in the first place." Belzy gave him a significant glance. "Well, it's hard to fall in love if you don't let anyone get close enough to really know you." Before Ryu could answer, Morley's boisterous voice rang out across the backyard. "Yo, hide your wives and girlfriends. Tripod and Army are on the premises." Armstrong. Ryu worked to keep the scowl off his face. Belzy excused himself, going to greet his newest guests, and Ryu strode over to join Sebastian and Tristan by the pool. He settled onto the lounger next to Tristan's, his gaze automatically drawn to where Morley, Belzy, and Armstrong were talking and laughing. "I can feel the dislike just pouring off you," Tristan said, capturing Ryu's attention. Ryu noticed Tristan and Sebastian still had their pinkies linked. Sappy bastards. Ryu eyed Sebastian's bare, sinewy chest. Then again, if he had a man who looked like that at his disposal, maybe he'd be tempted to touch and be touched way more often than he was usually comfortable with. Sebastian made a sexy picture, all golden brown skin and damp raven black hair slicked messily back, as if he'd been swimming before Ryu arrived. He was watching Ryu through his dark shades, one corner of his mouth crooked, apparently amused by the irritation Ryu had been struggling to hide. "His cockiness annoys me, especially when it's unwarranted." Ryu didn't bother tempering the bluntness of the words. Tristan's fair eyebrows shot up. "His Instagram followers might disagree." Ryu leveled him with a flat stare. "I'm not talking about his body." Not even Ryu could deny Armstrong was hot like burning. His looks were beside the point. Tristan laughed, good-natured as always. "His numbers aren't anything to sneeze at either, and you know it." A dismissive wave was Ryu's instinctive response. "Sure, they're impressive by AHL standards, but as soon as the season starts, Coach Marsh will see which of the two of us is truly deserving of the starting slot on an NHL team. I've earned this opportunity." Tristan's gaze shifted to a spot above Ryu's shoulder. "Shh, here he comes." Ryu turned his head, and sure enough, there were Morley and Armstrong swaggering over with beers in their hands. "Sup, bro?" Morley saluted Tristan with his bottle, and then nodded at Sebastian. "Hey, Cruzy." Sebastian stiffened. He tipped his chin down to peer at Morley over the frames of his sunglasses. "What did you call me?" "Aw, come on," Morley grinned. You're part of the team now, so you've got to have a nickname like the rest of us. If you must call me something other than Sebastian, Professor Cruz will do. Morley guffawed. I bet you said that to Holtzy the first time you guys hooked up. I hope yardsticks and school uniforms were involved. He mimed, slapping his palm with a ruler, even adding a sound effect like a whip cracking. Tristan coughed, his face flaming red. Sebastian, however, looked pissed enough to incinerate Morley where he stood. He opened his mouth, clearly intending to deliver the verbal dragging Morley probably deserved, but Tristan unlocked their pinkies and squeezed his hand. Is anyone going to introduce me? Armstrong cut in smoothly, flashing a blinding white smile. Tristan sat up straighter. Yeah. Seb, this is Emmitt Armstrong. Remember I mentioned he's our newest goalie? Army, this is my boyfriend, Seb. The words sounded hesitant and a little strained. Sudden tension filled the atmosphere. Armstrong scrutinized Tristan and Sebastian for a moment before his eyebrows crashed down into a glare. What? Do you expect me to have a problem with you being gay because I'm black? Tristan's eyes bulged. What? No, I didn't mean... I just... He shot Ryu a helpless look, his flush deepening until his face resembled the row of fuchsia flowers behind him. This isn't public knowledge, Ryu informed Armstrong. His voice was cool enough to cause a temperature drop. Only the team knows. Yes, Tristan latched onto Ryu's explanation, his expression melting into relief. Sorry, I get nervous whenever I have to tell someone new, you know? It's like coming out over and over again. But you're part of the team now, so... Armstrong held his palms forward, his mouth twisted in chagrin. Hey, man, it's cool, I get it. I'm sorry, too. It's just, people make a lot of assumptions about me based on the color of my skin. You wouldn't believe some of the ignorant bullshit I've heard from other hockey players. I get defensive sometimes. He glanced away briefly and rubbed the back of his neck. Don't worry, Holtzy. I respect your privacy. I won't say anything. He turned to Sebastian, offering a hand. Nice to meet you. Sebastian accepted his handshake. Same here. Army, let's go get some burgers. Morley slapped a big paw on Armstrong's shoulder, oblivious to the tension or cleverly trying to diffuse it. Sometimes with Morley it was anyone's guess. I'm running on fumes here. You guys want anything? Sebastian and Tristan shook their heads. I'll grab something later, Ryu said. Dude, we just ate 2 hours ago, Armstrong protested, but he amiably went along as Morley steered him toward the grill. Tristan groaned as they walked away. That was awkward. Sebastian snorted. Only because your friend has no idea how to be appropriate. Morley is Morley, Ryu grunted, leaning against the seat back. You get used to him. Puerile sense of humor or not, Ryu counted Morley as his closest friend after Tristan, even if that friendship consisted of about 90% snark. It annoyed Ryu to see Morley getting all buddy-buddy with Armstrong, but as he just told Sebastian, Morley was Morley, genial and ready to befriend anyone who crossed his path, like the chocolate lab that was still pestering carts to play fetch. Ryu couldn't be angry at the big lug for having such a sociable personality. Morley's jovial persistence had broken through his walls the same way Tristan's earnest humility had. Ryu was the antisocial grump in the group. Or maybe one day you wring his neck, Sebastian muttered. Morley hadn't endeared himself there. Tristan reached out to lightly slap Sebastian's chest. Ease up, Professor Cruz. You're only mad because Morley pretty much has us pegged. That's what she said, Ryu intoned, doing his best Morley impersonation. Tristan laughed. Dude, oh my God, that was perfect. Ryu allowed a small smirk. I feel bad, Tristan said after a moment. I should tell Army he didn't need to apologize to me. I never realized how my hesitation might come across to him. I want him to know I'd never think anything like that. Tristan glanced over at Morley and Armstrong as they piled their plates high with food. Ryu scoffed. He wouldn't have had to apologize if he hadn't reacted like a dick and jumped down your throat. Those stereotypes do exist, though. It's only instinct to react defensively. Sebastian shoved his sunglasses up into his damp hair, his expression contemplative as he stared in the direction of the grill. I've experienced my share of bigotry as a brown person in academia, and I've been doing some research about racism in sports, particularly hockey, for my upcoming course next semester. I doubt he's had an easy time of it when the league is, over 90% white? And it's even worse in the junior levels, from my understanding. I'm sure you can comment on that with more authority than I can. Ryu grunted in acknowledgement and tossed back the remainder of his beer, feigning a lack of interest in the topic. But Sebastian's words struck uncomfortably close to home. Hadn't Ryu experienced his own share of racism and stereotyping since he joined the hockey community as a kid? He probably hadn't had it even a fraction as bad as Armstrong. By now, Ryu should know better than to make snap judgments about people. He didn't want to feel bad about calling Armstrong a dick, though. Whatever common ground they shared didn't change the facts. Armstrong was a dick. With the way he strutted around and smirked that arrogant smirk like he was about to charm you into buying something you didn't need, something expensive. Ryu schooled his features into careful blankness and stood. I'm going to grab another beer. You guys want anything? Sebastian shook his head, but Tristan nodded. Get me an IPA if there are any left. Ryu went to dig through the cooler. As he pulled 2 dripping bottles from the melting ice, a sunny laugh drew his attention. Armstrong. Again. He was choking on laughter as Morley made a show of blowing a hot dog like it was a cock. Ryu couldn't guess what conversation had led to this occurrence, but when Morley flicked his tongue across the tip in a way that looked entirely too practiced, Ryu's eyebrows shot up toward his hairline. Then slammed down in consternation a second later when he realized the low simmer of heat that had ignited in his groin. Fuck. He needed to get laid. Watching Morley be a jackass should not be turning him on. The sudden rush of arousal couldn't have anything to do with the sexy grin stretching Armstrong's generous mouth, or the way his dark brown eyes gleamed with humor, or how his soft, too-tight white t-shirt clung in just the right way to showcase his powerful pecs. Damn, he is seriously stacked. Ryu's mouth went dry, and he dragged his gaze away. Nope, nothing to see there. Only his competition. Chapter 5. Emmitt was beginning to wonder if Tristan Holt was really a serial killer. He totally fit the profile, and Emmitt firmly believed that no one was that nice in real life without hiding 16 bodies in his basement. Emmitt might be listening to too many episodes of the My Favorite Murder podcast at the gym, but whatever. Thinking Holtzy was harboring a secret crime life was moderately entertaining, and made Emmitt feel a little better for assuming Tristan would think Emmitt had a problem with gay people because Emmitt was black. As infuriating as it was, he'd had people assume that before. People assumed all kinds of ignorant shit about Emmitt based on the fact he wasn't white, but he didn't think Tristan was one of them. Unless he was slowly plotting Emmitt's addition to his boneyard basement. Emmitt was happy Tristan felt comfortable enough on the team to be out, and he was also glad he was part of a team that supported queer athletes. Coming out to them couldn't have been an easy choice. Emmitt knew all too well how toxic athletic culture could be when people felt too uncomfortable to speak up. Well, if Emmitt could do anything, it was speak up. He wanted Tristan to defend the crease and keep their opponents from getting close enough to score goals, obviously, but it was more than that. Emmitt hadn't been necessarily open about his sexuality before, but he was a black man playing a sport comprised almost entirely of white guys. Sure, things had been changing for the better in that there were more people of color playing hockey, but it was still overwhelmingly white, especially in the professional leagues. Emmitt had been the recipient of slurs on the ice more than once, and no amount of sheepish apologies afterward or "it was just the heat of the game" made any of them okay. Emmitt hadn't heard a single teammate make a comment about Tristan's sexuality, but he was going to make sure he never did. He walked into the locker room before the next game and went immediately over to Tristan, slinging a companionable arm around his teammate's broad shoulders. "Hey, Holsey, your boyfriend's hot." The locker room went so quiet Emmitt might have laughed, but his attention was all on Tristan. Tristan blinked. Yeah, he is. Thanks?" He sounded like he wasn't quite sure what to say. Neither was the rest of the team, apparently. They were all silent, though a few people wouldn't look at him. Emmitt made sure to note who they were, then sat down to start the laborious process of gearing up for the game. He was starting tonight, and more than ready for the battle to come. "I'm by," he said, tugging on his pads. "If anyone wants to make a big fucking deal out of it, how about you don't? Or run your mouth, see if I care. Whatever, it's your problem anyway." He glanced around the room as if waiting for someone to come at him. Morley, predictably enough, broke the silence. "Nah, it's cool, Army." He clapped a hand down hard on Emmitt's shoulder. "I just saw you with lots of girls on your Instagram," said Karts, looking at Emmitt suspiciously. Apparently he didn't get that bisexual meant attracted to more than one gender. "Are girls into that? Bisexual dudes?" "Yup," said Morley, before Emmitt could say anything. "Huh." Emmitt gave his friend a considering glance. Morley seemed like a quintessential straight dude, but Emmitt should know by now not to make those kinds of assumptions. Morley caught his eye and grinned. He gestured crudely to his crotch. "The tripod don't discriminate, bro." He winked. The talk in the locker room went to other things, and Emmitt went to pull on his gear. He was halfway through when Tristan came over. "Thanks for that." Emmitt gave an easy shrug. "People talk the talk with all that inclusivity in the locker room stuff, and that's great. But you gotta walk the walk, right?" Tristan nodded. "Yeah, but I know it's not easy, so thanks." He was so sincere. Emmitt had to rethink this whole thing about him being a serial killer, probably. Emmitt felt the peculiar prickling sensation that said someone was staring at him. He looked over and caught Mori's dark-eyed gaze from across the locker room. He knew Mori and Tristan were friends, so he doubted that Mori had any issue whatsoever with Tristan being gay. Maybe that didn't extend to Emmitt. Mori had seemed pretty determined not to like him from the get-go, though, so it was more likely that nothing had changed. It was impossible to tell from Mori's impenetrable stare, but Emmitt didn't have time to think about it. He had a game to win. They were playing the St. Louis Spirit, an offensive-minded team who buzzed around the net constantly, peppering him with the puck and a lot of chirps. They were all good-natured comments about him being a rookie, nothing that Emmitt couldn't handle. One of the forwards was aggressive, and then he kept trying to muscle his way into the crease, and Tristan was constantly having to push him out. But when the forward, Lassiter, got a little too friendly, Emmitt pulled out of his crouch and gave the guy a shove. He was clearly not expecting the rookie goaltender to defend himself quite so defiantly, and he ended up sprawled on the ice. The crowd cheered. Tristan grinned at him around his mouthpiece, and the Spirit forward glared up at him. "Motherfucker," Lassiter snarled. "I'm gonna snow you in the fucking face for that." "Try it, asshole," Emmitt chirped back, as Lassiter got to his skates. He was immediately shoved by Tristan with probably way more force than was necessary, but Emmitt appreciated the gesture. Lassiter got a breakaway in the second period, and Emmitt's focus narrowed down to the puck as it got closer and closer. No way could he let that guy score. He tracked the movement as Lassiter came at him, enough to hear Lassiter say, "This one's for you, rookie." The puck went high glove side, and it was a fast, hard shot. But Emmitt was faster, and the satisfaction of feeling the puck smack into his glove was better than sex. He grinned and slammed his glove down. "No thanks." Lassiter responded by snowing him, which was so predictable. Emmitt yawned loudly in response. "Hey, Lassie, don't fucking snow my goalie, you fucker," Morley said, skating over and checking Lassiter hard in the shoulder. "Do it again and I'll pound your face in." Morley's cheerful voice didn't take anything away from the seriousness of his threat. Lassiter still tried to score, but he knocked off the pushiness, if not the insults. Too bad you don't score as much as you run your mouth, Emmitt said, unable to help himself. Lassiter snorted, because hockey was hockey and trash talk was as much a part of the game as anything. Emmitt never hesitated to engage when he felt it was necessary, and he was glad to be starting off his NHL career by making sure his opponents knew that. The Venom were up 2-0 near the end of the third period, so the Spirit pulled their goalie and sent on another player to try and score a couple of quick goals. It resulted in a flurry of activity around the net for the rest of the game, and Emmitt was caught up in the sheer exhilaration of his sport. The athleticism, the power, the pure fucking fun of it. The bodies were flying, the puck was bouncing and skittering from the scratched and uneven ice, and Emmitt ignored the clock and did what he did best. Saying, "Yeah, no, I don't think so," with his stick, his glove, and every goddamn particle of his will. The game ended with a Venom win and a shutout for Emmitt. The adrenaline running through him was so intense, he thought his heart might explode. Hockey had always been fun, but this was his first shutout in the NHL, and it felt like winning the goddamn Stanley Cup. He waited with a huge grin on his face as the team skated down to give him his helmet taps. The last one was Ryu, who was in his gear but wearing a Venom snapback instead of his helmet. As much as they might be competing for the same spot on the team, Emmitt knew he'd played a hell of a game, and Ryu was too professional and too much of a goalie not to give him a sincere, "Good game." Emmitt smiled at him, a little bit challenging, but mostly pleased. He went back to the bench for the post-game press. His shutout earned him the first star of the game, which meant he had to give an interview with longtime Venom announcer Pat Carrington. As he was waiting, catching his breath and gulping down some water, the St. Louis forward Lassiter skated up to him. "Nice shutout, rookie," he said, extending a hand. His fierce, flaming red beard matched his head of helmet-flattened hair, and his grin was missing a tooth. Emmitt half rose from his seat and shook the guy's hand. "I will knock your ass over every time you try that shit, though. Tell your friends." Lassiter laughed, said hi to Carrington, and skated back to join his own team. Carrington asked him how it felt to get his first shutout in the NHL, and Emmitt was happy to say that it felt great, and to praise his defensemen for their skill in front of his net. "You certainly play an aggressive style for a rookie," Carrington said. "We saw you out there, shoving guys out of the way. Seemed like a pretty chirpy game, too." This was all true, and Emmitt had heard it before in the AHL. The thing was, it drove him nuts when people asked him about it and no one else. "Well, that's what I'm there to do, you know. Defend the goal. Yeah, I'm mouthy, but I wasn't the only one out there running his mouth. Or shoving. Just make sure you're not only asking me about this shit, yeah?" Wait, was this on live television? Oops. Carrington gave him a strained smile and a forced laugh. He looked a little embarrassed, which he should. Like earlier in the locker room, Emmitt wasn't about to let this type of crap go unchecked. Luckily, the coach only gave him a stern reminder not to curse on national television and told him good game. The team's social media coordinator took a picture of him holding a puck and smirking, and it showed up on Instagram and Twitter by the time he was done showering. He put on his suit pants and his button-down shirt, but he left the jacket and tie off and headed out to meet the guys. Panorama was a trendy new bar not too far from Emmitt's loft. It was on the roof of a hotel and comprised of clean glass and cast-iron fire pits that weren't really necessary for heat, even though it was early October. He was settled with his beer at a table near the edge, checking his phone, when he felt a presence beside him. Glancing up, he was surprised to see the Venom's other goalie standing next to him holding his own bottle of light beer. "Hey, where is everyone?" "Morley's trying to find a parking space." Emmitt snorted. "Anywhere with enough room to park that thing. Someone's probably built a loft." Ryu's mouth twitched. The breeze caught at his hair, which he was wearing loose around his shoulders. Combined with the muted lights from the city and the warm glow of the fire, it made him look fucking hot. Emmitt leaned back in his chair, ran a finger over the mouth of the beer bottle, and gave Ryu a long, slow once-over. Part of him was doing it as a challenge, remembering that indecipherable look of Ryu's in the locker room before the game. And part of him was doing it because he was drifting on the adrenaline of a good game, his first NHL shutout, and now he was thinking about how he'd like to spend the evening expending the rest of his energy. He and Ryu might not get along, but there was no denying how attractive Ryu was. Ryu took a sip of his beer, his gaze on Emmitt. The silence wasn't comfortable, but Emmitt couldn't say he necessarily minded. It was a good kind of tension, almost as if Ryu was returning his blatantly interested glance with one of his own. That probably wasn't true. Emmitt told himself to get a grip and find someone who actually liked him to go home with, but he couldn't stop thinking about winding his fingers in Ryu's hair and tugging his head down. Ryu had a pretty mouth, and Emmitt wouldn't mind seeing if he could do something with it that wasn't annoy him. Ryu leaned against the glass edge of the building, beer bottle held loosely in one hand and arms spread on either side. If Emmitt didn't know better, he'd say Ryu was doing it on purpose. They stared at each other, anticipation buzzing over Emmitt's skin and heat curling slowly in his stomach. He wasn't sure what was happening here, but it reminded him of facing Lassiter earlier on that breakaway, watching his opponent and waiting to see how to respond. But Ryu wasn't a forward. He was a goalie, so he was probably doing the same thing. Before Emmitt could do something reckless like see how far he could push this, whatever this was, he heard Morley's loud laugh and saw Ryu's eyes flicker toward the door. Their teammates had arrived. "Army, there you are!" Morley lumbered over to the table, loud and cheerful, with Tristan, Daniel, and Tristan's hot boyfriend following him far more sedately. "Dude, Rio, you look like you're about to be in a J-pop video." Emmitt had no idea how their cheerful defenseman knew about J-pop, and wasn't sure he wanted to know. "That's not insensitive, right?" Morley asked. "You know you can call me on that shit, bro." "Literally everything you say is offensive, bro," returned Ryu, but without any real heat. "Do I want to know what that is?" Sebastian held up a hand before anyone could clue him in. "No, I've decided I don't." "You want to go find some hot girls now that you're single, Belzy?" Morley turned toward the Venom captain. "I'd rather just find a beer." Daniel smiled wryly. "But thanks for thinking of me, Tripod." Morley flashed his usual grin and clapped a hand on Daniel's shoulder. "I'll get you one. Anybody else need one?" After he'd taken orders, he leaned over and said, "Come on, rookie, help me carry the drinks." Emmitt rolled his eyes good-naturedly and got up to follow Morley to the bar. He could feel someone's eyes on him as he walked away, and he had a feeling he knew who it was. He almost asked Morley if he knew which way Ryu swung, if he swung at all, but before he could, Morley was sidling up to the bar and making nice with a couple of girls. It only took a few seconds for them to learn he played hockey, which wasn't surprising given how big of a guy he was. Emmitt leaned a hip against the bar and regarded his gregarious teammate with a fond grin. Morley's confidence was tempered by his genuine friendliness, and it was clearly working on his two new friends. Emmitt remembered they were supposed to be bringing beers back to the table, but he decided to earn some goodwill rookie points and got the beers himself so Morley could keep flirting. He carried the beers back to the table and nodded toward their absent defenseman. Morley's still at the bar, ordering a double, apparently. He handed Belzy and Tristan a light beer and gave Sebastian an IPA. Tristan looked longingly at his boyfriend's beer and sighed before he took a sip of his Miller Lite. Sebastian smirked at him around the beer bottle, taking a long drink and making it look somehow sexual. Emmitt couldn't tell if Tristan's heated return stare was because he wanted the beer or wanted to be the beer bottle. "Get a room," Belzy joked, but smiled at the two of them. Emmitt wondered briefly if Sebastian and Tristan ever played around with other guys, because he would totally be into it. Something told him Sebastian wasn't the type to share. Emmitt went back to the bar to get himself one more beer and ended up involved in a conversation with Morley and his two new friends, Tansy and Nicole. They weren't hockey fans, but Morley was on a quest to make them, though they'd probably just end up fans of Morley's by the end of the night. "So, you're the goalie?" Nicole asked, turning to him with a smile. "That sounds stressful."
"Yeah, well," Emmitt said with a grin, "it is, but I'm good at it. I've got pretty amazing reflexes. And, he winked, I'm really flexible."
She laughed, and he bought her a beer, and eventually they migrated over to the table with the others. Sebastian and Daniel ended up in a conversation about college, with Daniel bemoaning how he'd have to start saving some of the millions of his professional athlete salary now to afford it for his kids. Tansy, who was sitting on Morley's knee, leaned over to offer her opinion as a financial aid advisor at Emory University. Nicole ended up sitting between Morley and Emmitt. She was a hairstylist at a popular salon, and her stories about dealing with clients and their hair disasters were funny and engaging. Even Ryu smiled a time or two, which Emmitt noticed because for some reason he couldn't stop glancing over at his fellow goalie when he should really be paying attention to the pretty girl who was obviously interested in him. "So you're the other goalie?" Nicole asked Ryu. Emmitt smirked despite himself at the other part of that. "He's the other goalie, yeah," he answered. "Oh," Nicole teased. She wiggled her fingers. "Hockey drama." "Not really. Every team has 2 goalies." If Ryu was trying to get laid, his pickup skills could use some work. Nicole must have taken Ryu's lack of participation as disinterest, because she turned her attention back to Emmitt and Morley and her friend. Belzy caught a lift home after another beer, and Sebastian and Tristan followed shortly after. Morley at this point was doing shots with both Tansy and Nicole, and Emmitt noticed that Ryu was still there. He didn't think Ryu was waiting for a ride. It was obvious by then that Morley wasn't going home anytime soon, or going alone, and he'd already switched to water by the time Morley started in with the shots. He sat there at the table, either checking his phone or looking out at the city, but every so often his eyes met Emmitt's across the table. The 2 girls vanished to the bathroom, and Morley leaned over with a grin. "We're gonna get out of here. You cool with that?"
"Why wouldn't I be?" Emmitt asked.
"I mean, maybe you're not into her." Morley paused. "Either of them."
"Both?
"I'm not sure what they've got in mind, but it's probably going to be awesome." He waggled his eyebrows. "And I mean, like I said, the tripod doesn't discriminate. So if you're into fucking around, I think they'd like it." As much as Emmitt wanted to be into it, he wasn't. Oh, Nicole was hot and they'd have fun, and he was sure that would be equally true if he went home and fucked around with both girls and Morley. But he didn't want to, and he knew when he left he was going to go home alone. It was late, and the beer had taken the edge off his post-game adrenaline. He was tired, he had goalie practice tomorrow, and he was still in competition for the starting spot. If he showed up sleep-deprived and hungover, then Ryu would take advantage of it, and Emmitt might lose the headway he'd made by getting his shutout. Still, even though he knew he was going home alone, and soon, he didn't do anything but raise his beer bottle and salute to Morley's lascivious pronouncement. When Nicole and Tansy returned, Morley had paid the tab and said, "You coming, Army? I'm going to catch a lift back to my place. We can share. Mori, same for you if you want."
"Yeah, sounds good," Emmitt said, with a sidelong glance at Ryu.
He smiled, and unlike their brief interaction on the ice after the game, this one was all challenge. This was ridiculous behavior, and he knew it. He should just say up front that he'd be going home and thank Morley. Let him get on with his evening and not give Ryu another reason not to like him. "Maybe you kind of like that he doesn't like you," a little voice said. "Maybe it's a lot more fun than a casual hookup." Ryu returned Emmitt's look with a flat stare. "I'm fine, thanks." Emmitt followed his teammate and his new friends out toward the elevators. Was that what he was doing? Was he goading Ryu on purpose? And if so, why? Did he honestly expect his teammate to get so fed up with him that Ryu pushed him back against a wall and made him stop? Made him be quiet? Kissed him? Told him, "You're coming home with me or no one, Emmitt"? Oh, fuck his life, it was true. He was using hockey as an excuse, pretending it was all about one-upping Mori when in reality, Emmitt wanted him. Wanted Ryu to give it back and then some, and yeah, it was definitely time to head home. By himself. And if he had a fantasy about Ryu arguing with him and then maybe doing something else with him, no one needed to know about that. Maybe it'd get it out of his system. Because the idea of being with someone who didn't think much of him, that didn't actually make Emmitt feel very good at all. When they got downstairs, he kissed Nicole on the cheek, gave Morley an affectionate hug and a pat on the back, and walked home alone. In hindsight, maybe calling his father before practice wasn't the best idea he'd ever had. "Hello?" Daryl Armstrong had a distinctive voice, deep and always a little hoarse in that way coaches' voices usually were from all that shouting. "Hey, Dad." Emmitt stared out the window, his heart kicking around unpleasantly in his chest. His throat felt tight, and he had to resist the urge to blurt out, "Did you see I made the NHL? One of my saves was on a highlight reel, on ESPN even." "Emmitt," his father said, and he sounded so happy to hear from him that Emmitt felt bad about avoiding the call. "Hadn't talked to you in a while," Emmitt said. "How's Texas?" "Hot still. You know there aren't very many seasons down here." Daryl chuckled. "Am I going to see that handsome face of yours anytime soon? Love to see you. And you should get a load of the team this year. We've got some talented new guys. Some real up-and-comers. There's a running back who—" Honestly, Emmitt loved his dad and totally understood his adoration for his sport of choice, but it sometimes drove him nuts that his dad could go on about football immediately without even asking how Emmitt was. "You're being defensive. If you want him to be interested in your career, you should be interested in his." Emmitt listened to his dad talking about his team, and he was genuinely glad to hear that his father had a good outlook for the season and was excited about the team. "That's awesome, Dad. And, don't know if you knew, but I'm in Atlanta now. I'm playing up in the NHL here." "Can't imagine there are many hockey fans in Atlanta," was his father's answer. He chuckled. "Too bad you're not playing for the Falcons, Emmitt. You should have seen how crazy that place got on game day, back when I was playing. They'd get out there to tailgate at 6, 7 in the morning, and the stadium, it was so loud." Emmitt gritted his teeth in frustration. This was exactly why he hated talking to his father. "No, wow, that's amazing, son. I can't believe you made an NHL team. You must be pretty talented." Just that slightly wistful tone of his dad telling him how much better it would have been if he'd been playing football instead. "Hey, hockey is more popular here than you think. The Venom have a real nice following, and we're at the top of our division right now." "You get along with those guys?" his father asked. "Bunch of Southerners playing hockey. Seems strange. Most of them are from Canada, right?" Emmitt rolled his eyes. How did his dad think the NHL worked? It was just like any other professional sports league. "The team's drafted from all over, Dad. Just like in football." "Probably not, though. Don't know any guys from around here who'd pick the cold or indoors over being outside." This was exactly why Emmitt never wanted to talk about hockey with his dad. He acted like it was no big deal to get a spot on an NHL team, and there was always that unspoken wish that Emmitt was calling to tell him that he was drafted by the NFL instead. It wasn't that his dad was being mean or anything, just that Emmitt knew. He knew how much more excited Daryl would be if this call had been about football instead of hockey. "You want me to send you some merch or something?" Emmitt blurted. "From my team, I mean? Bet you're the only football coach with a professional hockey player for a son. Gotta show that off, right?" Emmitt hated how desperate he always sounded for his father's approval. Why couldn't he just accept that Daryl didn't care about hockey and probably never would? It didn't mean Daryl didn't care about him. Because you want him to care. You want him to be proud. As proud as he'd be if you really were calling to tell him you were playing for the Falcons. And every time you don't get that reaction, it makes you mad, and that's why you don't talk about hockey with your dad. "Probably am,"
Darryl agreed. You send me whatever you want, Emmitt. That's fine. Just best not send a scarf or a sweater. You know it's too warm down here for that.
As if hockey teams didn't have merch that wasn't intended to be worn in a cold hockey rink. Emmitt rolled his eyes.
I'll send you a hat. And I'm doing great, Dad. I get to start a few games and everything.
Apparently he was just going to go for it, once again seeking that elusive approval he'd yet to ever gain from his father when it came to his profession.
Well, that sounds real good, Emmitt. You keep healthy and don't get injured, son. Not sure what else a hockey player might do in Atlanta.
Emmitt had to take a deep breath and exhale slowly like he was about to do a drill.
We wear a lot of protective clothing, Dad.
His father chuckled.
I remember that. Those bills for your gear probably could outfit half a football team for what you pay for those pads.
Right, of course.
Yeah, well, it paid off. I'm in the big leagues, and one day I'm going to win the Stanley Cup,
Emmitt said heatedly, like he was an angry teenager 3 seconds away from slamming his bedroom door in defiance.
I always say, if you're going to do something, give it your all, Darryl said. You're a talented young man, and you always have been.
But why couldn't you have been talented doing what I wanted you to do? Emmitt thought, trying not to sigh. He hated how talking to his dad about hockey made him feel like a defensive 14-year-old.
Thanks. You know, we have games over the winter season, so if you wanted to come up for one, just let me know.
His father hadn't seen a game of Emmitt's since he was a kid.
And I bet you could watch on television, even in Texas. Don't think they broadcast hockey down here, said Darryl.
There's a hockey team in Dallas, Dad.
Oh, that's right. I can tell you they definitely don't have that many fans. Not like the Cowboys. I bet even my high school team gets more fans than hockey down here.
Darryl chuckled. Well, how the hell would Darryl know that? Emmitt doubted his dad even knew the name of the team in Dallas, much less the attendance at games. This was pretty much how it always went, and Emmitt was reacting like he always did.
Yeah, when we play down there, I can get you tickets if you want. Might depend on if we have a game or what I've got going on, Darryl said. You know I've never really been able to figure out hockey. It moves too fast. Too many rules.
Compared to football?
As long as you know offside, icing, and goaltender interference, you'll be fine.
Silence again.
Emmitt pretended this was the last 2 seconds of a game in which his team was losing by some impossible margin, one of those games where you had to forget it as soon as you left the ice so you didn't dwell on it forever and throw off your playing. That's what he was going to have to do with this conversation. At least he could tell his mom he tried. So, you think they're going to get that pond of yours stocked with some better fish for our next Armstrong fishing tournament? Oh, I meant to tell you about that. I heard they were going to make it a true catfish pond. Sank a few bicycles in there, and some nosy neighbors thought it was a crime scene.
Darryl continued, talking about the pond where they spent a few hours fishing whenever Emmitt visited. Fishing, and avoiding talking about hockey so that Emmitt didn't get his line tangled and end up with a lecture. His dad had a tendency to coach about everything. The rest of the conversation revolved around fishing, and after Darryl told Emmitt to say hi to his mom and Carlos, they hung up. Darryl didn't ask any more questions about the team, or the schedule, or how much ice time Emmitt could expect to see.
Emmitt. Dad's still not that excited I made the NHL, but I know all about the neighbors thinking there was a triple homicide in the catfish pond.
Mama. It's good that you tried, sweetie. Don't you feel better? Emmitt didn't reply for a moment, because he didn't. He felt wound up, defensive, and he wanted to find every article that had come out about the Venom this season and send it to his dad, especially the one about him, calling him a talented new goalie and extolling his playing, or the one that was a list of all his highlights from his AHL career. But the real issue was that his father was always going to be disappointed he didn't choose football. Hearing how great Emmitt was at hockey
didn't necessarily mean anything. His father would only think Emmitt would have been just as awesome on the field as he was on the ice. And that was great, it was. But the fact Emmitt couldn't do anything to get his father invested in his sport of choice, that his dad couldn't rattle off Emmitt's stats like other people's over-involved hockey parents, he kind of hated that. He hated feeling like a disappointment, and he hated how it felt to want his father's attention so bad. Emmitt. Yeah, I feel better. Thanks, Mama. Love you. Emmitt stuck his phone in his pocket and went to get ready for practice. Hockey might never have been good enough for Daryl Armstrong, but if it took every last goddamn breath in his body, every drop of blood in his veins, Emmitt was going to be good enough for the Venom. More than good enough. He was going to be the best. Chapter 6. It had been over a week since Armstrong had brashly announced his bisexuality in the middle of the dressing room, because of course he'd do it in the cockiest way possible right before a game, and Ryu could not stop thinking about it. Partly he was angry, and he realized distantly that the bulk of that anger was directed at himself. If anyone should have loudly come out to the team in support of Tristan Holt, it should have been Ryu. Last season, in sheer solidarity, so Tristan wouldn't have had to weather that storm alone. Tristan didn't see it that way. He never would. But ever since Armstrong's big reveal, Ryu had been stewing away in remorse for not being the one to act first. On another, baser level, Ryu was intrigued. 9 times out of 10, when Armstrong looked at him, his eyes blazed with pure challenge. Other times, they blazed with something entirely different. Awareness, interest, a silent dare. Ryu had figured he'd been misinterpreting that expression, maybe projecting some of his own attraction. Now he knew better. He was also irrationally annoyed that Armstrong had swanned off with Morley and those 2 girls. Morley, who, despite the occasional joking comment to the contrary, Ryu had assumed was a head-to-toe hetero. Go fucking figure. The idea of Armstrong and Morley bothered him, and it annoyed him that it bothered him. Why should he care? Why should it matter? Armstrong was just the guy with his eye on Ryu's rightful prize. They certainly weren't friends. They didn't even like each other. But the thought of Morley and Armstrong in bed together, with or without the women, made Ryu want to growl. Armstrong was temperamental, bratty, and arrogant as hell. Ryu fantasized about shutting him up during each and every practice. The problem was, now he wanted to do it by cramming his dick down Armstrong's throat, as opposed to slapping stick tape over that lush, pretty mouth. Ryu was losing his mind, and the season had barely begun. He needed to center himself, find his calm, needed to ensure he was truly as impenetrable as most of his teammates assumed him to be. While he drove to the Venom's training facility on Monday morning, he kept his breathing slow and even, controlled. Today would be a goalie's only practice. Just him, Armstrong, Coach Marsh, and her assistant. As if Ryu wasn't already having a hard enough time focusing on anything other than Emmitt Armstrong. The universe was out to torment him. Ryu was in the middle of suiting up when Armstrong walked into the locker room. Armstrong gave him a distracted nod. He looked tired, no doubt from partying it up with Morley. Again. Ryu might have spotted the flood of pics on Instagram. Not that he was stalking Armstrong's profile. As a competitive person, it only made sense to keep tabs on his rival. "Rough night?" Ryu asked before he thought better of it. Armstrong flashed a grin. "Never rough enough for me." Ryu scoffed. "Tell that to the bags under your eyes." He bent down to lace up his skates. "I'm glad you pay enough attention to my face to notice," Armstrong said, drawing Ryu's gaze back up. He blew Ryu a kiss and smirked, as conceited as ever. Ryu wanted to wipe the smirk off Armstrong's face with his cock. Instead, he pulled on his sweater, grabbed his mask, and went out to meet Coach Marsh on the ice. They'd been working on head trajectory for the last couple of practices,
which sounded simple in theory, but was surprisingly difficult to implement since it required changing his thinking, body positioning, and the way he followed plays. Old habits died hard, even when you were doing your best to kill them dead. "Small movements," Coach Marsh said. "Watch me. Angle your body, close the gaps." She crouched in net and demonstrated. "Keep your body relaxed, be patient, and track the puck with your head, not just your eyes. As always, we want to eliminate delays and improve response times, both during saves and afterward. We want as few rebounds as possible, but if there is one, you need to be ready. You need to have the puck in sight." She moved out of the crease. "I want you to work on this with Bruce," she added, referring to her assistant, "while I run through some practice drills with Emmitt." Ryu nodded and tried to concentrate on tracking the puck the way Coach Marsh had shown him, as Bruce brought it down the ice from the nearest blue line. During breaks, he noticed Armstrong working on his post-save reaction times. One of his weaknesses was rebounds, and Ryu knew Coach Marsh wanted Armstrong to start locking up pucks and stopping plays. He appeared to be struggling, though, his movements slower than normal as he attempted to get back into position after blocking a shot. Coach Marsh scored on him twice in a row, and with every passing minute, Armstrong's frustration grew more and more palpable. Ryu even missed an easy save on a shot from Bruce. He was so focused on watching Armstrong fall apart. Right when he expected Armstrong to explode and storm off, Coach Marsh called an end to their practice session. "We'll work on this again next time," she said. "Don't fixate on this, Emmitt. We all have bad days." Armstrong shoved his mask up. He was breathing hard, sweat glistening on his forehead. "Yeah." Without another word, he turned and skated toward the benches in the tunnel beyond. Ryu nodded at Coach Marsh. "Thanks, Coach. See you Wednesday." She waved him off, and Ryu followed in the direction Armstrong had gone. When he entered the locker room, Armstrong had already removed his skates and was yanking off the rest of his equipment with jerky, impatient motions. Ryu left it alone while he stripped his own gear. He even bit his tongue as he stared at Armstrong's round, muscular ass when Armstrong strode off naked into the open showers. But when Ryu joined him, he chose a shower head only a couple down from Armstrong, and after observing the furious way Armstrong was soaping his body for a minute or two, Ryu finally felt prompted to speak. "You were pretty slow out there today. Struggling to keep up now that you're in the majors, Mr. Shutout King?" Armstrong froze with his sudsy hands on his pecs. He looked at Ryu, blinking water droplets from his eyelashes. Then his lips curled in a slow smirk. "That's what they called me," he drawled. "What's the matter? You mad you don't have a nickname for leading the league in, well, anything?" Ryu narrowed his eyes. "It's a lot easier to come out on top when your competition is a bunch of baby hockey players or aging goons who can't cut it anywhere else." Armstrong snorted, shaking his head. "Don't act like the AHL is some amateur beer league, dude. You did your time there, too, and without breaking any records that I recall." He dragged his soapy palms down to his stomach, pulling Ryu's gaze right along with them. "You know, they might have called me a king, but I'm not the one acting like royalty around here." Ryu jerked his eyes back up to Armstrong's face, his heartbeat ratcheting up at Armstrong's words and their implications. "Nothing to say?" Armstrong asked, arching a challenging brow. "I had a shitty practice. Maybe I had a bad morning. Maybe I'm tired. Excuse me for having feelings and not being an emotionless machine." "Oh, no one would ever accuse you of that." Ryu met Armstrong's stare head-on. "I don't think anyone would call you level-headed or restrained, either. You get mad on the ice, you break your stick or throw your bottle, you tell everyone you're bi, dare anyone to say anything about it, then run off with Morley to have a foursome at the next available opportunity. Subtlety isn't exactly a strength of yours. If you're tired, maybe it's because you react to everything constantly without taking a second to think." Armstrong's mouth tightened. The only sound was the loud, incessant splatter of water striking tile. Helpless to resist, Ryu dipped his gaze, watching, fascinated, as soap bubbles slid down the line that bisected Armstrong's abs, stark white against his warm brown skin, and the darker trail of hair that led to his groin. Even with how much Armstrong annoyed him, Ryu wanted to follow the same path with his tongue. When he looked back up, Armstrong's eyes widened. He'd caught Ryu blatantly ogling him, and as Ryu watched, his lips curved into something hot and sly. Ryu swallowed, lifting his chin. "Now who has nothing to say?" But Armstrong's grin only broadened. He stalked toward Ryu and stopped a few inches away, close enough for Ryu to smell him, a blend of woodsy soap and lingering sweat. "You're still thinking about that, huh? Me and Morley?" Armstrong's voice was deceptively quiet. "Are you fishing for details? Do you want to hear about how I fucked that girl while Morley dicked me out?" Anger surged in Ryu's gut, surprising in its intensity. Whatever showed on his face made Armstrong nod, knowing and smug. "Trust me, he's a pro at using that giant cock," Armstrong continued. "Want me to tell you all about how he opened me up and left me gaping? How for hours after I could feel his—" "Shut up." Armstrong shook his head. "Oh no, I'm just getting started." His eyes went heavy-lidded and he moaned a little. "Morley does this thing where—" "Shut up," Ryu snapped, louder this time. He didn't want to imagine Morley's cock or mouth or tongue anywhere near Armstrong. It was bad enough Ryu had already been thinking about it all week, plagued with visions of what might have happened, and unaccountably pissed off at the idea of Armstrong in Morley's bed. He didn't need to hear the details. Armstrong stepped closer. He was right in Ryu's face now, his body hot and water-slick, full mouth curved in a taunting grin. "Make me." Ryu wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Ever. Grabbing Armstrong's nape, he dragged him into a kiss, his lips already parted, teeth ready to bite. He crowded his rival against the wall, silencing him with his tongue. Armstrong kissed the way he defended the net, aggressive, cocky, and with raw, undiluted joy. It made Ryu want to bite him, so he did, nipping hard at that plush lower lip. Armstrong moaned again, but this time it was real. Ryu felt the echo of it in his chest, in the blood that rushed to his cock. Armstrong's dick was stiffening against his lower abdomen, and around them the air grew sticky with steam. Ryu broke the kiss only long enough to suck in a few breaths. Armstrong stared at him, panting, his head tipped back and cock hard. Ryu licked at the bow of his swollen upper lip, then into his warm mouth, the silky, slick tangle of tongues making his dick jerk. He deepened the contact, craving the taste of Armstrong, wanting more of his increasingly frantic noises. Anyone who entered the locker room would hear them and guess what they were doing, but Ryu didn't give a shit. He slid a leg between Armstrong's thick thighs, nudging his balls, and Armstrong shivered. His hands went to Ryu's ass and grasped tight, yanking him closer. The kiss seemed endless, spurred by weeks of pent-up frustration. Ryu maintained a firm grip on Armstrong's nape. With his free hand, he caressed Armstrong's warm, slippery skin, down his flank to his taut, ripped stomach, to the sharp cut of muscle in the space between hip and groin. Armstrong dragged his mouth away, sliding his lips along Ryu's jaw. "Come on. Touch me. Make me come." Ryu obeyed only because the gravel in Armstrong's voice made his cock pulse. He was desperate to feel the weight of Armstrong's dick in his hand, to cradle it and rub his thumb across the soft, plump crown. Unlike Ryu, Armstrong was circumcised, but a cock was a cock, and Ryu knew how to handle one, with or without the foreskin. He jacked Armstrong off with fast, rough strokes, adding a flick in his wrist when he got to the head that ripped a shuddering groan from Armstrong's chest. No time to linger. Not now. But one day he'd take his time with this thick cock. He'd tease Armstrong with feathery touches and polish the tip, make Armstrong beg, truly beg for the orgasm Ryu denied him. For now, Ryu knew by the throb against his palm and Armstrong's quick, ragged breathing, He was already on the verge. He strengthened his grip and concentrated the motion of his hand on the top few inches of Armstrong's dick. Armstrong cursed and rose up on his toes, straining into Ryu's touch. Ryu squeezed his nape, holding him in place, and Armstrong's eyes rolled into the back of his head. He came with a fierce, low grunt that tightened Ryu's balls and sent a jagged bolt of lust through his bloodstream. As Armstrong began to soften, Ryu released his cock, but he didn't step away. He kept their legs tangled, chests pressed together. "You going to return the favor?" Armstrong's eyes flashed open. He looked sleepy but satiated, and the corner of his mouth was already hitching into the arrogant grin that caused Ryu to vacillate between wanting to fuck him or punch him. "Want my hand or my mouth?" Armstrong asked. Fuck him, Ryu decided. He definitely wanted to fuck him. "I'd love your mouth," Ryu told him, because he couldn't help it. "But I think we should make this quick. We've already been in here a while. Don't want anyone to come looking for us." Armstrong nodded and slid his fingers down Ryu's chest to fist his cock. His first slow tug was tentative, exploratory. "You have a nice dick," he said, low enough that the words were almost lost beneath the constant beat of water. "I've definitely thought about sucking it, just so you know." He grinned, probably at the startled expression Ryu could feel on his face. Then he got serious, his grip strong and sure, jacking Ryu with a toe-curling rhythm and clear determination to get him off before they were either caught or interrupted. Ryu didn't last long. At the last moment, right before he tipped over the edge, he wrapped his hand around Armstrong's and urged him to tighten his hold. He came with their fingers intertwined around his cock, striping Armstrong's impressive abs with his release. Ryu was tempted for a second to scoop it up and try to feed it to him. He'd love nothing more than to watch Armstrong sucking cum off his fingers. But they'd already been in the shower too long. Ryu stepped back on legs that weren't entirely steady. He was still breathing hard, but he didn't say anything as he returned to his shower head and grabbed the body wash. Armstrong didn't speak either, at least not until he'd finished cleaning himself and stood at the exit to the locker room. "Thanks," he said, looking at Ryu over his shoulder. "I needed that. By the way, I didn't go home with Morley and those girls that night. They weren't what I wanted." Ryu was too stunned to reply, which, judging by Armstrong's smirk, was exactly what he intended. Annoyance didn't stop Ryu from staring at his ass as Armstrong strode from the room. Damn. Ryu wanted to drag him back into the shower and make Armstrong choke on his dick to punish him for lying about Morley. What a fucking brat. And yet, was that relief under Ryu's irritation? Relief at knowing Armstrong hadn't actually slept with Morley? "They weren't what I wanted," Armstrong had said. The implication behind those words shouldn't be making Ryu feel so good, not coming from someone who was after his job. Ryu groaned silently and ducked his head under the spray. Fuck, what the hell am I doing? He'd think about it later, like when the impression of their kisses didn't linger on his mouth, and he couldn't recall the echo of Armstrong's soft grunt when he came. Chapter 7. So Tristan Holt wasn't a serial killer, but Ryu Mori was into men. Emmitt hadn't been expecting that. Except, looking back, maybe that wasn't true. All those long, intense stares. Emmitt hadn't been having them with himself. He wouldn't have kept at it if he hadn't been getting some kind of encouragement, even with a guy he didn't like. Especially with a guy he didn't like. God damn, though, did he like Ryu's dick. And Ryu's hand on his dick. The more Emmitt thought about it, the more he wished he could have gotten on his knees in that shower and sucked Ryu off, really blown his mind right along with his dick. Of course, that fantasy included Ryu putting him there, and Emmitt was into it, but also more than a little annoyed that he was into it. He liked being a brat, and he liked being put in his place, but this was the first time he wanted it from someone he actively disliked, not to mention someone with whom he was in direct competition. Remembering that interlude in the shower, though, nearly made Emmitt late to meet the team for their flight. They were headed out for a few away games, starting with a matchup with the Seattle Reign. Emmitt had lingered in bed a little too long that morning, hand on his cock and his imagination back in the shower. When he'd finished, he'd been covered in sweat, sticky, and dimly aware he was supposed to be ready in less than 10 minutes to meet Morley. He took a record-fast shower, refusing to let his mind linger, and hurriedly threw together a bag full of pajamas, his toiletries, and, without really thinking about it, some condoms and lube. Better safe than turned on and lacking, right? He finished putting a few different suit pieces in his suit bag, just as Morley texted to say he was downstairs. Feeling harried, Emmitt did a last quick pass-through to make sure he'd not forgotten anything important, and had his hand on the doorknob when he realized his phone charger was still plugged in next to his bed. Scowling, he ran upstairs and retrieved it, then finally raced down the stairs and went out in the bright sunlight to meet Morley. "Dude!" Morley pushed his sunglasses up and gave Emmitt an amused glance as he stored his luggage in the absurdly large Hummer and climbed into the front seat. "You just get home or something?" Emmitt gave a brief shake of his head. "Nah, just overslept." He was still breathing a bit hard. "It's like 2:30, dude." "Drive, Trevor," Emmitt commanded, pointing at the road. "Tease me on the way." "Hey, watch it, rookie," Morley tossed him a grin. "You're supposed to do what I say, not the other way around." "Good luck with that," said Emmitt sincerely. Just because Ryu managed to get beneath his skin and make him want to be bossed around and put in his place didn't mean Emmitt wanted that from anyone else. Honestly, he shouldn't even want it from Ryu. He slumped down in his seat, watching as Morley navigated the Atlanta midday traffic with more patience than Emmitt might have given him credit for. "You okay, man?" Emmitt glanced over at his friend and felt the warmth of affection for him. "Yeah, sorry, just thinking." "Yeah, you looked like you were doing something difficult," Morley joked. He laughed when Emmitt jabbed at him with his elbow. Not an easy feat given the roomy interior of the car. 5 people could ride up here, Emmitt smiled slyly. "But you're into that, huh?" "You know it." Morley passed a slow-moving truck and settled into the fastest lane as they headed for the arena. "It's probably a little too big, this car, but I like it." "Probably?" Emmitt shook his head. Military cargo transports were smaller than this thing. He had an amusing mental image of Morley parallel parking it in Chicago, Emmitt's hometown, and drummed his fingers along with the radio as they drove. When he'd been in the AHL, most of their travel had been done on a bus for away games. This time, they met at the arena, loaded their gear and luggage, and then settled in for a ride to a chartered plane at the airport. Emmitt felt a stir of excitement at the idea that he was traveling for his first NHL away game series, and spared a momentary thought for his friends back in the AHL. Then he took a selfie on the airplane of himself sitting next to Morley and hashtagged it, #traveling in style, and #Venom Pride. He'd worked hard to get to a point where he was traveling on a chartered plane to play hockey. He saw no point in pretending to be modest about it. Hey, his former teammates could consider it inspiration or something. Emmitt switched his phone to airplane mode and slid it into his pocket. He felt someone staring at him and glanced up to meet Ryu's dark eyes across the plane. Emmitt felt the impact of that stare all the way down to his toes, in his gut, and in his dick. For a second, he considered giving the bathroom a considering glance and silently daring Ryu to meet him back there. But Ryu looked away, and Emmitt had been posting selfies instead of paying attention to the pre-flight presentation, so he had no idea where the bathrooms even were. Morley grabbed his attention for a game of cards, and the next time he glanced over at Ryu, Ryu's head was back on the seat and he appeared to be asleep. They were on their way to the West Coast, and their first game was in Seattle, so it was a fairly long flight. Most everyone ended up asleep after the card game, even though they weren't going to be playing until the next day. Hockey players took a lot of naps. Emmitt was too keyed up about the trip to sleep, though, so he watched some videos on his phone thanks to the free Wi-Fi, got his ass kicked by Belzy playing Words with Friends, and talked to Tristan a little bit about his latest class, for which he was studying while they were on the plane. He and Morley were getting ready for bed when Emmitt thought about that night at the bar, when he hadn't taken advantage of Morley's offer to have a foursome. He sat cross-legged on the bed, idly watching the NHL network and checking the AHL scores on the app on his phone. Morley was dressed in only a pair of clinging boxer briefs that did nothing to hide how well-earned Tripod was when it came to nicknames. "Checking out the goods, bro? And here you turned it down." Emmitt realized he'd been caught and grinned unrepentantly at Morley. "A guy says his nickname is Tripod. You get curious. What can I say?" Morley grinned and settled on his bed, one arm under the back of his head as he picked up his phone. "Look all you want, dude. That shit don't bother me. I mean, I got a big dick. It's not like it's a skill. The way I use it now." Jesus, it took a lot to make Emmitt Armstrong blush, and yet... "You really mess around with guys?" That might have come out a lot more bluntly than Emmitt intended. Morley, as usual, didn't seem to care. He shrugged his massive shoulders and scowled at whatever was on his phone. "Sure. That wasn't an offer right now, though." "I know that, asshole. I'm just asking." "Yeah," Morley looked over at him. "I like threesomes," he said, in the same tone of voice with which he'd ordered his dinner earlier. "A few times it was a girl and another guy. I was into it. I mean, sex is sex, right?" Emmitt frowned. He didn't begrudge Morley his sexual openness. If anything, he found it refreshing. But he all too well knew the stereotypes that bisexuals couldn't be in committed relationships, and that all they wanted was sex. Then again, Morley was a 20-something professional athlete who drove a Hummer and had a huge dick. Sex probably was all he was in it for, and hell, if that was his thing, why not? Despite his fondness for the word bro and the fact he drove the world's most unenvironmentally friendly vehicle, he was a good guy. "You think you'd ever, end up with a guy?" "Aw," Morley batted his eyelashes at him. "You asking me to go steady, Army?" "Yeah, hang on. Let me get you my Letterman's jacket." "Like it'd fit," Morley chirped. Then got serious. "I don't know. Is it weird that I don't think about that stuff? I remember my coach in the minors talking about how guys tended to get married and have kids and stuff early when they played hockey professionally. Like everything we do is all," he made a hand gesture, "sped up or whatever, 'cause our careers aren't that long. But I don't know. I'm not really into the serious thing right now." "It's cool," Emmitt said. "I was just wondering." "Does it make me bi if a dude sucks my cock while his girlfriend rides my face?" Morley asked, with that same lack of inflection. Emmitt stared at him. "You get to decide your own labels, man. Bi or pansexual or no label at all. But one thing it does make you is fucking lucky as hell." Morley grinned. "I know, right?" Emmitt shook his head. Morley was Morley, and hey, there was something to be said for living your most authentic life, right? "You ever get shit for being bi?" Morley asked. "I mean, if it's anybody I know, tell me and I'll hit him on the ice where it counts." "You're like an anti-fighting activist's dream," Emmitt said, laughing despite himself. "Yeah, a few times. I dated a guy once who really didn't like that I was bi, because he thought a lot of girls hung around our practices. And there were some, but I kept trying to tell him, I could control myself. But apparently he couldn't, 'cause he left me for this guy he met on Grindr." "Dude," Morley said. He seemed affronted. "What team's he on?" No team. He didn't play hockey." Emmitt fiddled with his car keys. "He was a dental student." "A dentist? Bro," Morley guffawed. "I don't know why that's funny." "Because maybe he was dating me for access to a guaranteed client base?" Emmitt shook his head. "It wasn't even that serious. I haven't had a lot of serious relationships,
Not really. No time. That's kind of why I like playing the field. Or, skating the length of the ice. Morley waggled his eyebrows. Keeping my bench full. That literally doesn't make any sense, Morley. You get it, though, right? Man, I don't know how Holtzy does it. He goes to school, he plays hockey like a beast, and he has a relationship with a non-hockey dude. Like, I think sometimes if I ever did want to date a guy, it'd definitely be a hockey player. 'Cause think how sweet that'd be. Emmitt, given how much he was fantasizing about the Venom's other goalie, didn't think he'd call it sweet. Relationships are probably hard no matter what. But I'm glad that as much as you might be partly responsible for the heat death of the universe thanks to your car, hey, I bought some carbon credits one time. That you're a good guy and a good teammate. Emmitt clapped him on the back. And if Jake the dentist ever shows up to a game, I'll point him out and you can make fun of me for my taste. How's that? Guess it'll have to do, said Morley serenely. But I mean it, man. I won't let anyone bully Holtzy for being gay, so no one better do it to my bi, bro. It was nice to hear Morley use the word bi, even with the bro attached. Their game against the Rain did not go well. Goalies were notoriously superstitious, and Emmitt was no exception. He wasn't Dominic Hasek-level superstitious or anything, but he had his own little quirks. He didn't eat eggs on game day because he'd eaten an omelet the morning his Pee Wee League team lost their championship, and he also trusted his intuition without fail. So, when he walked into the away locker room that night, a little jazzed up on caffeine, hey, it was Seattle, and got the little tingle on his spine and an itch in his right arm, he knew things would go south. Oh no. The thing about his intuition was that it didn't matter. Emmitt wasn't in goal that night. There was literally nothing he could do about it. He knew any attempt to talk to Ryu would be construed as an effort to get into his fellow goalie's head before the game, and while Emmitt still wanted that starting spot like he wanted to breathe, he also didn't want to lose. What would he say, anyway? Hey, I didn't eat an omelet this morning, but my right arm itched anyway, so, be careful and watch your stick side? Yeah. That'd go over real well. Oh well. If nothing else, he could warn Tristan and Morley, which he did in a low voice before the team went out for puck drop. Morley'll be fine, Morley said. We creamed these guys last year when we came out here for our game. I think their fans are still crying. Emmitt scratched his arm and knocked Morley in the back of the head. You're making it worse. Morley laughed. Chill, Army. Bro, we've got this, okay? You gotta believe, man. Tristan, for his part, at least took Emmitt a little more seriously, but Emmitt could still tell that his teammate was humoring him. The Rain scored 2 minutes into the game on a fluke turnover. Morley came back to the bench, flushing from exertion and because the turnover was his fault, and glanced at Emmitt uneasily. Oh, sure. Now he believed Emmitt. Typical. Maybe if everyone else was as superstitious as goalies, they wouldn't have these problems. Someone had done the equivalent of eat eggs this morning, and now they were going to pay for it. The team rallied to tie the game late in the first, but by the end of the second period found themselves in a 4-1 hole going into the third. It was the kind of lead that had fans of the home team leaving early to beat the traffic, sure of their team's inevitable win. And while the Venom battled back and got it to 4-2, they were just off in that way that teams sometimes were. The less time they had to close the gap, the more aggressive Morley got, sending him to the box and leading to another Rain goal with 5 minutes left in regulation. The forwards had no offensive rhythm, very little sustained offensive zone pressure, and their defense seemed a half-step out of focus. Emmitt watched all of this from the bench, and he knew the team's shakiness overall was the reason they weren't pulling Ryu. Besides, there was no point. The game was almost over, and while Ryu hadn't played poorly exactly, it was far from his best game. At one point, Emmitt could hear the crowd chanting, "Mori, Mori," and turned to look over his shoulder.
glaring up at the stands in offended sympathy. That fucking goalie chant, man. He never really noticed it when he was in goal, but he did when it was his teammate's name they were chanting and he was on the bench. The Venom pulled Ryu with a minute left, and he sat wordlessly beside Emmitt as their teammates failed to keep the puck in the zone, and the Reigns scored an empty net goal. Next to him, Ryu swore softly under his breath and went back out on the ice. The team was noticeably quiet when the game ended with a 6-2 loss. Emmitt changed back into his suit and waited for the press to leave. He thought about saying something to Ryu, but what the fuck would he say? Logically, a bad night in goal for Ryu meant the possibility of Emmitt seeing more playing time. He didn't even like the guy, so why did he feel bad for him? Everyone lost. It was how the fucking game worked. Despite knowing that, Emmitt didn't necessarily go out of his way to console Ryu for the loss. His teammates were giving him a wide berth, probably because the score was due mostly to their mistakes rather than their goaltender's performance in net. "Next time, I guess we should listen to your weird goalie sense," Morley said when they were back in the hotel. They had a travel day the next day, so he was getting ready to forget the team's loss and the time-honored tradition of liquor and, because it was Morley, girls. "Not sure what good it would have done." Emmitt, freshly showered and dressed in his dress pants and a button-down, gazed at himself in the mirror. He wasn't entirely sure he wanted to go out tonight, but maybe he'd have fun once he was at the bar. That's usually how it worked whenever he was feeling the uncharacteristic urge to act like a hermit. "I'm sure Clancy'll go over all of it tomorrow," Morley winced. "That's why we gotta go out and have fun now. You ready?" "Yeah." Emmitt grabbed his phone and his wallet and his room key and followed Morley out into the hallway. Instead of the elevators, they headed a few doors down. "Yo, Holtzy!" Morley yelled, banging on the door loud enough that two of their teammates stuck their heads out of their rooms and told him to tone it the fuck down. "Come on, man. I got booze to drink and sorrows to drown." Emmitt ignored his loud teammate and leaned against the wall. When the door opened, it wasn't Tristan but Ryu, who was Tristan's road roommate. He was showered, but barefoot and dressed in loose black cotton pants and a gray t-shirt. "You wearing that to the bar?" Morley asked. "I think you have to wear shoes, bro." Ryu's full mouth tightened. "What have we discussed about not calling me that?" Morley clearly wasn't in the mood for Ryu's bad attitude. "Same thing we discussed about me doing it anyway, probably. Where's Holtzy?" "On the phone." Ryu wasn't even looking at Emmitt. "And I'm not in the mood to go out before you ask." "Aw, that wasn't your fault. Whole team was off. Should have listened to Army. You didn't eat any eggs this morning, did you?" Ryu gave Morley his best goalie stare and said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. At all." "The eggs thing is just me, Morley," Emmitt pointed out, amused despite himself. "I don't eat eggs on game days, but other people can." "What about the itchy thing?" Morley demanded, as if his response to Emmitt's earlier admission hadn't been, "We got this, bro." For the first time, Ryu looked over at Emmitt. Emmitt shrugged, not feeling like explaining. "I had a bad feeling, that's all." "You didn't mention it," said Ryu. His mouth curved into something a little too cold to be a smile. "But I guess you wouldn't." "Hey, that's not—" "Fuck you. Like you would have listened," Emmitt snapped. His temper, as usual, riled immediately when Ryu was being an utter dick. Tristan appeared behind Ryu. "Everything okay?" "Goalie moment, I think. Let's just go." Morley jerked his head toward the door. "You coming, Holtzy?" "Yeah, I could use a drink after that fiasco." Tristan gave Ryu a kind smile when Ryu stood back and away from the door. "You sure you don't want to come?" "I'm sure," said Ryu, his eyes narrowed and still focused on Emmitt. Oh, what? It was Emmitt's fault they'd lost? Because he didn't tell his fellow goalie about his bad feeling? Did Ryu really think that was Emmitt's secret plan, to sabotage Ryu's career and make himself the starter? Yeah, okay. Let's go." Morley glanced between Ryu and Emmitt, as if picking up their silent, unfriendly tension. which had been there since day one, so Emmitt wasn't sure if this was the first time Morley had noticed or what. "Have a good night," Tristan said to Ryu. "Don't sulk," said Morley. Emmitt opened his mouth, planning to say something like, "Shake it off," or some other vaguely supportive statement, but Ryu slammed the door in his face before he got a word out. So, okay, whatever. "Man, he's in a bad mood." Morley punched the elevator button 6 times in a row. "He doesn't like losing." Tristan glanced down the hallway toward his room. "And he definitely doesn't like being around people when he does." Emmitt was silent, but when they got down to the lobby and headed to the hotel bar, he realized he was angry, and he wasn't going to be able to relax at all. It wasn't so much getting the last word, though fine, maybe it was a little bit that, as it was having Ryu think Emmitt was silently cheering for him to fail and keeping valuable game insight to himself. A bad feeling and an itchy arm was not valuable game insight, but still. They just met up with a few of their teammates when Emmitt decided to go back upstairs. "I forgot something in the room. Be back," he said to Morley. "I got you a drink already," Morley said, turning away from the bar. "Drink it for me if I don't come back." Emmitt nodded at Tristan, made the same excuse, and headed to the elevators. When he was standing in front of Ryu's door, he thought about forgetting this and just going to bed, maybe watching some TV or taking advantage of the empty room to jerk off nice and slow before bed. Instead, he knocked. Ryu looked neither surprised nor happy to see him. "What?" "Look," Emmitt started, pushing his way in, and he was sure Ryu allowed it more out of curiosity than anything else. "I think we gotta get something clear here. I had a bad feeling, yeah, but I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to think I was trying to get the starting spot by playing fucking mind games with you." Ryu snorted. "I think I can handle matching mental wits with you, Armstrong." "What the fuck does that mean? You think I'm stupid?" Emmitt asked, moving closer. He kicked the door shut behind him and crowded his teammate against the wall. "I'm not stupid, Mori." Ryu didn't look impressed. "What's this temper tantrum about, then?" "You had a bad game," Emmitt said, slamming one hand up on the wall next to Ryu's head. "Don't blame it on me." "When exactly did I do that?" He hadn't, was the thing. Still, it didn't matter. He made Emmitt so fucking mad. "Implying I didn't tell you about my bad feeling because I want you to lose?" "Don't you?" Emmitt opened his mouth, then snapped it shut. It's not that I want you to lose. I want to be the starter. It's not fucking personal." "Of course it's personal." Ryu gave him a level stare. "Back the fuck off, Armstrong. I'm not in the mood for your attempts at posturing." Emmitt spared a moment, wondering who would win in a words with friends match between Ryu and Belzy. "You remember what happened the last time I said make me, don't you?" Ryu's answer was to stare up at the ceiling, as if he was trying to remember something and not quite managing. "Oh, fuck you," Emmitt growled, then grabbed him by the shirt and yanked him forward to kiss him. He wasn't about to admit that this was what he came here for, but the second Ryu's mouth met his... Yeah, this was exactly what he came here for. Ryu returned the kiss, but he shoved Emmitt back as he did, so Emmitt was now pushed against the wall on the other side of the narrow entranceway. "What part of losing a game do you think means I want to put up with a brat?" Emmitt smiled fiercely against Ryu's mouth and reached a hand down, palming over Ryu's cock. "This part." Ryu bit at his bottom lip. "I don't even like you." "But you want my dick." Emmitt slid his hand up and beneath Ryu's t-shirt, over the hot, smooth skin of Ryu's abs, before shoving it unceremoniously into Ryu's pants to get at his cock. He opened his mouth for Ryu's tongue, thumbing the head of Ryu's dick, while Ryu's fingers started working at his pants. "I want to get off," Ryu said, his low voice thrumming with arousal and an edge that made Emmitt's cock throb. "That what you were gonna do? Fuck your hand and think about my mouth?" Emmitt's head went back, and he banged it lightly against the wall as he felt Ryu's hand palm his dick through his underwear. "Yeah, Come on. I don't think so. Ryu stepped away, leaving Emmitt leaning against the wall, panting, with his shirt rucked up, his pants half unbuttoned, and his dick aching. You... Strip and get on the bed, Ryu said, in a tone of voice that Emmitt would pretend later did nothing but make him angry. Or go back to your room and take care of that yourself. Emmitt chose to take that as a dare rather than an instruction he wanted to follow, so he took his shirt off, his undershirt, and shucked his shoes, socks, and pants. He then pulled his boxer briefs off and gestured to the beds. Which one's yours? Or does the idea of fucking around on your roommate's bed get you hot? Ryu's dark eyes narrowed, and Emmitt could see how much he was annoying Ryu, and God, it made him want to keep running his mouth until Ryu made him stop. Ryu pointed to the bed nearest the window, and Emmitt went to it, kneeling and reaching to jack his cock while he watched Ryu with a challenging expression. You want to take a video for later, Mori? Ryu smiled, and it was the definition of anticipatory. I don't need one, do I? I bet any time I told you to strip for me and get your cock out, you'd do it. And I bet you just hate that, don't you? 'Cause it means you have to admit you want me to. They stared at each other, Emmitt stripped naked and kneeling on Ryu's bed, his hand playing with his cock and balls. Seriously? You just want to watch? His eyes fell to the obvious bulge in Ryu's pajama pants. Sure doesn't look like it to me. Ryu pulled his shirt off, studied it, and then said, I was thinking about shoving this in your mouth, but I think I have a better idea. Emmitt definitely had a better idea, and he was willing to bet it was the same one. He lay down on the bed without prompting, fisting his own cock and pushing his hips up to fuck his hand. Then get over here and shut me up, Mori. I dare you. Ryu made a noise, and it took Emmitt a second to realize it was a snort of laughter. Your dirty talk could use some work, Armstrong. But my blowjob skills are fucking legend, which you'd know if you'd shut up and get over here and fuck my mouth. Ryu's breath hitched, and he shoved down his pajama pants, followed closely by his underwear. He crawled up the bed so he was kneeling over Emmitt, and he shoved 2 fingers in Emmitt's mouth. Prove to me you're worth my while. Emmitt had no idea why Ryu's taunting got him going, but he was too turned on to care. He sucked hard on the invading fingers, using his tongue and keeping his eyes locked on Ryu's the whole time. Their last encounter had been fast and furious, and this one was probably going the same way, which was fine with Emmitt. If they kept talking, Ryu was going to end up with Emmitt's fist in his face rather than his cock in Emmitt's mouth. Ryu pulled his fingers free and dragged them, wet, down Emmitt's cheek. The gesture was as arousing as it was infuriating, and Emmitt reached up and grabbed Ryu's hips to pull him closer. Come on, do it. Fuck my face. See if you can make me choke. Ryu made him choke. All at once, too. He barely gave Emmitt a chance to breathe, just shifted and pressed his cock in, starting a harsh, punishing rhythm from the get-go. He had one hand in Emmitt's short hair, the other pressed against the wall above the headboard while he knelt over Emmitt, straddling his head and face-fucking him without mercy. Emmitt fucking loved it. He could hear himself, the wet, sucking sounds and harsh choking noises, and he slid his hands up and down Ryu's muscular thighs and stared up at him through hazy eyes. His chin was wet, and it was messy as fuck, and Emmitt kept trying to push his hips up to get some kind of friction on his cock to no avail. Get me off good and maybe I'll suck you. Ryu was staring down at him, eyes wide and so dark they looked black. He was so fucking hot, his skin flushed and his muscles all hewn tension beneath Emmitt's stroking hands. He was watching Emmitt, maybe to see if it was too much, maybe just because it was too much. Emmitt didn't fucking care. He pulled back so he could take a breath and tease at Ryu's foreskin with his tongue, deliberately not taking it deep again, and playing with Ryu's balls with one hand. He slid a finger experimentally against Ryu's hole and felt him shudder. You're such a brat, Ryu panted harshly. He glared down at Emmitt, guiding his cock back to Emmett's mouth, then smacked him across the face with it and smirked when Emmitt moaned. "Of course you like that. Such a fucking cock slut, aren't you?" Emmitt didn't answer until Ryu smacked him on the face with his dick again. Then he grinned and opened his mouth, undaunted. Ryu's taunts said Emmitt had gotten to him, and oh, Emmitt liked that. Almost as much as he liked Ryu's cock sliding back into his mouth, over his tongue and down his throat. He could taste pre-cum, and he swallowed hard around the thick length, his eyes wet and his tolerance for choking on cock nearing a breaking point, even if he didn't really want to stop. But he was getting lightheaded and dizzy from the lack of oxygen, and before he could think of how to best convey this, Ryu gave a low moan, shuddered hard, and pulled out. With a few quick jerks of his hand, he came all over Emmitt's upturned face. Emmitt blinked hurriedly, gasping for breath and way more turned on than he ever thought he'd be from someone giving him a facial. Well, good to know he could still surprise himself with the shit he was into. Ryu slumped forward, with both hands on the wall now to support his weight, and Emmitt coughed a bit and turned his head on the pillow to fill his starving lungs. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the blanket to wipe his face off, giving himself a mental reminder to leave an extra tip for housekeeping. They definitely made a mess of the bed. The only sound in the room was their harsh breathing. Eventually, Ryu moved, and before Emmitt could get enough air in his lungs to say anything, he felt the slick, wet heat of Ryu's mouth slide over his dick. "Huh, I guess I showed him I was good at sucking cock." Emmitt pushed up on his elbows to look down at Ryu, whose hair was loose now around his shoulders, the strands brushing against Emmitt's inner thighs. You look good with your mouth on my dick." Ryu stopped and glanced up at him. He pulled off Emmitt's cock, and Emmitt held back a whine. "Be quiet, Army. Lay down, be quiet, and let me suck you off." Emmitt blinked at him a few times, then he lay down, exhaled, and slid his hands in Ryu's hair while Ryu took him back in his mouth. It wasn't the same brutal face-fucking as Ryu had given him, but it was, in its own way, just as intense. Maybe more so, for Emmitt. He was overwhelmed with the sensation of Ryu's mouth, the feel of his fingers rubbing over Emmitt's balls, the other hand keeping him pinned down to the bed. Other than the sounds he was making, low moans of encouragement and gasps, Emmitt didn't say anything. When he felt Ryu's fingers slide against his cock so that Ryu could suck both of them, he had a fairly good idea why Ryu was doing that, and he moaned loudly, his hips pushing up in encouragement. Ryu still paused when his finger rubbed over Emmitt's hole. Emmitt nodded, which he wasn't sure Ryu could see, so he spoke up at last. "Yeah, do it." All it took was a couple more seconds of Ryu sucking his cock and fingering him to make Emmitt lose it. He grabbed at Ryu's hair in warning, but Ryu didn't budge, just swallowed hard so his throat constricted deliciously against Emmitt's cock while Emmitt came in his mouth. It was the kind of orgasm that stole his breath and his ability to think, his senses and his vision whiting out for a moment as the pleasure made his back bow off the bed. By the time Emmitt blinked his eyes open, Ryu was dressed and standing by the bed. He wordlessly handed Emmitt a glass of water, which he took and drained in 2 long, thirsty swallows. His clothes were scattered all over the floor. Emmitt didn't bother with his underwear, just pulled on his dress pants and his undershirt and gathered up his shoes, socks, dress shirt, and boxer briefs in his arms. He was only going a few doors down anyway. Neither one of them said anything while Emmitt got himself dressed and gathered his clothes. Ryu was dressed exactly as he'd been when Emmitt showed up, in his pajama pants and t-shirt. "Hey," Emmitt cleared his throat, which didn't do much to eradicate the scratchy sound from his voice. "Look, I know we're competing, and I want that starting spot, but I want to earn it by being a goalie, not weird mind game shit, or anything else, okay? That's not my style." "I didn't think it was. Like I said before, you're not very subtle." Ryu didn't smile, but Emmitt thought maybe he came close. "I just don't want you to think. Army, get out of my room before I lose this nice, relaxed buzz I earned by fucking your throat." Emmitt snapped his mouth shut, but maybe not in time to hide the surprised snort of laughter. "Whatever, Mori." It wasn't until he was on his way back to his room that he realized tonight was the first time Ryu had ever used his team nickname. Emmitt wondered if that meant anything. He wondered if he wanted it to. Chapter 8. The following day, Ryu met his parents at an elegant seafood restaurant in downtown Los Angeles for an early lunch. They still lived in the sprawling Bel Air estate he'd grown up in, and because it was them, he expected a formal meal and setting. The restaurant was all pressed linen tablecloths, soft classical music, unobtrusive waitstaff, and sparkling crystal centerpieces. There was not a grilled cheese or mozzarella stick to be found on the classy case-bound menu. Instead, it was minuscule portions of dishes like seared Chilean sea bass or manila clams in a saffron broth. Ryu could imagine Morley's incredulous response to being offered braised kale with Greek yogurt sauce, or wild Fijian albacore niçoise salad. Ryu wasn't entirely sure what niçoise even meant, let alone how to pronounce it. Morley would have had the whole team rolling by rattling off one ridiculous guess after another. Add Armstrong to the mix, with his bright laugh and effortless banter, and everyone at the table would have been smiling and having a good time. Maybe even Ryu too, though he would have tried to smother his amusement just to annoy his competition. He had a reputation to maintain, after all. But Army, he had a way of getting under Ryu's skin and forcing a reaction. The memory of him and his talented mouth made Ryu lift his half-full water glass to hide a tiny grin. Last night had been unexpected, to say the least. Thinking about it after Army left had gotten Ryu hot and bothered all over again, leading to a quick shower jerk-off session just in case Tristan returned from bar hopping early. Though, when exactly had Armstrong transitioned to Army in Ryu's brain? Ryu's lips took on a wry twist. He supposed he could trace the mental switch directly to that moment after he smacked Army in the face with his dick, and Army responded by grinning and opening his mouth even wider in a silent demand for more. Such an eager cocksucker. Ryu's blood heated, and he wished he could find some excuse to get Army alone again tonight. They could work the edge off before they faced the LA Fame tomorrow. Maybe this time Ryu could give Army the thorough ass-fucking he was so clearly begging for. Ryu caught his lower lip between his teeth and hummed under his breath. But thoughts of Army and kinky sex evaporated when he spotted his parents following the hostess to the table he'd reserved. Ryu stood, smoothed non-existent wrinkles from his button-down shirt, and thanked whatever deity existed his fantasies about Army hadn't gotten him hard. He greeted his parents with a bow of his head. "Oka-san, Oto-san." His mother smiled, and his father tipped his chin in return. Once his parents took their seats, Ryu sank back into his. "Ryu," his mother said, "you look well." "I am, thank you. How are you both?" "Busy as ever." His mother unfolded a linen napkin and spread it over her lap with smooth, graceful motions. Her dark hair was cut in a sharp, stylish bob, her makeup understated but absolutely flawless. She looked young and beautiful as always. "We watched your game last night," his father added, and Ryu tried not to cringe. It had been his worst game all season, so of course it was the one his parents had seen. "We weren't in rhythm. It happens to every team. Next time we'll do better." His father made a non-committal noise as he flipped open the menu. "The commentators mentioned you and that other goalie are playing in tandem. We assumed you would be the starter this season. Is that not the case?" Ryu swallowed, placing his hands on his thighs to resist the urge to squirm. Mori's did not fidget. His parents had done their best to break him of the habit as a child, and usually he was self-possessed enough to quash the impulse. But being near them had always triggered his nerves, as well as his insecurities. "The coaches haven't made a decision yet. They acquired Armstrong at the beginning of the season and wanted to test him, allow him the opportunity to prove himself and demonstrate his skill. His father tipped his head to stare at Ryu above the frames of his glasses. "Did you not prove yourself deserving of the position last season?" Ryu couldn't help the slight defensive raise of his chin. "I thought I had. But for now, the coaches like the way things are going. They decided we'll be playing tandem indefinitely." And hadn't that been a shock to learn after their last goalie practice? Ryu had ground his teeth for a solid hour afterward. Unless one of them completely fell apart, or maybe delivered a few spectacular performances, it didn't look like the Venom would be choosing one starting goalie anytime soon. With another of those ambiguous sounds, his father returned his attention to the menu. He didn't have to speak for Ryu to guess what he wanted to say. Whatever Ryu had chosen to do with his life, they expected him to do it well. To excel, as they both had. His father had an entire display case of awards, memorabilia, and figure skating medals to tell tale of his illustrious career. Now he coached gold medal-winning Olympians. Ryu's mother was a renowned surgeon who'd received numerous accolades and whose procedures had been written up in medical journals. The phrase second best didn't exist in either of their vocabularies. If Ryu was going to play hockey, they expected him to be a champion, a Vezina Trophy winner, a Hall of Famer, not some other athlete's backup. Of course, they'd never outright say they were disappointed. But by now, Ryu knew their tells, and the thing about it was, they weren't intentionally trying to hurt him. They expected the best both of him and for him, and they wanted nothing more than for Ryu to achieve his own successes. If Army or any of his other teammates had been there, they wouldn't have even noticed the subtleties in what his parents weren't saying. They'd see two polite people who were nice and supportive enough to inquire about their son's career. They wouldn't understand why Ryu had broken into an anxious sweat, or why his stomach had started churning. Luckily, the server arrived to save the day. They ordered their meals and talk turned to other subjects, like extended family and the latest happenings with his father's newest skaters and his mother's private practice. They didn't bring up hockey again, aside from briefly mentioning they'd see him after the game against the Fame, but it didn't matter. The heavy weight of their expectations, and Ryu's own self-recriminations about his sloppy performance in Seattle, lingered in the back of his mind. By the time they parted ways, Ryu felt more disheartened than ever. It wasn't so much what his parents had or hadn't said, as it was the reinforcement of concerns he'd already harbored himself. Why was he being forced to compete with a bratty minor leaguer for a position that by all rights, given his numbers last season, should have already been his? He had no sense of being anchored or secure with the team, and it was awful. What if they gave Army the starting slot? What if they sent Ryu back down to the Macon Rattlers? What if they traded him to the worst team in the league? Or worse, what if no other team even wanted him? The anxiety sent Ryu rushing back to the hotel, where he declined Tristan's invitation to the beach in favor of doing lap after lap in the heated indoor pool. He floated for a while after, but it didn't bring him any solace. They had an early morning practice the next day, and Ryu had initially intended to just veg out in his room for the rest of the afternoon before joining the team for dinner. But instead, he called the front desk to arrange a car rental, texted his Aunt June to let her know he was coming, and made the almost 2-hour-long drive to the bungalow she shared with her wife in Los Feliz. June greeted him at the door with a broad, happy grin, her dark eyes crinkled at the corners and reddish-brown hair in a long, tight braid over her shoulder. Her entire outfit clashed, from the paint-stained yellow smock to the purple flower-patterned capris to the retina-searing orange Crocs. But just the sight of her unknotted the cold, gnarled ball of tension in Ryu's stomach. He pulled her into a brief hug. "June," he said, awash in affection for her. His aunt was the person who meant most to him in the world, the person who understood him best. Ryu didn't get to see her as often as he wished during the regular season, but being in her presence always comforted him, in the same way as sipping hot, fragrant tea while sitting at the cozy kotatsu his parents had imported from Japan. Simply by being herself, kind and steadfast, she provided the reassurance and acceptance Ryu could never actually bring himself to ask for out loud. Not that he would have lacked for familial affection even without her. Despite his anxiety and the occasional moment of yearning he felt for his parents to express pride in what he'd accomplished so far, Ryu knew they loved him and valued his strong work ethic. Nyoko, Ryu's mother and Jun's sister, might be as stark a contrast to his Auntie June as any two siblings could possibly be, but from her, Ryu had learned the importance of hard work, humility, and dedication, qualities that had served him well in his years playing hockey. She taught him to hold himself to the highest of standards, while June had been the light of Ryu's childhood, carting him back and forth to practice and doling out praise and encouragement like candy at Halloween. It was June who he'd come out to at 14, she who'd been sitting on the glass with her wife Susan and beaming with pride during his first NHL game. She who'd framed the jersey he'd worn during that game and mounted it on her living room wall. He understood only now, as an adult, that boasting about their children's accomplishments, as Westerners often did, was not the Japanese way. June was the exception there, too, and sometimes Ryu struggled to reconcile her openly affectionate nature with his more reserved, traditional mother. Though June had, admittedly, embraced Western ideals and culture to a degree that Ryu's parents probably considered gauche, she'd come into her own after living in Los Angeles for years, and finally come out to Ryu's parents sometime during his middle school years. And since then, she'd been living loud and proud. If his parents had instilled in him the all-consuming desire to excel, June had taught him to embrace the joy of doing what he loved, even in times of failure. "I'm so glad you came to visit us," June said as she ushered him into the house. "Did you see your parents today?" Ryu's expression must have spoken volumes. June reached up to ruffle his loose bangs. "Come to the kitchen and tell me what happened. I made you onigiri, with umeboshi, of course." The triangular rice balls had been his favorite snack since childhood, and June made them without fail every time Ryu visited. His mouth watered. June set a plate in front of him once he'd settled at the granite island in her kitchen. Ryu detailed his lunch date with his parents in between bites of rice and pickled ume fruit. When he was finished, June patted his hand. "They are proud. Even if they never say it, I know they are. They only want what's best for you." Ryu frowned and set the last onigiri down, half-eaten. "I know. I think it's bothering me more than usual because I'm worried about the same things they are. If I'm not good enough to be a starter, what's the point of me even playing the game?" "Because you love it," June said firmly. "You have since you were a boy, and you're still young. You'll only improve from here." "I'm almost 25. That isn't young in hockey years," Ryu sighed. "A seed that isn't planted won't grow. I've told you that before. If you give up now, you'll never know how amazing you could have been." Ryu straightened on the stool. "I'm not giving up. I'm just disappointed in myself. Frustrated." June met his gaze straight on, her expression solemn. "Then work harder. But remember this. I have faith in you, even when your own faith wavers." The words struck Ryu hard in the chest. He ducked his head, letting his hair fall over his forehead. His eyes stung, and he blinked hard to banish the sensation. As usual, June had said the exact right thing. She always knew what he most needed to hear. Ryu held himself to exacting standards based on his parents' example. They didn't expect anything of him they wouldn't also expect of themselves or any other children they might have had. But June only ever wanted Ryu to do what made him happy. It was why he loved her, why he'd driven here to see her face to face when a phone call would have sufficed. June didn't overcomplicate things. Ryu wanted to do better. He should try harder. Common sense. And yet he'd lost sight of that somehow. He needed to stop thinking of the starting slot as something he deserved, needed to find and correct whatever deficiency kept holding him back, then reinforce the living hell out of it. Army would only take that starting slot if Ryu let him have it. If he wanted to be starter, whether this season or next, Ryu needed to fight for his place on the team. Otherwise, he really shouldn't be playing hockey, and he wouldn't be worthy of June's unwavering support or his parents' respect. He owed it to all of them to try. He owed it to himself. "You're right," he told her. "Thank you for the advice." He smiled. "And for the onigiri." "You're welcome." June's eyes gleamed. "Do your best." Ryu saluted her with what remained of the last rice ball. "I will." And the next night, when Clancy gave him another opportunity to start in net, Los Angeles being his hometown, Ryu did what his aunt had requested. He played with renewed focus, his eyes narrowed and expression stone cold. He played his absolute best, blocking all 33 shots for a 7th career shutout. Tristan was first in line to give Ryu a customary head bump after the final buzzer rang. He grabbed Ryu's mask and shook it, a huge smile creasing his handsome features. Ryu smiled back and used the blade of his stick to give Tristan a light slap on the side of the leg. "Dude, you killed it! Fucking A, man!" Tristan enveloped him in a brief, sweaty hug, then skated off to allow the rest of their teammates a turn. Army was the very last to approach. Ryu expected him to run off at the mouth, maybe make some smart alecky comment to try to diminish Ryu's win. But for once, Army seemed outright subdued. He didn't say a single word, only held out his blocker for a fist bump, which Ryu silently returned. With a follow-up pat to Ryu's padded shoulder, Army departed to join the rest of the Venom in the tunnel that led to the dressing room. Still breathing hard after enduring the last flurry of shots from the Fame, Ryu stared after him, an odd sense of disappointment unfurling in his chest. Ryu should be relishing his victory right now. He should feel vindicated by his comeback after a lousy last performance. And he did. But a subdued Army was outside of the norm. Ryu wondered if, for the very first time, he'd flipped the tables and gotten under his competitor's skin. It should have been a welcome thought, a minor achievement in and of itself. But, surprisingly, Ryu missed the snark and the familiar cocky slant to Army's soft, generous mouth. What the hell was up with that? No matter how well the guy sucked dick, they weren't friends. Ryu didn't even like him. Emmitt Armstrong was a complete nuisance. Ryu still wanted to fuck him, maybe get him off another time or 3 just to watch Army fall apart. He looked hot when he came. Ryu groaned. Damn it. What was he even thinking? Ryu wanted to bang his masked forehead against the glass, knock some sense back into himself. Instead, he shook his head, grabbed his water bottle, and skated toward the bench. Chapter 9. Emmitt was going to have to step up his game. It wasn't as if he didn't know that on a logical level. You didn't get to the NHL without constantly improving your skills, and the first step was to admit you weren't perfect. That wasn't as obvious as it might sound for hyper-competitive athletes, and it wasn't always easy to see your faults as opportunities, or whatever motivational poster bullshit was appropriate in that situation. All Emmitt knew was the guy he watched play hockey that night in Los Angeles was a goalie who deserved a Vezina trophy, not just a starting slot. And that guy wasn't Emmitt. It wasn't that Emmitt wasn't proud of his teammate and fellow goaltender for that goddamn amazing performance in net. He was. At the end of the day, hockey was a team sport and Emmitt and Ryu were teammates. But it was easier to fall into the role of supportive teammate when the roles of starter and backup were clearly established. This constant switching back and forth was amplifying the competition, not the camaraderie. Ryu had been amazing, confident, focused. Whatever doubts or bad luck had plagued him during the game in Seattle, ancient history. Obviously, Ryu was talented. Emmitt had never doubted that for an instant. But maybe he hadn't thought Ryu was quite that talented. It wasn't as if he could rant about it to anyone either. He couldn't very well complain to the rest of the team that Ryu was a talented bastard and had shown Emmitt up in Los Angeles, because that's not how teams worked. He could call his old teammates and friends back in the AHL, but they were busy with their own games, and it seemed kind of like a douchey thing to do, complaining his NHL job was hard. Of course it was hard. That was the fucking point. So Emmitt spent a few days when they were back sulking. Then he told himself to grow up and get over it and hit the game tapes. He watched that game over and over, tried to break down Ryu's techniques and see if there was anything he could implement in his own game. Emmitt knew he couldn't just switch his style, and he didn't want to. He'd made it this far on his own merits, but that didn't mean he couldn't add a few new tools to the toolbox, right? Right. Emmitt brought this up with Coach Marsh during one of their individual practices. At least he knew he could be honest with her. "I was wondering if I could try some of that head trajectory stuff that Mori's always going on about," Emmitt asked her during a break. He took a deep drink from his water bottle. She raised her eyebrows at him. "Did you just say always going on about? Ryu Mori. Are we referring to the same guy?" Emmitt flashed a grin and shook his head. "You know what I mean. Obviously it works for him. You saw that game in L.A. "Sure." Coach Marsh nodded. "I also know that goaltending works on the law of averages, Emmitt. Ryu had a great game in L.A. and a not-so-great one in Seattle. What makes a consistently successful goalie and a starter is playing closer to the great games than the not-so-great ones." Emmitt nodded and tried not to groan. He'd heard this story before, how long-term success came from patiently working on improving statistics, and he understood that. He did. But he also understood the immediate necessity of having better-than-average games when it came to his situation on the Venom. He wondered who of the two of them Marsh would pick as a starter, if the coaches hadn't already decided he and Ryu would play tandem the rest of the season, but he didn't ask. She'd just tell him something about how if he asked, it wasn't him, because the starter wouldn't need to question it, or something. "I get that, but I mean, I gotta keep up, right?" He flashed another grin at her. She was mostly impervious to his charm, but she did smile back. "Of course. I like hearing that you want to try new things, Emmitt. That's good. If you really want to implement some of those drills, we can. You know, I think you could use more focus." He did, but she thought that about everyone. She'd probably give Martin Brodeur the same advice if he were still playing. They spent the rest of the practice focusing on puck movement and following it with your head more than your body. Emmitt found it useful, though he was an active goalie in net and it was hard to find the patience required to just watch the puck and not react. Most of his style was based on quick and instinctual movements, and finding a way to marry that with a more analytical style of goaltending wasn't easy. "You'll find what works for you and what doesn't," Coach Marsh assured him after that first practice. "Some of these drills were new for you and you did really well, Emmitt. Don't be discouraged." She patted him on the shoulder. "But do me a favor and don't try and copy someone else's style. You've got your own and it works for you, and I want to make sure we keep honing and refining that too, okay?" Emmitt nodded, gave her a fist bump, and headed to the showers. Their next tandem goalie practice was interesting. Emmitt enjoyed the surprise on Ryu's face when Coach Marsh mentioned doing a few of the head trajectory drills, and how it was obvious Emmitt had been practicing some of them on his own. Ryu rarely gave anything away, but Emmitt spent a lot of time studying Ryu's face. And it wasn't just because of hockey, either. He still had the memory of that hotel room encounter fresh in his mind, and it had become a favorite jerk-off fantasy when he needed to release a little tension. Which he definitely did after their practice, when Ryu came up to him with a tight-mouthed expression, his dark gaze cold and direct. "What's this? You think doing a few of my drills will make you me?" Emmitt forgot how annoying Ryu could be when he wasn't handling the puck or Emmitt's cock. "It's called being in the NHL, Mori. We practice, we learn, we adapt. Like those dinosaurs in Jurassic Park who could open the door." "You're calling me a dinosaur?" Did Ryu have a sense of humor? "That joke went right past you, didn't it?" Emmitt mimicked a goal horn and threw his arms up in the air. "No. I stopped it because it wasn't funny. Ryu's eyes cast briefly toward the ceiling. I'm not here to make jokes.
Look, you want the truth? Here you go.
Emmitt, freshly showered and dressed in compression pants and a shirt, rested one bare foot on the locker room bench as he dried his short hair.
You were fucking amazing in LA, and you know it. That guy was the starting goalie for our team, and that guy wasn't me. If that means doing your drills or strapping that thing with the strobe lights on my face, so be it. I'm not going to resist doing something that might make me better just because you did it first.
Ryu crossed his arms over his chest. I have no idea why people like you.
You have some idea. Emmitt glanced down at Ryu's cock with a suggestive leer.
The people you're not sleeping with, Ryu corrected. I assume you're not banging our whole team.
Are you? What do they call that? Slut-shaming me?
Is that even possible? You don't seem like the shameful type.
I'll take that as a compliment, Emmitt said, chin lifting. When it comes to sex, anyway. But if you want to know, which I assume you do because you brought it up, I'm not really into casual hookups during the season. Morley's way is not my way. Also, if you try and make some snide comment about me being promiscuous because I'm bi, I'll punch you in the dick.
Ryu sighed. Stop putting words in my mouth. I don't care what you do, Army. His nickname again.
Emmitt grinned. I think you do care, Mori.
He dropped his foot from the bench and took a step closer. Ryu didn't budge, and Emmitt didn't expect him to.
I was honest about how your drills might be useful, so maybe you could try it now and admit you want my dick.
I'll admit you are a dick. How's that? Ryu said, his voice low.
We knew that already. I get you don't really like me, but are we really going to pretend there's nothing happening here?
Actually, yes. That was my plan.
Emmitt laughed. Ryu, let's put this out there. We're rivals because they haven't picked which one of us is going to be the starter. You don't like me for some reason. I'm sure you'll elaborate. But this whole thing, the hockey thing, he waved a hand to indicate the locker room, the practice rink beyond the doors. This isn't personal. Of course we both want the starting spot. Someone wants everyone's spot. Hell, there's someone on the Rattlers who's gunning for Holtzy's spot, and he's about the nicest motherfucker in the NHL.
Ryu gave what was possibly the smallest smile ever at that.
I do think you could focus more on your instincts, just like I'm sure you think I could do something better.
He held up a hand when Ryu opened his mouth, no doubt ready to give him a list.
But right now, let's forget hockey, because that's not what we're talking about.
We're not talking. You're monologuing, Ryu pointed out. What's your point?
We're attracted to each other. We have good sex. We need to release some tension, and there's a long season ahead of us.
Emmitt shrugged.
Maybe you'd like me better if you dicked me out.
I'm not sure that's possible, Ryu said, but his mouth quirked again. You're saying that even though we're competing for the same spot on the team, we fuck around, no strings attached? You think that's a good idea?
Yup, said Emmitt, though maybe it didn't sound as smart when Ryu repeated it back to him like that. I think it'd happen anyway, so let's not deny ourselves and get to it.
You think you're that irresistible, do you? Ryu's expression was challenging. You know that makes me want to tell you no and leave you here all turned on and angry.
Yeah, I know. But I also do think I'm that irresistible, so I think you probably won't do that.
Emmitt reached out and tugged on Ryu's long-sleeved shirt, pulling him closer and almost, but not quite, kissing him.
I think you'll come over and fuck me into my mattress this afternoon. That's what I think.
Think again, Ryu murmured, his breath warm on Emmitt's mouth. And get used to being disappointed. He shoved Emmitt away, but that was all right. They'd been standing pretty close together, and those compression pants didn't hide a goddamn thing. Emmitt had felt the pressure of Ryu's rock-hard cock against his thigh. He shrugged, grinned, and gave Ryu a slow, hot once-over as he went to finish dressing.
I'll text you my address. Give me about 20 minutes. Oh, and park in visitor parking. I'm not paying if you get towed.
What? Ryu was staring at him with the same intensity he stared down the puck. He looked like he was going to say something, but instead he turned and went to his own stall, ignoring Emmitt completely. Emmitt left the locker room whistling. He knew when he'd won. He'd started to doubt that, though, about 30 minutes later. Maybe Ryu really wasn't interested, but Emmitt couldn't understand why. Clearly, they were attracted to each other, and the sex was awesome. If they didn't like each other, then so much the better, right? No worries about catching feelings. Emmitt had seen that go bad more than once on his journey to the NHL. Being closeted probably didn't help, but in the few times he'd picked up on teammates who were more than just friends, they weren't speaking by the end of the season. Since Ryu already didn't like him, there was no problem. Maybe the way Emmitt had presented this whole letting off steam sex partnership plan had been insulting or something. What the fuck? If Ryu already didn't like him, what was the goddamn issue? Should Emmitt have said it nicer or something? He didn't think Ryu was into him because of anything nice. I don't care what he thinks of me. I don't. Right when Emmitt was starting to think Ryu really was serious about telling him no, he heard the buzzer chime. He threw up a fist pump. Not like anyone could see it, and then schooled his expression to be less pleased before opening the door. "Here's how this is going to work," Ryu said, pushing into his apartment. His tone of voice brooked no argument, and he gave Emmitt no chance to say anything, which Emmitt had to admit was hot. "If this is ever a problem, we're not doing it anymore." "Duh," said Emmitt, reaching behind Ryu to make sure his door was closed and locked. "Obviously." "Okay." Ryu stared at him. "You understand this is just about letting off steam, right? Just fucking? Because, okay, fine. You're hot, and yes, it was good. And that's it." "Yes, Jesus, Mori, I get it. You want me to sign a contract extension or something? Here, I'll call my agent." Emmitt grabbed his phone, but Ryu's reflexes were on point, and he grabbed at Emmitt's wrist. Not that Emmitt would have really called anyone. "This stays between us," Ryu continued. "You have a lot of rules for no-strings-attached sex," Emmitt pointed out. If him being mouthy was against one of them, they'd have a problem. "It's the only way this works." Ryu was all up against him suddenly, reaching to pull him closer and give him the kiss he'd denied Emmitt in the locker room. It was messy, hot, and urgent, and Emmitt loved it, opened his mouth, and kissed back with eagerness. That was that. Ryu stopped talking about rules and regulations of teammates with benefits and got with the program, pushing at Emmitt with determination. "Where's your bedroom?" Emmitt had sort of forgotten, to be honest. Ryu's intensity was as intoxicating as any high-proof liquor on an empty stomach, and Emmitt was more than ready to get drunk on it. "This way." He turned and headed toward the stairs that led to his bedroom. He could feel Ryu behind him. All of Emmitt's senses were primed and ready, his cock already hardening in the sweats he'd changed into. "Hey," Ryu grabbed at him, but not to kiss him this time. "I don't want you to do anything you're not into, okay?" "Have you met me?" "Emmitt?" Ryu's voice was that same no-nonsense tone, and apparently Emmitt was into that. "Yes, Ryu." Emmitt stared at him, trying to think past the lust. "I'm capable of telling you what I don't want, and I will. Trust me on that." Ryu pushed him aggressively toward the bed. "What do you want? Can you tell me that?" "Yup." Emmitt tore his shirt off and tossed it on the floor, then pushed his sweatpants down his hips to join it. He'd skipped the underwear when he'd changed, and his cock was already hard. "Lube's on the nightstand. I like it from behind. Too much fingering bores me, and don't hold back unless I say stop. That work?"
Ryu's eyes went a little hazy, and Emmitt could see him breathing harder, could see red staining his cheeks. "That works. For now." He took a step forward and gave Emmitt a little push onto the bed. "Next time, don't strip until I tell you to." Why was Ryu being a bossy motherfucker so hot? Whatever, it didn't matter. Emmitt was fully capable of appreciating it in the bedroom and nowhere else. "Sure. Next time, make me." Ryu made a noise and climbed on top of him, still dressed, though he'd managed to kick off his shoes. His weight felt good, as did the length of his hard cock when he settled on top of Emmitt and kissed him. "Fingering bores you?" "Yeah, I like to get right to it. I love being fucked. Why?" He tilted his head as Ryu started mouthing at his neck. Emmitt had a feeling this first time wasn't going to take very long. "Sounds like you. I bet you were that kid that hated to stretch before running." "That's... what?" Emmitt shuddered as Ryu found his wrists and pressed them against the bed while kissing and sucking at his neck. "I didn't want to get injured. Of course I stretched." "But you didn't do it just to feel it, Ryu nipped at his ear. "The anticipation? You skipped past that?" "We're still talking about running, right? I wanted to get it over with." "And that's not the same as sex?" "Ryu, if you think of sex and running as the same thing, then you've been having some really bad sex," Emmitt told him, pushing up, trying to get friction on his cock. "And don't say something like I don't appreciate running, because it's not the same and you know it." "Emmitt, be quiet," said Ryu, who'd moved on to kissing down his chest. "I bet I could finger you and make you like it. Make you fucking fall apart for me." He probably could, but Emmitt wanted to get fucked and he wanted it about 3 weeks ago. "Do it with your dick. I promise it'll be worth it." "You're so fucking cocky." Ryu half sat as Emmitt pulled at his shirt to get it off, baring Ryu's chest. He was smooth and muscular, and the sight made Emmitt's mouth water. He dropped one hand and rubbed it over Ryu's erection through the nylon material of his pants. "I'd make a comment, but it's too easy." Ryu arched his brows, and then he smiled. It wasn't that little half-smile of his, the one he seemed to give despite himself. It wasn't the sneer, either. It was an actual smile, and it made him unfairly gorgeous, enough that Emmitt thought maybe he shouldn't want to see it again. The point of this was not to like Ryu. "I'd make the joke about you being too easy, but you're not. You're fucking impossible." He took Emmitt's hand away, and Emmitt groaned in frustration, and was at least mollified when Ryu shucked off his pants, leaving him just as naked as Emmitt. "You're also too chatty." "I'd say then shut me up, but that's a cliché, "You've said it before," Ryu reminded him, kissing and biting down Emmitt's chest. "And I did it. But I don't want you to be quiet. I like the noises. It's your words I find irritating." Emmitt laughed, the sound hoarse, turned on. "Good reminder that I don't like you. I just like what I fucking wish you'd get around to doing with your... Ah." He ended on a moan, as Ryu decided the easiest way to shut him up was by sucking his cock into his hot, wet mouth. What were words, and who needed them? Emmitt stared up at his ceiling while Ryu sucked and licked him into incoherence, his fingers teasing at Emmitt's balls and then lower, at his entrance. He glanced up at Emmitt with hot, dark eyes, and Emmitt flailed his hand, knocking an empty water glass and a phone charger off his nightstand before his fingers closed over the lube. He tossed it toward Ryu, and Ryu caught it deftly, a nice display of athleticism that Emmitt was far too turned on to care about. He expected Ryu to use the lube on him, but instead he felt something warm and wet on his hole. It took him half a second to realize it was Ryu's tongue, and that Ryu was rimming him, which wasn't something Emmitt was used to and had no idea it felt so good. He let his legs fall open, grasped at Ryu's hair, and held on tight while he pushed his hips forward,
practically fucking himself on Ryu's wicked tongue. Ryu gave him a satisfied smirk when he pulled back. Emmett's cock slick with pre-cum, and his breathing shot to hell. "That didn't bore you, I hope?" "Shut up and fuck me," Emmitt gasped, reaching again for the condom he'd stashed on the night table. His fingers were trembling, but he didn't care. Ryu sheathed his cock, and Emmitt went to his hands and knees, almost expecting that Ryu would fuck him some other way just because Emmitt liked it like this. But he was apparently amenable, because Emmitt felt Ryu settle behind him, hands warm on Emmett's hips. He looked back over his shoulder as Ryu fisted himself, slicking up the condom with the lube. Emmitt should have done that, maybe. Next time. "You look good like this," Ryu said, and even through his haze of lust, Emmitt could tell it sounded a bit grudging. He ran an appreciative hand over the curve of Emmett's back, down his ass, before kneeing his legs open a little wider. Emmitt let him, watching until he felt the press of Ryu's cock against his hole. He took a deep, slow breath, fingers curling into the sheets of his bed as Ryu started to push forward. One of Ryu's hands settled around the back of Emmett's neck and squeezed. "Relax. Breathe out." Emmitt wanted to snap something about how, yes, he knew he'd done this before, thank you very much. Instead, he did as instructed, took a deep breath and exhaled, bearing down as Ryu entered him. He'd done it before, yeah, but not recently. Ryu's dick slid to the hilt, and Emmitt braced himself with his hands and pushed back in a gentle demand. Ryu gave a short laugh and gripped Emmitt by his hips, acquiescing to Emmett's wishes and starting to fuck him. He was good at it. Not that Emmitt expected anything else. His rhythm steady and strong. His cock dragged over Emmett's prostate, and he cried out before he could stop it. But what the hell? Why not? It felt so good, and Ryu was slowly starting to speed up, fucking him harder, faster. Emmett's knees were slipping, and he was covered in sweat, a fine trembling in his arms making it difficult to hold himself up. He finally got accustomed to the weight of Ryu's dick and the push and drag of it, stabilizing himself so he could push back against Ryu and meet the forward thrust of his hips. "Yeah, fuck," Ryu muttered, his own breathing ragged. The way he looked, when Emmitt managed to turn his head, was incredible. Sweaty, mouth parted, eyes wide and intent on Emmitt. He wasn't staring at the place where his cock disappeared into Emmett's body, but into Emmett's eyes. Emmett's gaze caught and held. "Fuck, get me off." Ryu dropped one hand to stroke Emmitt off, fingers playing briefly with the sensitive tip before settling into a fast, harsh rhythm. "Say please, and mean it." "Please, you motherfucker," Emmitt panted, and Ryu gave him a wild, fierce grin and stroked him harder. Emmitt slid forward on his elbows, driven down by the pleasure. So close, so fucking close. He found himself biting down on his pillow when he came to muffle the shout. He felt every pulse all the way to his toes, and he was dimly aware of Ryu following him down, draped across his back as he thrust hard. He heard one of Ryu's hands smack against the wall as Ryu came, body sweat-slicked and heavy on top of his. Emmitt turned his head and panted for breath, slowly drawing air back into his lungs as Ryu gently pulled out and moved off him. The cool air caressed his sweaty skin as Ryu dealt with a condom, walking naked into Emmett's bathroom. He spent a moment appreciating the sight of Ryu from behind, the tight muscles of his thighs and his ass, then sighed regretfully for his empty and now misplaced glass of water. His body was still tingling, his hole sore but well used, and that was exactly what he'd wanted. He hadn't felt so relaxed in weeks. Emmitt half expected Ryu to shower or something, but instead he came back in and found the water glass that had rolled half under Emmett's bed. He made a face at it. "This is dusty." Emmitt just gave a tired laugh and closed his eyes. "Got more in the kitchen," he said on a yawn. He could hear clothes rustling around, then felt Ryu's hand smooth over his back. "You okay?" Emmitt lazily raised one arm and gave him a thumbs up. "I'm great, thanks." When Ryu didn't move his hand, he opened his eyes and peered up at him. "What?" "So this is how I make you quiet and respectful, huh?" "Figures." Ryu shook his head. "That was really good." "I know. I have good ideas, and I told you so." Ryu sighed. "There's the army I know and want to muffle." "Yup. Nothing keeps him down for long." He thought about offering a second round, but he hadn't eaten yet, and no way he was doing anything without some calories. He opened his mouth to offer takeout on the couch, then remembered they didn't like each other, and all of Ryu's rules for appropriate no-strings sex. It probably didn't include dinner. "Don't worry about the lock. There's bottled water in the fridge if you want one." Something strange flickered across Ryu's face, but he just nodded and dropped his hand. "See you at practice." "Yeah," Emmitt said. "See you at practice." He listened to Ryu's footsteps go down the stairs, pause, no doubt putting on his shoes, and then out the door. Chapter 10. If there was one thing Ryu hated about being on a professional sports team, it was the mandatory PR activities. Interviews, goofy videos and skits, random local signings, photo shoots with puppies, which, fine, maybe those weren't too awful, if the photographers provided lint rollers and the puppies didn't pee or shit on them. Even Ryu's 2 sizes too small heart could occasionally be swayed by a pair of big brown eyes, as long as those eyes didn't belong to one Emmitt Armstrong. Nope, Armstrong's eyes had absolutely no sway on Ryu whatsoever. Despite Ryu's complete inability to forget how dark they'd looked, how hooded and hot when Army rode back on his cock and begged Ryu to get him off. He shouldn't be thinking about that now, or any time, ever, but especially not right before their joint on-camera interview by one of the team's regular television commentators. The segment was being filmed for the Snake Pit, the media section of the Venom's website, where they posted vlogs, candid Q&A sessions, and day-in-the-life special features that allowed fans to get to know the players. As far as promo went, Ryu didn't mind these events as much as he did the ones involving loud, obnoxious children, but a part of him chafed at having to share the spotlight with Army yet again. It made sense they'd both be interviewed. They'd been playing tandem since October, and it was now late November. That didn't temper Ryu's resentment at the reminder of how he'd failed to secure the starting slot last season. But no more brooding, no more fixating on past mistakes. Eyes forward. What he'd done before didn't matter anymore. It was what he did from this point forward that counted. If he needed to remind himself of that every day, he would. Ryu joined Army in one of the nondescript meeting rooms that had been converted into a temporary studio, and observed his teammate as one of the film crew mic'd him up. Army was dressed casually in a hooded Venom pullover with his number on the shoulder, and a pair of black basketball shorts over compression tights. Ryu had opted for a zip-up fleece and a pair of loose track pants, since they were both expected to wear team gear. Army's gaze found his, and the corner of his generous mouth curved in a tiny, familiar smirk. Ryu had last seen that expression right before Army sucked his dick 3 nights ago, and irritatingly it heated his blood in this crowded room the same way it had in the privacy of Army's loft. Fuck. Why the hell was Army so sexy, even when he was being an arrogant shit? It wasn't fair he could look so attractive while simultaneously annoying Ryu to the point of distraction. Army knew it, too, judging by the way that smirk broadened into a meaningful grin. A grin that Ryu wanted to kiss off Army's face because clearly he was losing his mind. Ryu inwardly berated himself as he walked over and settled onto the empty chair next to Army's. He didn't look in Army's direction as a crew member affixed a mic to his shirt collar, but he felt the pressure of Army's shoulder once the guy had finished and walked away. "I was thinking about watching the football game tonight," Army said, all nonchalance. "If you wanted to join me." Ryu lifted a brow and turned his head. After they'd all been forced to endure Morley's 45-minute ramble about his fantasy football team during dinner last week, Army knew damn well Ryu didn't give a single fuck about the sport. This was clearly code for come over and dick me out, and Ryu wasn't sure whether to be turned on or annoyed that Army would ask while they were waiting to be interviewed and both possibly being recorded already. "I don't know if I'm in the mood for football tonight," he replied, keeping his voice cool. "Are you sure?" Army asked lightly. "I think football might be in the mood for you. I remember how much you enjoyed the last couple of games." Ryu snorted, even as a flush crawled along his neck. Oh, he'd enjoyed their fuck sessions, and then some. He'd liked the blowjobs from a few nights ago, too. But if their arrangement was supposed to be a casual, no-strings kind of thing, hooking up 5 times over the span of 2 weeks seemed excessive, no matter how good Army's ass felt around his cock, or how often Ryu jerked off to the memory of his soft, needy sounds. A modicum of distance had to be maintained. There was too high a chance of drama otherwise. "Maybe next week," Ryu said, and tried to ignore the flash of disappointment at how easily Army shrugged at his answer. The commentator, Trig Conroy, approached before either of them could speak again. "Hey, guys." Trig smiled his camera-ready smile and shook both their hands. "Let's get this show on the road, shall we?" The lights were adjusted, and after some direction from the crew and a brief countdown, the camera started rolling. Trig looked into the lens and increased the wattage of his smile. "Hi, Venom fans, it's your pal Trig Conroy, and today I have the distinct pleasure of interviewing your amazing tandem goalies, Ryu Mori and Emmitt Armstrong. We're going to talk about their paths to the NHL and how they both ended up here, guarding the net on your home team." He turned to face them. "Ryu, why don't we start with you? You were drafted, correct? Tell us a bit about that." Ryu kept his eyes on Trig because, hell no, he wasn't going to stare directly into the camera like he was about to dole out the weather forecast. "Yes, I was drafted by the Venom out of Boston College during my sophomore year. I spent a couple of seasons with the Macon Rattlers before being called up, and I've been here ever since." "How about you, Emmitt?" Trig asked. "I know you followed a different path." Ryu saw Army nod out of the corner of his eye. "Yeah, I was never drafted, actually. I was invited to a prospect camp by the Marauders at the end of my senior year of college. They signed me as a free agent after the camp, and I'd been with their AHL team, the Chattanooga Raiders, until I got traded to the Venom this past summer." "So you've both spent time in the minors," Trig said. "And you, Emmitt, just won a Calder Cup with the Raiders. Are you trying to bring that good luck to the Venom's push towards the playoffs this season?" Army grinned. "Oh, definitely. First the playoffs, and then the final. No point aiming any lower than the top." Trig laughed. "Spoken like a true champion. And I'm sure your coaches would agree. Aim high." His megawatt smile dimmed into something more serious. "I heard you two discussing football before the cameras started rolling. Emmitt, I know you're named after a famous player, Emmitt Smith, and your own father, Darryl, did a brief stint in the NFL before a devastating knee injury prematurely ended his career. Did he ever encourage you to play football?" Army shifted in his seat, and Ryu turned his head to look at him more fully. Army's bright grin was gone, and tension bracketed his full mouth. Yeah. My dad wanted me to follow his path and maybe kiss the Lombardi trophy someday. And I did play for a little while, when I was really young, but... "But you weren't interested in trying to play professionally?" Trig prompted when Army stopped speaking. Army lifted a shoulder. "My heroes were Martin Brodeur and Grant Fuhr, who was a man of color like me. I didn't want to force myself to stick with a sport I didn't enjoy playing. My father was a little disappointed, of course, because he loves football, but hockey was my life, my dream." Trig nodded and, unsurprisingly, turned a thoughtful look on Ryu. "And you, Ryu," he said. "Your father was also an athlete. He won a gold medal for Olympic figure skating in his youth, right? Did he want you to follow in his footsteps, too?" Army's head jerked toward him, but Ryu focused his eyes on Trig. The man had obviously done his homework and knew they shared at least one commonality in their respective backgrounds. It felt a bit like having the rug pulled out from under him to be confronted with these types of personal questions without any warning. But if Army could share his truth, Ryu would too. Ryu straightened in his seat. Not that he'd been slouching in the first place, but if someone had been standing around with a handy ruler, they could have precisely lined it up with his spine right then. Neither of my parents expected me to follow their path. I never wanted to be a doctor like my mother, and my father might have taught me how to make my way around the ice, but I never felt any passion for figure skating. I always knew I'd go in a different direction, and my parents never actually cared which career I chose, as long as I did my best to excel at that career. Like Army here, I found my own way.
Now here we are, Army said, and the softly spoken words pulled Ryu's gaze to his. 2 men of color, vying for the starting goalie position on the same team. What are the chances?
Not very high, Ryu told him seriously. I'm sure there's probably a stat for it somewhere.
Army grinned, and Ryu felt his own lips curl in response. Once again, he wanted to kiss that plush mouth and run his tongue over every inch of Army's smooth brown skin. Army was gorgeous, especially when he was looking at Ryu with respect in his warm, dark eyes instead of cockiness or mockery. Although, for the sake of brutal honesty, Ryu could admit Army was hot during those times, too. Going back to what we were discussing, Trig began, but Army held up a hand to cut him off and turned to look directly into the camera. While we're on the subject of race and hockey, I'd like to tell kids of color there's a place for them in this league. If I'd let people discourage me when they told me hockey is a white man's sport, there'd be one less black player in the game right now. But the only way we'll ever see any real diversity in the NHL is if we encourage kids of color to play. It might not be an easy road. Racism and bigotry are still alive and well in this sport and in society in general. But if you want it, if you're ready to fight for your spot, there's a place for you here. Army turned to Ryu, one side of his mouth hiked up. Isn't that right, Mori? Ryu snuck a peek at Trig, who looked pale-faced and uncertain, but the camera was still rolling, and apparently they were doing this, acknowledging the elephant in the room. The league, whatever, management, might never let the video be posted to the Venom site, but he might as well go for broke while he had the opportunity. That's right, Ryu addressed the camera head-on. I'm a Japanese American playing hockey. If you want to be here, there's a place for you. Change only comes through action. It won't be easy. I know Army as a black man had it a lot harder than me. Every experience is individual. But whatever your race or ethnicity, you're going to have to work your butts off for multiple reasons. You have to be 5, 10 times as good as everyone else, but in the end, it'll be worth it. And maybe someday you'll be sitting on my side of the screen, encouraging the next generation to step forward. That's right, Army nodded. Come through, kids. There's a women's league, too. Let's take hockey by storm. Trig laughed nervously. Well said. He faced the camera, and Ryu spotted the gleam of sweat on his pasty forehead. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. Join us next week for our Q&A with Captain Daniel Bellamy. There's still time to submit your questions. We are at The Snake Pit on both Twitter and Instagram. This is Trig signing off. Green and gold. That's a wrap, folks, the cameraman announced, and Trig practically leaped from his chair. Ryu wanted to laugh. Instead, he simply watched Army as Army watched him, and the crew member who'd put on their mic stepped forward to remove them. You know, I think I am in the mood for football after all, Ryu told him. Army smiled so hard his cheeks creased and his eyes scrunched up. Me too. Chapter 11. Morley's house was the literal definition of the word McMansion. It was located in Buckhead, one of the trendiest and most expensive areas in Atlanta, and for some reason, it was absolutely not what Emmitt had expected.
He'd sort of assumed that Morley, who was single and had no children, that he knew of anyway, would live in a trendy loft like him and Ryu. Instead, Morley's house was in the back of a subdivision with an honest-to-God gated entrance. It was huge, white stones set back on a manicured lawn. It was December, so the lawn wasn't green, but Emmitt figured in the spring it would be as lush as a golf course. It was nearly impossible to imagine Morley living here. So much so, Emmitt pulled his phone out and checked the address. This was the place, Google assured him. Emmitt parked the car and headed to the front door. He knocked, then rang the doorbell out of curiosity. It played a long, chiming sequence that was probably Beethoven or some shit. Shaking his head, he shoved his hands into his pockets and waited for the door to open. "Hey, Army! All right!" It was Morley himself, in running pants, flip-flops, despite the fact it was December and, while not Chicago cold, not warm, and holding up a Miller Lite. "Is this your parents' house?" Emmitt asked, like he was 15 and visiting some rich-ass friend in the burbs. "Huh?" Morley gave him a weird look. "Dude, my parents live in Vegas, remember? Come in, there's some beer pong going on in the rec room." "Trevor?" Emmitt followed him into the house, which boasted a large 2-story foyer and some kind of fancy-ass window. The house was so large Morley's loud, boisterous voice echoed. "Yeah?" Morley got him a beer from what appeared to be a beer fridge next to the coat hanger. He handed one over. "Smart, yeah? I mean, what's the first thing you want when you go to someone's house? A place to hang your fucking coat and a cold one, right?" He beamed. "This house," Emmitt started, "it's, really big." "Right?" Morley beamed and swigged from his beer bottle. "I got it in some kind of foreclosure, or whatever they call it when people buy ginormous houses and can't pay for them. Anyway, it's got 7 bedrooms and 7 bathrooms, a pool house and a pool. It's not heated, but it could be, like, I'd just have to get someone out here to install a heater." "But why?" Emmitt asked, blinking at him. "To swim when it's cold, bro." Emmitt was overcome with a sudden affection for his teammate. He shook his head with a rueful laugh. "Yeah, I got that. I meant, why do you need 7 bedrooms, man? You sleep in a different one every night?" "No, but hey," Morley snapped his fingers and grinned. "Good idea." "I sort of figured you'd end up in a loft like me and Ryu," Emmitt said, realizing at the last second he'd used Ryu's first name. "You know, close to the bars, so you didn't have to drive." Look, that's practical and all, but Emmitt, I'm a pro hockey player, man. I wanted a fucking mansion. I take a lift home from the bars. No big." Emmitt honestly had no idea what to say to that, so he accepted the tour. Morley's kitchen was the size of Emmitt's entire loft, and exchanged a few hellos with his teammates, who were gathered in small groups in the kitchen. They could host the entire Eastern Conference here if they wanted. "When I first moved in, they thought I was, like, squatting," Morley said cheerfully. "Then they thought I was the yard guy since I mow and stuff." There were appetizers on the absurdly large island in the kitchen. They were things like Tostitos, cheese puffs, and jars of salsa. The chips were all in bags, and the salsa was still in the store-bought jars. It was like a college party on a soap opera set. "You mow." "Yeah, I got a mansion, right? So I gotta have a mansion yard. I have a lot of nice neighbors, though. Real chatty ladies. They're always outside drinking wine." Emmitt bet they were. He wondered if they'd figured out who Morley was. "You're living the dream, man." He touched his beer bottle to Morley's, who grinned and tipped his chin up. "Hell yeah, I am. Except when I gotta dust. That sucks." Of course, Morley would have a gigantic McMansion and not hire anyone to clean it. The image of him dusting made Emmitt snicker. Morley's rec room had a pool table, a fireplace, a full kitchen, and a wet bar, and something that was supposed to be a wine cellar. Morley had filled it with bottled water, protein drinks, and a few cases of Miller Lite. "Not big into wine," was Morley's reasoning. I got all that water at Costco. You remember? They got, good deals on stuff. Emmitt tended to have his groceries delivered, or picked them up from the convenience store at the corner of his street. I'll take your word on that. You can buy trampolines there, Morley enthused. I think I might put one next to the pool. His eyes brightened. That seemed like a bad idea, but also an awesome one. Emmitt was considering this when a familiar voice said, "This house is ridiculous, Morley." The Sahara-dry voice was accompanied by a scent that Emmitt knew well, and his body reacted accordingly. He glanced over and gave Ryu a nod and a lift of his beer, taking in how good Ryu looked and trying not to let his gaze linger too long on his mouth. If Morley was offended by Ryu's pronouncement of his house's absurdity, he didn't let it show. He just grinned and said, "I know, right? What up, Mori? Get a beer." "Should I get one from the wine cellar?" Ryu asked. Emmitt snorted. "No, bro, the fridge. That's just where I keep them before I put them in there." "Don't tell him," Emmitt said with a grin at Ryu. Ryu's smile was small but genuine, and having it aimed at him was doing dangerous things to Emmitt's equilibrium. To be fair, that had been happening for a while now. Definitely since that interview they'd done for the Snake Pit a couple of weeks ago. He hadn't realized Ryu came from such a similar background. All this time, he'd thought they were about as different as two people could be. It was kind of fucking with his head, because the no-strings-attached sex as stress relief thing would only work if they barely tolerated each other on a personal level. Everyone knew that. "I can't believe how many rooms this place has," Emmitt said to Ryu, when Morley had ambled off to the beer pong table. 7 bedrooms? Does he have beds in all of them? "I'm not asking." Ryu scanned the large rec room. "He said there's an attached pool house, which seems to me to be missing the point of a pool house." "I guess for some people, success means a giant house." Emmitt shook his head. "When I signed this contract with the Venom, my mom made me promise to watch that 30 for 30 special about athletes who go broke because they don't know how to handle money. I tried to remind her I play hockey, but she insisted." "So you watched it," Ryu said, "right?" "Yeah, and I hired an accountant." Emmitt shook his head. "I grew up in Chicago. People had these kinds of houses in the suburbs, but I never went there." "I grew up in a house like this, sort of." Ryu sounded almost hesitant, like maybe he didn't want to talk about his family to Emmitt. "The decor was a little less in his 20s dude-bro athlete, though." "We had a perfectly nice place. It just had, a normal number of bedrooms for 2 people. His parents had lived in a larger house when Emmitt was a kid, before his dad's career ended and their marriage along with it. He nodded at Sebastian Cruz, who was watching Tristan play a game of beer pong like he was about to write a paper on it, or school them all on how they were playing it wrong. It was hard to tell with him. "Maybe the good professor can tell us if there's a term for that." "Buying an expensive house that's larger than you need? I'm pretty sure it's American," Ryu said, with his typical dry humor. Emmitt laughed. He noticed a few people looked toward them and figured it made sense they'd be curious or surprised. He and Ryu hardly spent time together doing anything but hockey. As far as they knew, anyway. "What about buying a trampoline and putting it next to a pool?" "An accident waiting to happen," Ryu said flatly. Emmitt laughed louder. "I'd totally try it, though." "Sure. Go ahead and make some minor leaguer's dream by getting injured." Emmitt rolled his eyes, but his voice was perilously close to fond. "I'm kidding, Ryu. He doesn't even have one yet." Ryu shook his head, but there was a slight smile on his face. "Hey, goalies!" one of their teammates called out. "Don't respond to that," Ryu said, "or they'll keep doing it. We have names." Emmitt would usually do the opposite just to be contrary, but he was fine going along with Ryu on this one. It had only a little to do with the tone of voice Ryu used, the same one he used in bed with Emmitt. "Mori! Army! Get over here!" You heard saying please, Morley? Emmitt called back. He noticed Sebastian was giving them a look, like he was going to write a paper on them. But Emmitt wandered over to the large table where Morley and a few other teammates were gathered, his brows drawn together. Is that Jenga? We figured if anyone had the patience to play this, it'd be you and Mori, said Stewart, one of the alternate captains. Morley has the hands of a gentle giant. Emmitt laughed and settled at the table with his beer. Ryu took a seat beside him, and they stared at the tower of blocks. They looked at each other, and Emmitt felt his mouth curve into a challenging smile. You on? Always, Ryu said. And if there was heat there, well, Emmitt thought maybe he was the only one who noticed. The thing about Jenga was that it was a game of concentration and strategy as much as skill and dumb luck. And, obviously, physics. Emmitt's goaltending style might have been a shade more aggressive than Ryu's, but he was still a goalie, and patience was an integral part of his position. His teammates, used to fast and furious plays, and also kind of drunk, were the sort of guys who liked competition, especially when they were part of it. They huddled around Emmitt and Ryu for a while, shouting encouragement and yelling when one of them pulled off a particularly tricky block removal. Used to stadiums full of people shouting and screaming, it didn't faze Emmitt or Ryu a bit. Eventually, bored by their intense concentration and the lack of response to all their obnoxious heckling, most of their teammates wandered away to the air hockey table. Emmitt studied the tower of blocks as he contemplated his next move. This is the quietest I've ever seen you, Ryu commented, which was possibly a diversion tactic. And you're being awfully chatty, Emmitt responded, deftly selecting a block and removing it. He thought for a minute the entire tower wavered, but nothing happened, so maybe that was his imagination. He watched Ryu study the tower as if it were a shooter coming toward him for an OT goal in the Stanley Cup final. Are you going to reveal you're a secret Jenga champion? There's not going to be a secret about it, Ryu said, cocky as ever. He glanced up at Emmitt and said, I've got steady hands, and I like to win. Emmitt waited until Ryu was just about to make his selection and said in a low voice, I know exactly how good you are with your hands, Mori. Ryu didn't blink, just removed the block and fixed him with a look. You don't really think sexual innuendos are going to distract me, do you? I thought it'd be more effective than our teammates doing the goalie chant, Emmitt said, referring to the time-honored tradition of the home team mocking the opposing team's goalie by chanting his name when they were down a few goals. Does that ever bother you? The goalie chant thing, not the sexual innuendos? No, I don't pay attention. Let me guess. It doesn't bother you because you like having an entire building chanting your name? Emmitt grinned widely. Guilty as charged. You're a brat, Armstrong. Ryu nodded at the Jenga game. It's your turn. Yeah. Don't rush my greatness, Mori. Emmitt studied the selection of blocks, thinking through the options available. I would play this with my friends in high school for shots, but I never got drunk because I always won. Poor baby, Ryu mocked, leaning back in his seat. I didn't drink in high school. I was allowed to have wine with dinner sometimes, but getting drunk never really appealed to me. It was like Boone's Farm or some shit, Emmitt said. Barely counted as liquor. But the games didn't last that long. Some drunk asshole always stumbled into the table. His focus narrowed, and he inched forward, slowly, to select the block he wanted. It took a good 10 seconds to extract it, but he was victorious. He gave Ryu a satisfied grin. That was competent, Ryu drawled, and Emmitt laughed again. What is this game you're playing? They both looked up at Sebastian, who had materialized by the table. Tristan stood next to him, leaning into his side, his fair cheeks flushed from the alcohol he'd consumed. Jenga, said Emmitt. He indicated the tower of blocks. You have to remove them without the whole thing falling over.
I can see why you two are good at it. Sebastian sipped his beer, which was not a Miller Lite, the lucky bastard. I find it amusing that a group of competitive sports players get together and immediately go right for the games. There was a loud shout from the air hockey table as someone apparently won a match. I told you we play cards on the plane, too, Tristan said. Or whatever else we can make into a contest, Emmitt joked. You want to try it? Sebastian was studying them with his sharp-eyed gaze. He shook his head. No, I was just curious. We'll leave you to it. He grabbed Tristan's hand and towed him off toward the snack table. That was weird. Emmitt shrugged and went back to watching Ryu, who was making his choice and removing his block. Should we bet on this? He said, thinking about the whole card game thing. They usually did bet, though it was on things like who buys the team dinner and not the things Emmitt had in mind. Bet what? You know you'll bend over for me if I want you to. Emmitt stared at him. What the fuck, Ryu? Well? Ryu's little smirk was as much a turn-on as the challenge in his voice, the certainty he was right, and those long, slender fingers caressing the block he'd just stolen. Okay, then it has to be something else. Every time you get a block out, you ask a question and the other person has to answer. You love talking about yourself, Army. Ryu rolled his eyes. That's not really a wager. But he went serious. Why did you want to play goalie? Oh, man, Emmitt said, shaking his head. He looked at the block tower, both thinking about his next move and how to answer the question. Like I said during that interview, I was fascinated by Grant Fuhr. There was something about watching someone who looked like me save the game, you know? Like, I know every position in hockey is important, and I know the game doesn't rest on our shoulders, but, and you might think I'm full of shit because of how I play, there was this kinda lone wolf thing going on in my head about goalies. And sure, I liked the rush of making a save and getting everyone to cheer. I don't know, man, but the second I put on the pads and got in front of the goal, it felt like being home. Football, the short time I played it, I did it for my dad, and there was his legacy and all this pressure. With hockey, it was mine. I liked that. Ryu was watching him, his expression as cool and inscrutable as ever. Emmitt felt momentarily self-conscious, but he ignored it in favor of taking his turn. This time, the tower did waver, but it didn't fall. He grinned and wiggled the block. My turn. What's your favorite thing about me? He burst out laughing at the look on Ryu's face. Kidding. Same question, actually. Ryu didn't answer at first, too busy taking his turn. The tower wavered for him too, but eventually settled down. I don't like the game's outcome being out of my control. Playing goalie gave me control. Obviously, it's not that simple, but that's one of the main reasons. That does not surprise me, Emmitt said. It's pretty fitting with our styles, too, yeah? You and your control thing, me and my savior complex. It's your turn. Ryu stared at him for a moment. Did your dad come around? About your career? If by come around you mean eventually realize it was what I was doing, yeah. If you mean does he show up at my games with a foam finger and go on the dad's trip, no. I don't think he wants me to fail or anything like that, but he's just sort of disinterested. Like, I could win the Stanley Cup and he'd be all, oh, that's wonderful, son. Just think about that Super Bowl ring you could have by now if you'd gone into football. Emmitt shook his head. It's weird. I always figured my dad would get it, you know, because he loved the game and played it professionally, but I guess it doesn't matter because it's not the same game. Don't get me wrong, my dad's great, and we can go fishing and talk about music and shit, but we just don't discuss my career. Which sucks, like I said. But my mama, though, She's definitely on board for the foam finger and the mom's trip. Emmitt found a fairly easy block for his next move. Your parents came to the game, didn't they? In L.A.? Ryu nodded. They're sort of the same. They don't care about the game, but they care about me doing it well. It'd be the same if I'd followed my dad into figure skating or became a doctor like my mother. Whatever I did, I was expected to excel. That's a lot of pressure, yeah? I mean, I guess it was kind of nice not to have that with my career. I had the freedom to develop it without that expectation. Pressure is good for us as athletes, Ryu said, like he was parroting a sports book. It can also drive us fucking nuts. Emmitt watched as Ryu expertly removed another block. They were getting down to the nitty-gritty of the game, the part where someone was going to lose based entirely on physics. A game of skill that sometimes came down to chance. Well, wasn't that appropriate? Do your parents know about that you're bisexual? That was the most personal question Ryu had ever asked him. Emmitt shrugged. I think my mom does, but no, not my dad. I just never had a reason to tell him, because I don't think he'd care, not really. He snorted. I bet if I dated a football player, he'd be more excited about that than the fact I'm in the NHL. My parents don't know either. That Ryu offered that up without Emmitt having to ask was something of a surprise. For similar reasons, although I don't think they'd mind. My father's worked with plenty of gay figure skaters over the years, and my Aunt June is a lesbian, and they accept both her and her wife. It's just, my personal life isn't something we discuss. I simply don't need to tell them because it hasn't been relevant before. It was Emmitt's turn, and he felt the sudden urge to ask, is it now? When he successfully removed another block. His heart was beating a little faster, and he knew it was the mere idea of asking, is this turning into something, with the two of us? Rather than the increasing difficulty of the game. As it turned out, he never got to ask. Almost on cue, Morley ambled over, loudly declaring, You two are still playing? Both Ryu and Emmitt tried to tell him to be careful, but to no avail. Morley wasn't paying attention to where he was going, and he bumped into the side of the table, causing the remainder of the tower to topple over and fall on the table, a few pieces skidding onto the floor. Naturally. This was how every game of Jenga ended. Hadn't he told Ryu that? Emmitt didn't really mind that the game was over, but he wondered if he would have asked the question, and what Ryu's answer would have been. And if it would be the one Emmitt wanted to hear. Chapter 12. Ryu's family didn't celebrate Christmas in any traditional or religious sense, but he always welcomed the break and the time it allowed him with his Aunt June. His parents didn't care about the holiday beyond how it affected their respective schedules, so aside from a quick phone call to let them know he'd be in California for a few days, Ryu didn't bother trying to make any concrete plans with them. Instead, he spent his mornings swimming laps and working out at the gym where he maintained a membership, despite only visiting June a handful of times throughout the year. In the afternoons, he shopped and visited with his few local friends, but the evenings were reserved for lounging around June and Susan's cozy bungalow and letting his aunt spoil him with all his favorite childhood snacks. As much as Ryu loved being on the ice and with his team, it was nice to have a few days to simply relax. To not have to be anywhere on a timeline. No practices, no airplanes, no hotels. Just his aunt's sprawling couch, a comfy southwestern patterned blanket, and the epic fantasy novel he'd started reading during the Venom's most recent road trip. And silence. Hours of glorious silence while Susan and his aunt worked. Occasionally, Ryu's phone buzzed with random misspelled texts from Morley, who'd decided to spend his break getting wasted in Cancun, or Tristan, who was with Sebastian, happily ensconced at his parents' Wisconsin farm. Nothing from Army, though. And Ryu didn't particularly care to examine why the lack of contact left him feeling some type of way.
Army had told Ryu he'd be visiting his mom and her longtime boyfriend in Chicago, and since he seemed to have a solid relationship with his mother, they were probably doing whatever it was close-knit families who celebrated the season did around Christmas. Sipping hot cocoa, singing carols, having snowball fights, those Hallmark movie kinds of activities. Though, if anyone asked him, Ryu would deny having ever watched any of that wholesome holiday fare. Ryu spent the day watching romantic comedies and playing card games with his aunt and Susan. For dinner, June prepared tonkatsu with shredded cabbage, white rice, and miso soup. Dessert was a light, spongy cake decorated with strawberries and fluffy whipped cream. Ryu ate until he was stuffed full of delicious, deep-fried pork and didn't give a single thought to the calories. It was a laid-back kind of day, and the relaxed atmosphere lifted Ryu's mood. By the time he wished them both good night and settled down in his bedroom, his home away from home that was distinctly separate from the guest room where other visitors slept, he knew sleep would come easily. Except it didn't, because the moment he turned off the lamp, his phone lit up with a new text message, and the name on the screen had him snatching it up so fast he would have been embarrassed had anyone been there to witness his eagerness. Army.
You awake?
Ryu. Yes. Why are you? It's after midnight over there, isn't it? Army.
Can't sleep. Can I call you?
Ryu blinked at the unexpected request. They'd never actually talked on the phone before, only exchanged a few dozen texts, and those messages mostly pertained to when and where they would fuck. Maybe that was why Army was reaching out now, after a couple days of radio silence. Maybe he thought getting off would help him sleep. Ryu couldn't be offended at the idea of being used for that purpose. Wasn't that what their little arrangement was all about? Stress relief? Ryu. Sure. Seconds later, his phone started vibrating. Ryu accepted the call with a swipe of his thumb.
Hey, Ryu,
Army said, the words a low, husky scrape. Hearing his name in that tone sent blood rushing to Ryu's cock. He reached under the blankets to give the stiffening length a quick squeeze. Hey, what is it? Need me to make you come? Army's breathing stopped. After a moment, he inhaled, long and slow.
That would be amazing, but not right now. I just need to talk.
Ryu slid his hand back up to his stomach, his slight disappointment vanishing beneath concern. What's wrong?
I talked to my dad earlier. Mama called to wish him a Merry Christmas this morning, and she handed me the phone after. I couldn't avoid it without coming across like a complete fucking child.
Ryu frowned up at the shadowy ceiling. The room was mostly dark, save for the meager light filtering through the curtains from the street lamp outside. I'm guessing this conversation didn't go well?
That's one way to put it, Army sighed. I tried to talk to him about how great the season's been going, and he
trailed off, his frustration palpable over the line.
I don't even know why I'm surprised. He's always like this. All my life he's said shit like, "That's great, Emmitt, you do your best." But I keep hoping he'll see how far I've gotten and admit he was wrong to be disappointed I didn't choose football. He won't, though. He never will. Why do I expect anything different? Like, what the hell is wrong with me? Why do I care so much that my dad doesn't like hockey? It seems like such a childish thing to be pissed off about, you know?
It's not, Ryu assured him. You work hard, and I think it makes sense you'd want your father, a professional athlete, to at least try and understand the sport you've chosen. Army grunted.
I don't know, man. I feel like an asshole being mad at him about it. Why do I want him to invest so badly, you know? Like, can't I just talk about fishing and not care?
Apparently not, Ryu said. And that just means it's important to you. There's no shame in hoping he'll finally start to understand why you love hockey and be proud of you for being good at it. Ryu hesitated, toying with the edge of the blanket. I'm in a similar situation. I keep waiting for my parents to tell me they're proud of me, to acknowledge the skill it took to make it into the greatest hockey league in the world. I'm sure, as a coach and former competitive athlete, my father is well aware of how difficult it is just to land an NHL contract. They drilled it into me, this need to strive until I'm number one at whatever it is I'm doing. They expect me to make being the best my priority, and I have. I'm grateful they instilled this kind of work ethic in me. It's a huge part of why I've made it this far, but I think it might be nice, to have some acknowledgement of what I've achieved already.
Yeah, I hear you.
Army was silent for a beat.
I'm sorry, man. That's rough.
Point is, maybe we felt parental pressure in different ways, but I get where you're coming from. It's not easy to feel like you're disappointing them.
Yeah, I mean, there have been times I wished I played football just to make my dad happy. Especially since we get along so well about everything else, It almost makes it worse somehow. I love him, and I can't just write him off, and I don't want to. So I keep trying to get this thing from him, this investment, but I just get defensive and pissed when I don't get what I want. Ugh.
Army's sigh was a loud gust across the line.
But I wasn't trying to let anyone live vicariously through me. You know what I'm saying? I know that's all he wanted. To, relive his glory days through his son. That's a lot of weight to lay on a young kid's shoulders.
It is. Ryu stared at the slowly spinning blades on the ceiling fan. I know it's probably unfair of me to expect them to change, but sometimes I wish they'd just bend a little. The words emerged like a confession, there in the dark, with Army's soft breathing in his ear. It was easier to share secrets, to admit to a weakness, when the person he was talking to was half a country away, and he didn't have to look Army in the face. He'd never even told Tristan about any of this, but Tristan couldn't understand the way Army did. Win or lose, Tristan's parents had eagerly and unreservedly supported his hockey career since he was old enough to slap on a pair of ice skates. Ryu didn't begrudge him that vocal, enthusiastic support. Tristan was too good a person for Ryu to begrudge him anything. But Tristan's upbringing meant he'd never truly comprehend what it felt like for Ryu, who'd been brought up in a household in which bragging was frowned upon, in which he was simply expected to work his hardest and do his best without the need for constant praise or validation from the people whose disapproval could crush him. Only someone who'd lived a similar experience could truly relate.
Have you ever tried to talk to them about it?
Army asked. Not really. We don't discuss those sorts of things. They never outright say they're disappointed. It's more subtle than that, but I can read between the lines. Army made a noise that wasn't quite a laugh.
I don't know what's worse. My father, who'd like me to know how great I'd be if I were just playing a different sport, or your parents, who will silently let you know they're disappointed because you don't already have a championship ring.
Ryu snorted. I don't know either.
At least my mom and Carlos are supportive. Like I said before, she'll be at any game I play in Chicago with a foam finger and a jersey on. Hell, she'll even travel if we make it to the playoffs. And my dad's mom, my granny, hell, you should see Granny Hazel. She probably figured out what a Corsi stat is. That woman is intense.
When, Ryu corrected. When we make the playoffs. And she sounds great.
Yeah, okay, when?
Army chuckled, and the soft, sexy sound heated Ryu's blood and made him contemplate putting his hand back on his dick.
Do you have anyone who supports you? I bet you $1 million I can lend you Granny Hazel if you want.
There went any desire to touch himself, but Ryu wasn't sorry about it. He couldn't pass up the opportunity to talk about his favorite person. My Aunt June and her wife. Ryu smiled, unable to keep the fondness from his tone. June used to cart me back and forth to practices, games, everything. She basically came along with my parents from Japan to be my nanny and pursue her art career. She told me she looked at it as a big, new adventure, since she hadn't gotten to travel much before then. I'm closer to her than anyone else in my family. Ryu hesitated. Don't get me wrong. My parents aren't unsupportive. Not at all. The fact that they simply expect me to do well is a sign of their support, and their belief that I'll succeed at anything I put my mind to. Army hummed briefly. Does your aunt know you're gay? Yes. She's the only person I told in my family. Ryu furrowed his brow, struggling to find the words to explain exactly why he'd felt so compelled to share that part of himself with his aunt. I just needed her to know. I'm pretty sure my mama suspects at least, but I'll confirm it for her if it ever actually matters. Army paused. You know, if I ever had a serious boyfriend or whatever, someone I'd want her to meet. Ryu didn't correct his if to a when this time around, although from the expectant silence, he almost felt like Army might have been waiting for him to do so. Or maybe Ryu was the one reading into things. They'd both agreed to casual sex. No strings, no feelings. Perhaps, somewhere along the way, they'd started crossing the line into friendship, but even that was still tentative at best. No, Army couldn't be referring to them or their situation. He didn't even like Ryu, aside from when Ryu was dicking him out or sucking his cock. Ryu didn't like Army either. And at the end of the day, could they ever truly be friends if they were both vying for the same position on the same team? How could the loser help but resent the winner, no matter how great their chemistry? Maybe it wouldn't even be as good once their rivalry was over and the antagonism had faded. I think I can sleep now, Army said quietly. Thanks for listening, Ryu. Night. Good night, Emmitt. It was only when the phone beeped, signaling the disconnection of the call, that Ryu realized he'd called Emmitt by his given name for the first time outside of sex. Ryu rubbed a thumb over the darkened screen, oddly jarred by how abruptly the conversation had ended. He'd thought maybe they'd both get off tonight to lighten the mood after touching on more serious topics than usual. Instead, he lay there staring at the ceiling with a hollow feeling low in his belly. He'd liked talking to Emmitt. Probably too much, which was why he'd tried to reassert some distance between them, instead of using Emmett's boyfriend comment as a potential lead-in to a discussion he was in no way ready to have. No commitment, no feelings, just fucking. It couldn't be more than that. How could a relationship survive them being in constant competition, let alone one of them being chosen above the other? That would happen eventually. It was only a matter of time before the coaches made their decision. Not that there weren't some instances when goalies played tandem throughout the entire season, but that was rare. 99% of the time, a team chose one starter and stuck with him, only using the backup for relief or in cases of emergencies. That was how it went. Ryu couldn't be distracted, couldn't think of Emmitt as anything more than a convenient fuck buddy, not if he wanted to be on his A-game. But it felt good talking to Emmitt. The phone call had been one of their few conversations that didn't revolve entirely around sex, and Ryu had enjoyed it. More than enjoyed it. He'd loved being able to speak candidly about his family to someone who understood exactly where he was coming from. Ryu had never made that kind of connection with any of his other teammates, past or present. Ryu couldn't help but marvel at what it felt like to be so well understood for once, especially when he'd thought at first that he and Emmitt had nothing in common. They'd walked similar paths, and knowing that made the pull he felt toward Emmitt compelling and hard to resist. But he had to resist. Just the thought of the potential drama if he didn't gave Ryu a case of gut-churning anxiety. Then again, if he had to pick a boyfriend, he couldn't do much better than a fellow goalie who got him the way Emmitt did. Got his past and the way his mind worked, and how intensely he felt about guarding the net, and being the last line of defense for his team. Emmitt knew. Fuck. Why was Ryu even thinking about boyfriends? He was so screwed. Chapter 13. Emmitt eased his body into a stretch and ignored the St. Louis spirit as they skated by during their warm-ups. He wasn't starting in net tonight, so he was free to let his thoughts wander. Most of them wandered straight over to the guy who was starting, and the simple and undeniable fact that his no strings attached was becoming tangled up with strings. Emmitt had called him after talking to his dad because he knew Ryu would get it, and because he wanted to hear his voice. There was something so reassuring about Ryu's calm strength, and Emmitt hadn't even thought twice before he'd sent that text. Of course, after their conversation, he'd thought twice, and then 3 times, 4, 5, about what the hell was going on and what he was feeling. Ryu skated over as if Emmitt had summoned him somehow, and sank gracefully to stretch in front of him. He didn't speak, but it was nice to have him there. Their enmity and personal dislike kept them from this kind of goalie camaraderie at the beginning of the season, but lately, especially after Christmas, things had started to change. Emmitt wasn't oblivious enough not to know what that meant, but he was stubborn, and he wasn't sure he wanted to accept that he might, maybe, have feelings for Ryu, or that it might be a good idea to mention it. That center, Pelletier, he thinks he's hot shit on skates. Crosby 2.0 or something. Ryu made a dismissive noise. Does he? Emmitt nodded. We played against each other in the minors, he said. The stretch felt good, the familiar noise and activity of a pregame warm-up soothing even though he wasn't nervous. He ran me like 3 times and never got called for it. Ryu's cool, dark gaze was unreadable, but his mouth quirked a little. Normally, I'd say you probably deserved it. I mean, Emmitt laughed. He gave his fellow goalie turned lover turned maybe friend or more a grin. Probably. Well, maybe the last time. I got a little mouthy after the first 2 times he snowed me. Ryu's eyes drifted briefly to Emmitt's mouth. I can believe that. Heat rushed through him, and Emmitt really didn't want to get hard in his gear. He settled into another stretch, wishing he could feel the ice through all his padding and have it cool him off. Get a shutout and I'll rim you, he murmured, when he was sure no one was around. That surprised Ryu, Emmitt could tell. His eyes widened briefly, and he lost just a fraction of that preternatural calm. You'll do that anyway. You can't get enough of my ass. Emmitt was so shocked he just stared as Ryu smirked at him, got gracefully to his feet, and skated off to proceed with his warm-up. Yo, Army! Blinking, he glanced over at Morley, who was barreling toward him. He stopped, without snowing him, or Emmitt would have kicked his ass with his goalie stick in front of their hometown crowd, and grinned, leaning on his stick. You see someone showed up and brought a sign? What? Emmitt finished his stretches, waiting for his turn in goal when Ryu was finished. A sign? He was still thinking about Ryu's comment about how much Emmitt liked his ass, which was 100% true. Yes, Morley said, and he sounded amused. Behind the glass, next to the bench. Oh. Emmitt knew fans for both teams often came down to watch warm-ups. Belzy and Holtzy were forever sending pucks over the glass to kids, but he long ago learned to ignore them. Spectators went with the job, though for some reason having 8 people watching him stretch was weirder to him than 17,000 watching him play. Hockey was odd. He did glance over and see a sign that said, Morley, we heart you, decorated with a snake who had hearts instead of fangs. It was a pretty cool sign. Lots of glitter. Did you pay someone to show up with that? Oh, come on, Morley snorted. I do know her, though. Her name's Lucy, and the girl next to her, see? She's like, totally into you. What? Emmitt blinked. How do you know that? You don't have magic powers, Morley.
The world isn't that unfair and screwy. Yeah, the magic powers of listening, Morley snarked, bumping his shoulder. Gently for Morley. Emmitt was one of the goalies. Anyway, she's like always on your Instagram admiring your shirtless selfies. Emmitt gave a casual shrug and a half grin. That's what they're there for, man. Morley laughed. Anyway, Lucy and I are friends. Like, actual friends. I mean, we fucked a few times, but... Dude, get to the point. It was nearly time for him to go and take his turn in goal for the team to practice. So, me, you, Lucy, and Chantel after the game, okay? We'll go have some drinks. You know, the usual. Should I be worried about you trying to talk me into foursomes all the time? Or flattered? I'm not sure. Morley grinned, mouthpiece dangling in a way that always made the coach yell at him. To no avail. Nah, it's not about that, man. I just think she's a cool chick and you'd like her. She's from Chicago, too. Emmitt glanced over again. The woman, Chantel, was indeed pretty. She looked vaguely embarrassed to be holding up a sign aimed at the Venom's defenseman, so that was definitely a point in her favor. Morley wanting to set him up with someone was... weird. It also made him think about Ryu. I'm not just saying that because she's black, either, Morley added. Emmitt winced. Please stop talking. Playing hockey with mostly white guys meant he heard some ignorant bullshit, and he wasn't in the mood to tell Morley why you didn't say things like that. He wasn't here to be anyone's teacher. Fuck that. Sure thing, bro. Morley gave him a grin, popped his mouthpiece back in, and headed down to their side of the goal. Ryu skated past him and held out his stick. It was the first time he'd ever done that. Usually he just gave Emmitt a brusque nod or didn't bother to acknowledge him at all. Emmitt returned the stick tap, then went to take his place between the pipes for practice. Luckily, having an entire team fire shots at him was enough to keep Emmitt's thoughts firmly where they should be before the game started. The Venom won the game, and Ryu got a shutout. When Emmitt skated down to give Ryu his helmet tap, Ryu murmured, "You owe me, Army." And Emmitt knew exactly what he wanted to do after the game and who he wanted to do it with. And it didn't involve Morley, or his admittedly lovely friend. That turned out to be easier said than done. Emmitt waited until the locker room was mostly empty and the press was gone, before walking over to Ryu and saying, "So, about tonight," in what he hoped was a casual voice, just in case. Before he could ask where they were going to meet up, Morley bounded over. He was half-dressed in his suit pants and no shirt, a towel slung around his neck, golden brown hair still damp from his shower. He had that post-win glow, bright-eyed and flush-faced, and Emmitt had a feeling Lucy might be in for a fun night if she was game to take on Tripod and his victory celebration. Why the hell was he even thinking that? "Here's the details, bro." Morley paused and said to Ryu, "You're the best, Ryu. You should come out with me in Army. You know you were on the latest Hunks of Hockey Instagram, right? Anyway, I'm sure Lucy and Chantel won't mind you crashing our double date." He waggled his eyebrows. "You worry me sometimes," Ryu said flatly. He glanced between Emmitt and Morley. "No thanks, but I hope you two have fun." With an inscrutable expression, Ryu pushed past them toward the door. Emmett's temper lit up, even though he knew it shouldn't. Morley had assumed Emmitt would go with him, because why not? Morley assumed Emmitt was single, and it sure sounded like Emmitt had agreed and had been 2 seconds away from telling Ryu he'd changed his mind about their evening, if Ryu thought Emmitt was a douchebag who would do that to him. Apparently he did. He listened idly to Morley tell him the address of the bar, and then went and got in his car. Emmitt considered going. Ryu had clearly been more than willing to let him go on a double date, and didn't seem to care one way or another. There wasn't a single text message on his phone, and the meaning was loud and clear. Well, Emmitt Armstrong hadn't made the NHL by backing down from anyone, and he wasn't going to start now. He didn't want to go on a date with the girl Morley was trying to set him up with. He wanted to hang out with Ryu,
And goddammit, if Ryu wasn't interested in anything more than just post-game fucking and couldn't care less what Emmitt did with his free time, then they were going to clear that the fuck up right now. He texted Morley to say something had come up, then drove over to Ryu's place, which took forever because it was Atlanta and people were in a hurry to get somewhere at every moment of every day. Then he had to find parking, which was a nightmare. So by the time he was knocking on Ryu's door, he was hungry, annoyed, and starting to worry he was making a huge mistake and about to ruin whatever tenuous thing he and Ryu had going on that wasn't just fucking each other's brains out. Ryu opened the door in running pants and a white t-shirt, his gorgeous boy band hair loose around his face. Must have been a short date. Look, you asshole, Emmitt started, heated up, but then stopped and looked around. Can I come in, or you want me to yell at you from here? Where's the you don't yell option in this? There isn't one, Emmitt glared at him. So? Ryu stepped aside and jerked his head. Emmitt stomped in. He was a graceful man, but stomping felt good sometimes. You know why I'm here, right? Because you're pissed off and that's what we do? Ryu smiled. It wasn't nice. Date not go well? Oh, fuck you, Mori, Emmitt snapped. I didn't go. I was never going to, and you stormed out before I could tell Morley thanks but no thanks. He offered before the game started, and I never had the chance to tell him no. Why do you think I care? Emmitt had taken pucks to basically every part of his body, including his face without a helmet, and it hadn't hurt quite this much. Right. Okay. Sorry I bothered you. Emmitt turned to make for the door, remembered his whole thing about fuck backing down, and turned to Ryu. So I have this clear. You have no interest in me as a person beyond fucking me. You were the one who wanted a no-string sex thing, remember? Emmitt stepped toward him, voice low. Don't think I was the only one who wanted it, yeah? Ryu was looking at him with an expression Emmitt couldn't figure out. I have no claim over you, Emmitt. If you wanted to go with Morley... No, that's not what this is about. It's about you assuming I was going on a date when we'd made plans. Jesus, Ryu, you think I'm that much of a dick? I guess that's why you don't want anything but my ass. They stared at each other, and Emmitt didn't look away until Ryu's mouth lost some of its tension, and he sighed, dropping a bit of the impenetrable goalie stare and looking... mostly confused and a little tired. What was I supposed to think? You could have asked, Emmitt groused. I know how it looks, okay? And I'm mad because I wouldn't do that to you. But, then I realized maybe you don't care. And I don't know, Ryu. I'm not sure I'm cut out for no strings. Ryu laughed roughly. Okay. Frustrated, Emmitt raked a hand through his hair and wished he had his goalie stick. He'd like to hit it on the floor like Tuukka Rask. I was planning on telling Morley no, okay? But if you just want sex from me, then maybe we should cool it. Because I think maybe I want more than that. You think maybe? Ryu drawled. You think maybe? Okay, I know I don't want it to be just sex, you asshole. But maybe I don't want to be the only one who feels that way. Rejection sucks. Ryu took a step closer, the two of them inching into each other's space like cautious soldiers on an empty battlefield. He took an audible breath, and it finally occurred to Emmitt that Ryu was nervous. Good. That made this easier to handle, knowing he wasn't alone and feeling terrified about putting himself out there. It's not just about sex for me either, Emmitt. Relief nearly made him weak in the knees. That felt like a breakaway he'd just stopped in double OT or something. Okay, so... I wasn't gonna go. I didn't want to. I probably should have asked. Ryu's gaze was open, honest. Emmitt waited, but that was apparently all he was getting. He snorted. You're a cold bastard, Ryu Mori. He'd meant it as a joke, mostly, but Ryu glanced away, his shoulders tensing. I don't like things that happen that are unexpected. Oh, God, he was such a control freak. Emmitt liked the unexpected and being on his toes, which was why he liked playing goalie. This isn't a game, Ryu. You can't control all the shots in real life. Ryu gave him an unimpressed look. If you could knock off the hockey metaphors, that'd be great. Emmett's mouth quirked up. That was almost bitchy. Yeah, well, I've been spending too much time around you. Ryu closed the distance and tugged on Emmett's shirt, pulling him in. This is the last thing I wanted. Your romantic declarations need some serious work, Emmitt informed him, but he liked the way Ryu's expression softened, the slight smile that curved his full mouth, and the warmth that shone through in his dark eyes. So we're clear. You don't have to come out or anything. I'm not asking for that. I just wanted to know where we stood. Ryu surprised him by shrugging. It's not that I wouldn't. I just never had a reason to before. And I don't mean to come off as cold. Well, now you do have a reason, Emmitt said, leaning down to kiss him. I was just teasing. I know how hot you are. That was terrible. And I might have a reason, but you have a debt to pay, Ryu murmured against his mouth. He gave Emmett's ass a light smack, then rubbed it. Stop talking and get to it. Chapter 14. Chicago in February was no joke. Shivering, Ryu tugged his jacket zipper a little higher and tightened his cashmere scarf. His Southern California blood hadn't prepared him for the rough gusts of Arctic wind coming off Lake Michigan. He'd thought the imposing skyscrapers might provide some defense, but it was like the brutally cold wind simply tunneled around them and sliced right through the too-thin material of his jacket. Usually, when the Venom visited Chicago for a game against the Windhawks, Ryu didn't have a reason to go wandering around downtown. But last night, Emmitt had suggested they do some sightseeing, and offered to show Ryu his old stomping grounds, as well as inviting Ryu to lunch with his mother. And how exactly was Ryu supposed to refuse? This was what boyfriends did. They met parents, shared childhood memories, and they braved being outdoors in the middle of winter in Chicago because it made their significant other smile. Ryu loved Emmett's smile, and loved seeing it directed at him in particular. But he was still acclimatizing to the idea of being someone's boyfriend, and trying to figure out just how and when their casual, no-strings arrangement had turned into an actual relationship. Now Ryu had to deal with feelings, and there were so many strings he wondered if maybe he should take up cross-stitching. But it wasn't so bad, being tangled up with Emmitt. Ryu liked having their parameters defined. That situation with Morley trying to hook Emmitt up and Ryu not being in a position to protest, he'd hated that. Just the thought of Emmitt going out with someone else, kissing someone else, touching them, had felt as shocking and painful as taking a puck to the forehead without his mask on, which Ryu knew from experience sucked, and he still had a scar under his bangs to prove it. So there they were, walking around downtown Chicago like a pair of wide-eyed tourists, on an honest-to-goodness date, because Ryu couldn't stand the idea of letting Emmitt think he was the only one wanting more out of their relationship than just sex and stress relief. And, though he wouldn't admit it aloud, a sort of vicious satisfaction filled him at having a claim over Emmitt, even if only the two of them knew it. He could concede his faults, and being a controlling bastard was one of them. Of course he'd be pleased by the thought of Emmitt being his and his alone. There it is, Emmitt said, pointing to a restaurant. The red sign proclaimed it Giordano's. He'd told Ryu it was his mother's favorite pizza place, and they'd walked there to meet her from Millennium Park after Emmitt insisted on taking selfies in front of a shiny sculpture he called the Bean. Ryu's guts went a bit watery, and beneath all his layers he started sweating in spite of the cold. He'd never met a boyfriend's parent before, on account of never having officially dated anyone. Now that they were official, Emmitt had called her to announce he had a boyfriend, confirming her suspicions about his bisexuality.
She wasn't surprised at all, Emmitt had told him afterward. She's excited to meet you.
Ryu wished he could say the same. Growing up, he'd never known how to talk to his friend's parents, but now the stakes were higher. He had to actually try to make a good impression because Emmitt clearly loved and had a close relationship with his mom. Also, because Ryu firmly believed in respecting his elders unless they gave him a reason not to. Emmitt led the way into the loud, crowded restaurant. He said something Ryu didn't catch to the hostess, and she escorted them to a table that had a bench seat on one side and a couple chairs on the other. An attractive woman with lovely, dark brown skin sat on the bench side, and she smiled and slid out of the seat to yank Emmitt into an embrace as the hostess departed.
"Hi, baby boy. I missed you."
"You too, Mama." Emmitt kissed her on the cheek and turned toward Ryu once his mother released him. If he was embarrassed by the baby boy endearment, he didn't show it.
"This is Ryu Mori. I'm sure you've seen him play on TV."
"I have." She held out a slender hand to Ryu, her brown eyes gleaming. Her dark hair was arranged in short, elegant twists that left her well-defined cheekbones and high, smooth forehead on full display. "I'm Andrea. It's nice to meet you. Sorry, Carlos, my boyfriend, couldn't be here to have lunch with us. He's on a job." She grinned. "You know, it feels strange calling him boyfriend when we're in our late 40s. But saying partner makes me feel like we're about to open a law firm or start our own detective agency. And I'm too old to be calling anyone my bae. So here we are." Ryu chuckled and shook her hand briefly. "Boyfriend works. Nice to meet you, too." Andrea returned to the bench, and Emmitt slid in next to her, leaving Ryu to take the chair opposite him. He did and stripped off his scarf and jacket. Emmitt pushed a menu toward him. Ryu flipped it open and briefly scanned the contents. "So, you boys have been playing tourists today?" Andrea asked. "It's a cold day to be wandering around the city. You're not even wearing a hat, Emmitt. What have I told you about being out in winter with your head uncovered?"
"It's freezing," Emmitt agreed, feigning a shiver. "I'm not used to this anymore. I'm getting spoiled in Atlanta. I forgot to even bring a hat."
Andrea laughed. "And you're from Los Angeles," Emmitt said. "These sub-zero temperatures must be a shock to you, too." "Yes, I don't think my jacket was made for this sort of weather, actually, but it's usually too thick for Atlanta. I barely use it." "Where have you guys been so far?"
"I took him to Englewood this morning," Emmitt said. "Showed him the street where I used to play roller hockey with my boys. We used to have to move the nets aside whenever a car wanted to get through. We got yelled at a lot."
Andrea's lips quirked. "Mostly by Mr. Rowland, I remember."
"He was a grouchy old man," Emmitt grumbled. "He hated kids."
"All kids?" Ryu asked. "Or just smartasses like you?" Andrea muffled a giggle behind her hand, and Emmitt grinned.
"I may have mouthed off at him a time or two."
The server stopped at their table before Ryu could respond. They placed their drink orders and then scrambled to decide on a pizza to share. The Chicago classic deep dish came out on top, and they spent the wait for their food listening to Andrea tell stories about how often Emmitt's big, sarcastic mouth had gotten him into trouble. With his dad, his teachers, their neighbors, his grandparents, uncles, and aunties. Emmitt smiled the whole time, completely unabashed, and Ryu found himself smiling and laughing too. Andrea was so warm and engaging, his unease had completely melted away by the time the server delivered them a steaming hot pie and distributed slices onto each of their plates.
"This is amazing," Ryu said after his first cheesy, saucy, delicious bite. "No one does pizza better than Chicago," Emmitt pronounced around his mouthful. "I don't care what those New Yorkers think."
Andrea swatted at his arm. "Emmitt, don't talk until after you swallow your food. Why are you shoving so much in your mouth anyway? You're going to choke, and you know you're too big for me to perform the Heimlich maneuver." Ryu quickly swallowed his second bite so he didn't choke himself. It wouldn't be appropriate to joke about how much Emmitt could actually fit in his mouth, but damn, for a second, he was tempted to go there anyway. Emmitt must have known it, too. He gave Ryu a dark-eyed look that promised sweet revenge if Ryu said a word. Ryu took a sip of his iced tea instead. "What do you do for a living, Mrs. Armstrong?" Emmitt hasn't said. "It's Johnson, actually. I went back to my maiden name after the divorce. But please, call me Andrea. And I'm an office manager for a clinic in the West Loop." She set her fork down and leaned toward him. "Emmitt told me a bit about your parents. I couldn't believe it when he mentioned your father as Ryu Mori. I actually saw him win the gold at the Winter Olympics in '92. She smiled widely. "I've been obsessed with figure skating since I was 10 years old." Ryu returned her smile, hoping his own didn't look as strained as it felt. "Yes, that's my father. They moved to Los Angeles the following year. He'd spent some time training in California and he loved it. He coaches now, as you probably know already. But we don't talk very often. He and my mother have intensely busy schedules." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that." Andrea frowned. "That must be hard. I can't imagine not talking to Emmitt a few times a week." Ryu nodded at her before bowing his head to focus on sawing off another bite of pizza. In the ensuing silence, a nudge against his ankle made him look up. Andrea had gone back to eating, but her expression wasn't as bright as it had been. She must have sensed she'd struck a nerve. Emmitt, however, was ignoring his own food in favor of watching Ryu. As Ryu met his gaze, Emmitt's booted foot rubbed along the outside of his left calf. His dark brown eyes were shining, and the twist of his broad mouth was somehow both cocky and slightly apologetic at once. He winked and pursed his lips a little, blowing Ryu a kiss. If Emmitt's intent had been to pull him out of his temporary funk, it worked. Ryu huffed a quiet laugh and returned the pressure against his leg, the tension in his shoulders easing. "So, Mama," Emmitt said, turning back to his mother. "Why don't you tell Ryu about the time I accidentally dented Mr. Rowland's passenger side door trying to make a sick save?" Andrea side-eyed him. "Accidentally? Uh-huh." But she grinned, shook her head, and launched into the story. When Ryu walked into the hotel room he shared with Tristan after lunch with Emmitt and Andrea, his friend was just stirring from his pre-game nap. Tristan sat up in bed, his blonde hair spiked wildly on one side and smushed flat on the other. Exhaustion rode him hard, despite the sleep. He was still taking classes, and the team had arrived at the hotel late last night, following a match in Memphis, which kicked off their 5-game road trip. Tristan had been sitting at the desk with his nose buried in a textbook when Ryu crashed a little after midnight. They'd spent another night here in Chicago before flying to St. Paul tomorrow morning for a match against the Minnesota Monarchs on Monday evening. From there, they'd travel to Colorado and then face the St. Louis Spirit on the return trip home. The blur of hotel rooms, flights, practices, and games in their host arenas would make for a tiring whirlwind of a week. But the one thing Ryu resented this time around was how it complicated opportunities for him and Emmitt to be alone. It wasn't as if they could ask Tristan and Morley to pair up as roommates so they could share their own room, not without arousing major suspicions. As would booking an entirely separate hotel room and disappearing overnight. The next 7 days were going to be an exercise in restraint. It shouldn't have been a big deal. Before Emmitt and their arrangement, Ryu hadn't made a habit out of hooking up during away games anyway, so it wasn't as if he'd been having constant sex to begin with. But now that he was, well, he felt the lack of it whenever he didn't get any for a day or two. "Hey, where did you go?" Tristan asked, the last word morphing into a yawn so hard his jaw cracked. "You missed lunch." Ryu sat on the edge of his own bed to remove his boots. "I ate. I was out with Emmitt, actually. He introduced me to his mom and showed me his old neighborhood." Tristan gawked at him, sleepy-eyed and confused. Wait, what? You met his mom? Why would you do that? You guys don't even like each other. Well, might as well get it out in the open at this point. If he couldn't be upfront with his best friend, who could he be honest with? Because we're together now. Tristan blinked. Together? His blue eyes widened. Together? He shoved the blankets aside and swung his long legs over the side of the mattress so his feet rested on the floor and they were face to face. Under different circumstances, Ryu might have been distracted by Tristan's bare thighs and the fact that he was naked save for a snug pair of black briefs. He might have focused on the fading hickeys on Tristan's brawny chest and maybe had an inappropriate thought or two about his best friend and his best friend's hot, toppy boyfriend. Now, the sight made Ryu think about the last time he'd gotten to touch Emmitt's thick, muscular thighs and the memory of them spreading for him, and Ryu got distracted for a whole different reason. When the hell did this happen? Tristan asked, snapping Ryu out of his little flashback. A couple of weeks ago, but also a few months ago. Tristan's fair brows dipped as his forehead furrowed in confusion. What? Ryu laughed softly. We started hooking up earlier in the season. It was supposed to be no strings. You know, stress relief, blowing off some steam. We didn't like each other, but the chemistry was pretty intense, so we put it to other uses. Uh-huh. Tristan crossed his arms over his chest. And now? Now we're dating, Ryu said wryly. Because feelings. Ah. Understanding wiped any lingering confusion from Tristan's expression. His mouth slanted into a grin. Funny how those little bastards sneak up on you. Yep. Ryu leaned back on the bed, resting on his elbows. So, that's happening. Tristan laughed. Wow, I can't believe it. And you did the whole meet the parents thing this morning, too? He paused, shaking his head. I haven't even met Sebastian's mom yet, and we've been together for over a year. He'd actually talked to them about the possibility of us visiting over Christmas. Did I tell you? But his mother said his father is still adjusting. I'm sorry. That's rough. Haven't they known he's gay for years, though? Oh, yeah. Tristan lifted a shoulder, his mouth turning down at the corners. But apparently, the reality of him being in love and living with a man is too much for his father to handle. Seb's never tried to introduce them to anyone before me. Tristan waved a hand. Anyway, I didn't mean to make this about me, sorry. I'm happy for you guys. I like Army, and actually, I suspected something was going on. You've seemed a lot more relaxed lately. Ryu flopped back onto the bed. Relaxed. Yeah, that was one way of putting it. Tristan poked at his foot with his bare toes. If you want, I can talk Morley into going out tonight. Give you guys some privacy. When has Morley ever needed convincing? Ryu asked with a snort. But yes, he added more seriously. I'd appreciate that. Consider it done. Tristan nudged his foot again. Now, maybe take a long shower or something? I'm gonna call Seb. I could use some relaxation, too. Ryu laughed. Not a problem. I think I'll go swim a few laps. Get myself nice and limber for later. He sat up to find Tristan smiling hugely. Not for that. Get your mind out of the gutter. Tristan held up his hands, but the goofy grin didn't fade. Hey, you're not even starting tonight. What else was I supposed to think you meant? Ryu turned his head to hide his smirk. That night, Emmitt absolutely slayed in net. He was totally on his game from the opening minutes to the final buzzer. He only allowed one goal on over 45 shots, and it came off a wild, unpredictable bounce that most other netminders would have also failed to stop. Aside from the rogue goal, the game went perfectly. As Ryu watched his boyfriend's amazing performance, He realized just how much Emmitt had improved since the start of the season. All the practicing and experimenting with different techniques were finally paying off. Emmitt still defended the net with his signature style, active and aggressive, but he also played a much more disciplined game than he had back in October. He was impressive and utterly focused, and for the first time, observing him from the bench made Ryu proud instead of resentful. After the customary head bumps and showers, Ryu lingered in the press area to witness Emmitt being interviewed by the local Atlanta sports reporters who usually traveled to the Venom's away games. Emmitt had received the first star of the game, and he'd been justifiably grinning from ear to ear ever since. Ryu knew, in part, Emmitt was thrilled to have performed so amazingly with his mom and her boyfriend in the crowd, but most of his excitement came from the satisfaction of a game well played, of being completely in his element from start to finish. Those games were rare. Every single one of them felt like a blessing from the hockey gods, at least in Ryu's experience. No goalie worth his salt took those games for granted. Ryu smirked to himself as Emmitt hammed it up for the cameras. He looked amazing in his stylish pink suit, white shirt, and skinny black tie. The huge grin only added to his appeal. Wild to think that at one point that grin would have pissed Ryu off. Now he wanted to drag Emmitt back to the hotel and kiss it off his face before taking him apart with his fingers, tongue, and cock. "Hey, Emmitt," one of the reporters shouted. "You played an amazing game tonight. Is it difficult to find a rhythm when your coaches have you and Ryu Mori constantly switching off?" Emmitt's grin broadened. "Not at all. In fact, it keeps me on my toes. Keeps me from becoming complacent." He looked over to where Ryu was standing. "Besides, I think me and Mori make a pretty good team. We're going to take the Venom to the playoffs and beyond. With Army and Mori in net, we're going to have it locked down." A few of the reporters looked over their shoulders in Ryu's direction. He lifted his chin and nodded, which seemed to satisfy them, because they turned their attention back to Emmitt. The questions started flying again, but Ryu had turned his focus inward. He hadn't thought about it before, too engrossed in their competition and how badly he wanted to be the starter, and, truthfully, that last part hadn't changed. But even if his coaches suddenly gave him free rein to play tandem with any other goalie in the league, Ryu would still choose Emmitt. Because Emmitt was right. They made a good team, and if they wanted to go to the final and hopefully hoist the cup, it'd be better for them to work together and challenge the other to be better. Support each other. This was a competition between them as goalies, yes, but in hockey, you always put the team before yourself. The team came above all, including personal rivalries. And the team needed them both to be performing at their absolute best. But for tonight, Ryu was done thinking about the team. Tonight was about him and Emmitt and celebrating. Not only the Venom's win, but the day they'd spent together too. Their first actual date as a couple, and the meeting with Andrea, which had gone so much better than Ryu had ever anticipated. Today had been good. Ryu intended to make it an incredible night. Or, well, however long they'd have before Tristan texted to warn Ryu he and Morley were en route back to the hotel from the bar. Ryu would work with what he had. Emmitt deserved an orgasm or two after a performance like that, and Ryu couldn't wait to make his toes curl. Chapter 15. "Hey, Mori, wake up." Emmitt bounced on the side of the bed, shaking Ryu's shoulder. "We have practice in 5 minutes, and we are so late." Ryu's dark eyes shot open, and his features looked momentarily panicked. Then he scowled and flung a hand out, hitting Emmitt in the thigh. "You're such an asshole. We do not." "Nope, but we gotta go to that outreach thing for kids today, and if you get up, we'll have time for me to blow you in the shower before we go." Emmitt stretched, smiling encouragingly. "Those are two things you shouldn't say in the same sentence," Ryu muttered. He flung the covers back, and Emmitt watched as he walked in all his naked glory toward the bathroom. Emmitt catcalled him, and Ryu flipped him off as he disappeared around the corner. Laughing, Emmitt waited until the water started running before he made his way into the bathroom. He loved sucking Ryu off in the shower. Ryu looked so good with his lean, hard body all wet, and the soft sounds he made were amplified tenfold in the confines of the tiled stall. Also, it was very convenient for him to tug Emmitt up, push him against the wall, and finger him while jerking him off. It was the best way to wake up, really. Afterward, Emmitt teased Ryu about how long it took him to fix his hair. Ryu gave him his standard answer of, "Fuck off, you like it," and then they headed downstairs. As they both prepared a moderately healthy breakfast, Emmitt thought about how much he liked having Ryu here. How easy it was to reach out and touch him when he wanted, and not just for sex. Emmitt was affectionate in that easy, sort of carefree way athletes were. He was a tactile person, and he was used to hugs and backslaps, helmet taps, leaning against someone to fix your skates, all that kind of stuff. But he also liked touching for non-sports-related things, running a hand up Ryu's muscular back, messing up his perfect hair, trapping him against the counter to kiss him. Boyfriend stuff, which he never realized he liked so much, probably because he'd never been in a relationship that felt this serious before. Ryu wasn't always into casual touching, though. He'd explained once that too much physical contact sometimes made him feel trapped or uncomfortable. Emmitt was learning how to carefully figure out when it was okay and when it wasn't. A lot of times he asked first, to be sure, and to not take it personally, those instances it wasn't. "My mom liked you," he said, settling at the bar with his protein smoothie and an egg white omelet loaded with veggies. "She also said now she gets nervous watching you play hockey too, so thanks for that." "You're a lot like her," Ryu said. He was eyeing the single, solitary pat of butter on Emmett's whole wheat toast like Emmitt was eating a stack of chocolate chip pancakes. Emmitt ate his slightly buttered toast with relish, smirking at the look that got him. "Yeah, she said I got all her energy and enthusiasm, and my dad's stubborn as a bull, so when I decided I wanted to play hockey, there was no getting around it, and she knew it. Also, she wanted your address. She'll probably send you a Christmas card. I think it's a holdover from when she lived in Texas with my father." "There are probably worse ones," Ryu said, smiling the little half-smile that made Emmitt want to drag him back to bed. "Right? We should go." He slammed the rest of his mostly tasteless smoothie, Holtzy swore by these things, but and grabbed his phone off the counter. "You want to take my car or yours?" "Mine," Ryu said immediately. Emmitt grinned at him. He knew what a control freak Ryu was, and it was down to the level of who drove to an outreach event. He laughed. "You nervous, Mori?" It clearly surprised Ryu that Emmitt had either noticed or brought it up. Maybe both. "I'm not very good with kids."